Good afternoon. I'd like to call this Tampa City Council meeting to order. May I have roll call, please?
Carlson. Here. Hurtek. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Here. Miranda. Here. Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
May I have a motion to open all the public hearings? Motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. I don't see that there are any changes to the agenda nor any requests for continuances. Am I correct? Okay. At this time, we have a ceremonial activity. Councilmember Miranda is going to kick it off with item number 1.
Honorable Tampa City Council Chairman, honorable members of Tampa City Council. My pleasure today to be here with honor 6 local American Legion High School Oratorical contestants who participated in the 2025 American Legion Oratorical Contest. First, I would like to introduce the educators here tonight who would please stand and be recognized. And that is Mr. Humphreys, and Mr. Humphreys will be here to receive an award for someone who could not be here, 2 of them, I believe. And the next lady is, I can't read my own writing here. Collins? Emery Collins, and she's from the Academy of Holy Names, which was attended by a lot of very beautiful and talented young women in this area for many years. Thank you for being here. Frank Smith, you've been at Post 45 for many, many years, and it's my pleasure. You know, these things come once a year, and what these kids do and how hard they work to even get to the point of going to this contest is really unbelievable. What they memorize and how they bring it forward is inspiring for all Americans, and this is where society starts and it fails. But these people will all be successful, not because you do it, because you want to do it and be the best you can be. So thank you all for participating in this oratorical contest.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Frank Smith from Post 5. That's the one that's at Kennedy and Dale Mabry. I want to thank the council for honoring our contestants for these past 16 years. And it's been really great. I would have one sad announcement. Our oldest veteran passed away earlier this week, Mr. Bill Mumford. He was an amazing man, a World War II veteran, World War II hero. We thought of Bill as just a habitual optimist. He was a former post adjutant. At age 95, he bought a car with a 10-year warranty on it. Now, that's the definition of an optimist. But Bill had the last laugh because he left us this week at age 108. But just a fine gentleman. We're going to miss him. Second thing, thanks to what you've done for us, you've given us some publicity over the years, and our numbers are going up a little bit in the participation. And I want to make copies of this event tonight available to our National American League Commander and National American Legion Commander and our National American Legion Oratorical Chairman, because in about another 4 months, there's going to be about 8,000 Legionnaires descending upon Tampa for our national convention coming up here in August. So I want them to know how good the folks here in Tampa have treated us over the years. Like this time, I'd like to introduce former past Department Commander Eunice Butts, who's also the chairman of our Americanism program. This youth all the youth programs, including the oratorical program, are all part of the Americanism program to develop better citizens. So at this time, Eunice.
Good evening. Hello. To the distinguished members of the City Council and all constituents. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to be among you this evening to exhibit and showcase one of our final programs of the American Legion. You have a treasure here in Tampa, Florida, with 13 American Legion posts, and these are the things that they do. The American Legion Oratorical Contest exists to develop deep knowledge and appreciation for the United States Constitution among high school students. Since 1938, the program has presented and a lot of students with academic speaking challenges that teaches important leadership qualities, the history of our nation laws, the ability to think and speak clearly, and an understanding of the duties, responsibilities, rights, and privileges of American citizenship. The program has featured numerous politicians. And we also have some of those right here in the city of Tampa. The American Legion is one of the greatest programs that we have that exists today. Thank you so much for these few minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, since Eunice just stole what was my speech describing the contest, I'd like to turn this over at this time to Councilman Miranda to present the awards to the students.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Let me just say, I'd like to bring up a gentleman, Mr. Humphreys, who is the assistant principal at Plant City High School, and he will be the recipient of 2 of the awards for individuals who could not be here today, and that's on behalf of Van Reyes and Riley Myers. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Say a
Thank
few
you.
words on behalf of.
Yes, sir. We just want to say from East Hillsborough County, we want to say thank you for recognizing our students, from our staff, from our administration to from all of our students. We want to say thank you for this opportunity, and I will make sure at our awards program next week that they receive them there at the school. So thank you, guys.
And here's the, come to Plant City High School, Riley Myers. On behalf of Tampa City Council, we want to thank you and what you do at the high school on a daily basis for years and years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And here's the one for Van Reyes, also from Plant City High School. So, you know, Plant City is the eastern extension of the city of Tampa, or maybe we're the western extension of Plant City. I don't know, but your strawberries are delicious.
Yeah, well, we appreciate that. Strawberry Festival just ended, but we thank y'all for coming. So thank y'all.
And, well,
Is Strawberry Crest here? Nobody, okay. I'll take them.
all right. In fact, if the technology specialist from the Academy of Holy Names would like to ask us to be with us, you're welcome to come here because you're one of the stars here. You're the one that teaches technology and teach a lot of these kids what to do and how to do it and when to do it. But here's one for Strawberry Crest High School, and the name of the participant is Anaya Batts.
Okay, I'll take that one.
And,
There's another one.
and this one here,
She's here.
are you sure?
There's the other one from Strawberry Crest. I'll take that one.
Okay,
That's for Anoya Bagoy.
but go ahead.
She she won the contest in post 26 in Plant City, and she was a silver medalist at the district contest.
Talking about the contest, any one of the contestants here that were participated would like to say a few words on what you do and how you do it, and make a little speech? I know the council is busy, but this means so much for the country of America that we live in, and these are the kids that are going to be the next leaders. Would you like to come up?
I'll speak.
All right?
Well, okay. Which one do you want to?
Yeah, I want to listen to, before, I want the council to understand the nation, the city that we live in, what these kids go through. And then we'll do the rest of it.
Okay, so in December, I was tasked with the competition, and I wrote one 8 to 10 minute speech and how Britain actually inspired many aspects of our Constitution with their abuses. And then we had 4 assigned topics on different amendments. So I wrote and then memorized them. And I went to the post, the district, the central area, and then I competed in the state competition. And this is a great experience, but I could learn more about our history and my love for civic engagement. So I appreciate your effort to honoring us.
And what's your name?
I'm Ava Radovic. Thank you.
Congratulations, thank you.
Okay, give her the, get it,
Whoa.
oh, you want to back up, yeah.
This is for the young lady who just spoke, and you can see by her presentation, the way she speaks, she really knows what she's going to talk about and the whole history of your life and what you've done for reading the Constitution forward and backwards, memorizing all those words. And it's my honor to say thank you on behalf of Tampa City Council for everything you do and are going to do for this country. Congratulations, Ava.
Thank you.
And here's one for, and here's one for winning the post contest.
Thank you.
Okay.
And it's Fitzcar Pierre, same thing for you, young lady. Thank you for everything. If you'd like to say a few words, you're welcome.
I only went to the first district, and while I did not win, I got to go against this lovely lady right here, and it was honestly just a wonderful learning opportunity. I know I have a long ways to go, but it was very enjoyable, and I loved every second of it, so thank y'all.
Congratulations. Thank you very much. And what was your name?
You won when you walked in the front door.
What's your name?
Fritz Carpio,
What school?
Bayshore Christian.
Thank you.
Just on behalf of Academy, as a former alumni from Academy, a former Mayor's Youth Corps alumni, they probably hang out in the back of the room. This is not my first time in City Council, and it's not my first student that's won either. But I just have to say the program's really great, Frank's fantastic, and it's just an honor for her to be here and for her to receive this recognition. So thank you.
And what's your name?
Anne Marie Collins.
Thank you very much.
And again, I want to thank the council for doing this year in, year out. It's something that this country really needs. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Do we have any registered speakers online? Okay. All right. If there is anybody that is here to speak on items 2 through 12, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. If you're going to speak on any items 2 through 12, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in.
Do you swear on the throne that the testimony you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you so much. We're going to start with item number 2. Come on up. Yes, sir.
Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 2 is REZ 2415, a request to rezone 2007 Davis Street from residential multifamily 16 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached. We'll start out with an aerial map of the subject site. You can see the subject site outlined in red here on Davis Street. You have South 20th Street to the west of it. Surrounding the subject site, you have a mix of uses just north of here. I know the map reflects a CI zoning, but that was actually a planned development that was approved not too long ago by you all. That was approved for single-family attached. Then you have another PD here that was approved for single-family attached, and then here as well. As you move south, you have RM16, and then you kind of have this RM16 pocket that goes up through here. It's a mix of single-family attached, older multifamily development, mainly. And then this PD here is for a warehouse use. Then along 22nd Street, you have commercial uses. Then once you move west of South 20th Street, you have the port with heavy industrial zoning. So now we'll move into the site plan. Here is the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 2 semi-detached units. Both of the units are oriented towards Davis Street and are providing front porches. Vehicular access to the site is provided from Davis Street as well. You have a 1-car garage for each unit and then a parking spot in each of the driveways for both of the units. Additionally, the maximum building height is proposed to be 35 feet, and there is a proposed 5-foot sidewalk along Davis Street. There is a 15-foot alley in the rear that you'll notice here. This is a case that the applicant, kind of similarly, I don't know if you all remember, but to the north where that other CIA zoning is, or PD zoning is, they couldn't utilize the alley because FDOT had objections to them accessing 20th Street from the alley. So they redesigned and then loaded it from the front. And here are the elevations provided by the applicant. So here's your east and west. This is your front along Davis Street, and then that's your rear off the alley. I'll run through some pictures now. So this is looking directly at the subject site from Davis Street. This is looking west towards the port. This is looking east towards 22nd Street. You have an older multifamily development there. This is looking north. This is where the PD across the street was approved for single-family attached. And then this is looking south across the alley at a single-family detached home behind it. This is looking west down the alley. And then this is looking east down the alley. So here is the site plan. Development review and compliance staff have found the request consistent. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application, further modifications are required between first and second reading. I'll turn it over to Danny unless there's any questions.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much, sir. Hello, sir. Please state your name.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. This case is in the Central Tampa Planning District. Specifically, it's in the Palmetto Beach neighborhood. It's within the coastal hazard area and evacuation zone A. The subject site's recognized under the TU-24 designation. That surrounds the subject site on all sides. It allows for a range of uses, anything from light industrial to residential uses. One block west, we have heavy industrial. And then one block east along 22nd, we have mostly CMU 35 and some CC 35 designated parcels. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with the density and policies outlined in the TU-24 designation, as well as policies supporting infill development on vacant and unutilized lands. The development will provide additional housing close to commercial services along South 22nd Street, and it won't alter the character of the surrounding area, which is transitioning to residential. The design follows the comprehensive plan's guidance for single-family attached units with entrances oriented towards Davis Street to promote a pedestrian-friendly environment. While vehicular access is encouraged from the adjacent alley, this is not possible due to concerns presented by FDOT in their review. Overall, the request supports the city's housing policies by adding additional units in the Palmetto Beach neighborhood. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. All right, applicant. Coming up, sir, please state your name.
Good evening, council. My name is Alex Rios with Rios Architecture, presenting RZ 2415 to rezone the property located at 2700 Davis Street from RM16 to PD for two single-family semi-detached townhomes. As mentioned earlier, FDOT did impose some restrictions on utilizing the rear alley, and thus we do have parking off the front. The proposed design is 3 stories, partially due to being within a flood zone. Despite that, the overall scale of the footprint is modest, with setbacks in line with the original RM16 zoning, and there is plenty of green space. We are pleased with staff's unanimously finding the project consistent with the comp plan and seek your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Nope. All right. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 2? And there's nobody registered. We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you mind reading item number 2?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2 is file number REZ 24-15. Ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. An ordinance rezoning property, general vicinity of 2007 Davis Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1, from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to PD planned development residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
And the revision sheet as well.
And the revision sheet.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes, ma'am, if you would read it.
Oh, you want me to do a roll call or just read the second reading? Okay. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. All right, item number 3.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 3 is REZ 2468, a request to rezone 307 South Melville Avenue from plan development to plan development for residential single-family detached. We'll start with our aerial overview. You can see the subject site outlined in red here on South Melville and west of Zeal Street. As you can see, the area has a number of planned development zoning districts on there with some pockets of RM16 in the mix. The surrounding development pattern is largely single-family attached or semi-detached, with some remaining single-family detached units in the area. A couple blocks over, you get to the South Howard Avenue corridor. You have a planned development here for a large multifamily complex, and then once you move a little bit farther over on the other side of the crosstown, you have Hyde Park Village. We'll move into the site plan provided by the applicant. So as I mentioned earlier, there was a previously approved PD on this subject site. It was approved not too long ago, I believe in 2022. Originally, the PD that is approved currently has two single-family semi-detached units on this lot. The applicant is now proposing to still retain the existing single-family detached home, retain this existing unit in the rear, and instead of doing the two semi-detached units, they're proposing a single-family detached home here, and then in the rear, they're proposing a garage with a unit above the garage. So that's basically the change between the current approved PD and this PD. You have, both of the houses are oriented towards South Melville. You have parking in the front and an existing driveway for this unit, and then you have two parking spaces in the rear off the alley. Then the parking for this structure, or for this lot here, will be in a garage. There's two parking spaces in the garage that is loaded off of Zeal Street. There's existing sidewalks on Melville and west of Zeal Street. Let's see here. The maximum proposed building height is 35 feet, and overall 8 parking spaces are required and 6 parking spaces are being provided.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Yes, I have a question. You said that there are 2 spaces with the existing and two spaces with both the existing?
Yeah, so overall, they're required 8 spaces, and they're providing 6. So this one has a parking in the driveway here, and then there's 2 parking spaces here as well.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So there's 2 with that one you're pointing to. There's 2 in the back.
Yes, 2 in the back.
And then for this single-family detached residence and the garage apartment, there are only 2 spaces in the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, 2 in the driveway here, 2 here, and then there's 2 spaces in the garage. So, let's see.
All right.
I'll go through some pictures real quick. Let me show you the elevations first. So here are the elevations for the existing structures. So you have the single-family detached home that's on the front, and then you have the second unit that is in the rear. And then these are the proposed elevations for the newly constructed home. And then these are the elevations for the garage with the unit above it. I'll show some pictures of the site. So this is looking west on Zeal Street. So this is the vacant portion of the site. This is the existing single-family home and the unit in the rear. This is looking south across the street on Zeal, added some single-family attached uses. Now we're looking north down the alley. This is all the subject site right here. And now we're looking east from the alley, so at the vacant portion of the subject site, and then where the current existing structures are there. This is looking at the parking in the rear, the existing unit that will remain, and then the existing house that will remain, and then looking on down the alley to the northeast. This is looking west across the alley at one of the single-family homes that exist. Now we're looking back south towards Zeal Street. We have the subject site here. Now we're looking northwest from Zeal, so it would be over here Melville, and you have the subject site here. Moving north along Melville, you have the existing single-family home, and then the vacant area. Now we're looking east from the subject site at some of the existing single-family homes that remain in the neighborhood. Looking west directly at the subject site, so you can see the driveway there that provides 2 parking spots, and then the vacant lot. And now we're looking back south on Melville towards some of the single-family attached development.
Councilman
Site
Clinton,
plan
are we
back.
gonna ask a question?
I think I was just finished.
Okay.
All Alrighty. Development Coordination and Compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be inconsistent. See the findings from Transportation. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waiver as identified in the report and the application. Modifications to the site plan as shown on the revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the issues of staff's finding of inconsistency. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Councilmember Clendon?
At the beginning of your presentation, you said there was already an approved PD for this property with two townhouse attached, is that right?
Yes, sir. So this portion of the PD is the same, but down here on the current approved PD, it's 2 semi-detached units.
And what was the parking that was approved for that? Did they get a waiver for parking for that PD?
I do not believe they got a waiver for parking on that, but let me take a look real quick.
So what I'm asking, is this a change of the parking request from the,
There was no parking waiver for the original PD.
so they were adequately parked on that one? Okay, thank
Yes.
you, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Pertack.
If Mr. Scott could come up.
Jonathan Scott, Mobility Department.
Could you elaborate a little bit on the transportation issues? And I'm also curious why the parking is not on the alley.
Okay. Yeah, so they're providing like 6 spaces and they're required 8, basically. And like you said, the new southern portion there just has 2 in the garage, and one of their units is above that garage, which they're counting, so that technically would need 2 spaces.
Yeah.
So for that, they're asking a waiver. Now, the garage design for that driveway, they're allowed to access that street. The orientation off the alley could have been designed, but then I think they'd lose like their yard space and green space and stuff. That's probably why they did that, but they could have put it off the alley. That is,
So they could have, but they chose not to. Okay.
yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Danny Collins, come on up.
Thank you.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. This case is also in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's in the Soho neighborhood. It's also within the Hyde Park National District. The site is within Evacuation Zone C, and the site is recognized under the Residential 35 designation, which surrounds it on all sides. 1 block north along Platte, we have CMU 35. Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with the density anticipated under the R35 designation, and overall is compatible with the surrounding mix of residential uses in the area. The request supports the city's housing policies by providing infill development on an underutilized lot, providing additional housing in the Soho neighborhood. The site benefits from good transit access and proximity to employment services, aligning with the city's strategy to promote density, more housing in these areas. However, while the request aligns with several policies outlined in the plan, it does not fully address policies related to vehicular access from the alleys. The request includes vehicular access for parking for the northwestern home, including trash pickup via the alley. However, the southwestern home is not proposed to have alley access for parking. Instead, access is proposed from West Azeel Street. The comprehensive plan encourages vehicular access from alleys where feasible. In reviewing the request, a city council should consider the access from the potential access from the alley for the southwestern home. The applicant could modify the site plan to utilize the alley for access to this unit, though additional backup space may be required. While this adjustment may reduce the size of the backyard and pool area for that unit, it would better align with the comprehensive plan policy supporting access from the alley and result in a better overall design. It would also help preserve the alley's form and function within the Hyde Park National District, which is supported by the plan. In summary, while the Planning Commission staff has determined that the applicant has addressed many of the policies outlined in the comprehensive plan, staff recommends that the applicant reconsider the vehicular access to the garage for the alley for the southwestern home. If approved, this change should be made between first and second reading. Other than that, the request is comparable and compatible with the surrounding area and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the R35 designation. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Michelini, please state your name. You are the applicant.
Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner for the 307 Melville. And let me just go to a couple of issues. And the alley is only 14 feet wide, and if you turn the garages, then we have difficulty making that turning radius according to the other technical standards that the city has established. What we're proposing is to keep the existing single-family house that exists here and the additional unit in the back. This is the aerial view of that. This is the subject area that we're really concerned about, and we're requesting a change from PD to PD. There's the existing house, this is the development area, and the owner of the property intends to build a home here for him to live in. With staff interpretation of the garage apartment was that it could potentially be leased out, and therefore that's where the parking requirement, the additional parking spaces came from. This is looking south, I'm sorry, that's a Zeal, so it's, this is looking to the east, and you can see from the aerial photograph that the staff originally presented that there are a lot of townhouses in the area. This is still looking to the east, but the subject property is here, directly across from townhouses here, and you can see that their access is off of the Zeal as well, directly across from our subject site. This is the subject site here, and you see that the accesses are here, not off of the alley. This is what the proposed structure would look like, so that it would be consistent and compatible with the guidelines of development for the district. I don't know if you can see that very well. These are all examples within one block of the property that have access off of the street and not off the alley. We tried to make the alley access work, and simply the dimensions were not allowing us to have enough space to make that work. So that is the exception that we're requesting, to be relieved of the additional parking spaces that would be associated with the garage apartment. The house would have its own garage access. Because of its R35, 9 units could be built on the property, although technically you couldn't get them in there. I mean, you'd have to elevate in some consideration. The development pattern, it matches the development pattern as is shown in the city staff report and the planning commission. It retains the existing home and the existing properties to the north. It adds 2 more, we simply can't get the other 2 spaces in there. Even if we turn the garage, we would still need a waiver for the 2 spaces. It's surrounded by similar projects. The property is it's 12,440 square feet, and that it does promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure. It acknowledges the changing needs of technology by maintaining the existing single-family house instead of tearing it down. It takes it from the townhouse project that was previously approved there and turns it into a single-family residential with a garage apartment. It encourages the flexible use of the land and it reduces transportation needs. It reduces the density from 9 possible units to 1 single-family unit with a garage apartment. It promotes and encourages development where it's appropriate and it sustains the development pattern that exists. It promotes the living and working conditions and environment. It promotes the architectural features that I showed you. It's consistent with what normally would be approved after it goes through the guideline review of the city departments. It promotes the retention of existing structures. So instead of coming to you with a demolition request to demolish an existing house and an existing second unit, where you could come in and ask for more units, they want to retain the 2 and add a single-family house. The design of the proposed development is unique. Simply the dimensions don't work. If we start squeezing in another parking space, we have to reduce green space. And would rather provide the green space than come back in and ask for additional room for the 2 parking spaces. The waiver, if allowed, will not substantially interfere or injure the rights of others, as it addresses the need that's there. Typically, the older development patterns in there, they didn't all have parking spaces dedicated to their properties regardless, historically. So we believe that 6 parking spaces goes a long way toward meeting the intent of that code. The waiver is in harmony and serves the general intent and purposes of this chapter. I think that, we, as I said, we simply don't have the room to add 2 more parking spaces, and the interpretation from the staff was because it was a potential leased space, although it is a more efficient small unit, it still requires 2 spaces. Allowing the waiver would result in substantial justice being done. As I said, it takes away the townhouse project and converts it to a single-family house with a garage apartment. So we're respectfully requesting your approval. As I said, the site, it's a small-scale garage apartment that has to meet a fairly intensive use of a parking requirement. This shows you the separation between the existing house here that's to be retained and the proposed structure here with a back porch and a garage apartment there. So the green space is being met here, here, and will be met here with that waiver. So we'd respectfully request your approval. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
How big is this property right now? The two proposed, actually, before proposed building lots, right?
The two all together?
Yeah, so what is the length and width of this proposed property altogether? I can't figure that out.
There's a survey. It is
129 by 95?
yeah, each of these are, across the front, it's 129 across the front.
And then 238?
And 95 across the other side.
Okay, and so putting up the proposed site plan showing the overhead of the lot of the properties that are proposed properties, could you explain? I'm trying to figure out where you park. So right now, currently, it seems like you're just with the 2 existing property, they're underparked already, right?
No, they have each have 2 spaces.
And so where's this? I see the 2 in the driveway. I see the 1 driveway. Where's the 4th car?
They have 2 coming off the alley.
Right, I see that.
And 2 off the front. There's
tandem parking.
There's
Okay, that's what I missed. It was the tandem parking. And how long is that? Do you know how long that driveway is?
68 feet.
The driveway is 68 feet? That's not 68 feet.
That's what it says there. From there to there is 68 feet.
I'm looking at, unless that car is parked, really? Because that would be 3 car
It
lengths.
says 68 feet.
Look at that. Show us that picture again underneath there. Yeah,
You could fit 3 cars there.
yeah, maybe so, okay. So there's,
You see the back of 1 car
yeah,
here.
okay.
Yeah.
And that's before you even get to the right-of-way line, which is right in here.
Right there, yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Councilman Hurtak.
I think it's interesting that you said we don't have room. It's an empty lot, so that's a choice to not have room. And so I don't know how you can say you can't fit them. I think if you take the pool out, you can certainly fit them.
If you do that, then you compromise the green space.
It'd be interesting to see a green space waiver instead, Because right now, that apartment has nowhere to park but the street. And so what you've done by putting the driveway onto the street is you've taken away 2 possible on-street parking spaces and the possibility for a tenant to park. I'm having a really hard time with this, and I'm a person who has no problem with reduced parking, but the fact that this apartment literally has no parking space is really troubling to me.
Could I ask you a question about reorienting the parking toward the alley? You would still need a parking waiver.
Yeah, but that, you're still retaining 2 on-street parking spaces that you're taking away by putting a driveway there.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and then also, you can take that driveway space and make that at least 1 parking space going off the alley. If you put the site plan back up, you can see where if you reorient, you could actually get 3 parking spaces, 2 in a garage and 1 surface parking similar to the lot next door.
This one, or the one that the staff had, probably.
Yeah, I think the staff one would be a little bit easier to see, the actual site plan.
So what you're saying is reorient this way.
Mm-hmm.
And then that frees up spaces along Azeel for on-street parking.
Yes. It also frees up a space that you could have a third off the alley. That's just on a parking pad, very similar to the one in the back of the next house. I'm just saying that there's a way to do this without taking away existing. If you want me to buy reducing parking for this, I'm going to need you to not take away on-street parking to do so, if that makes
Okay.
sense.
I understand. So I think one of the recommendations from staff was to make that change between first and second reading. And certainly we'd come back with a revised plan that showed that.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Same time as development coordination, that's not a change that can be made between first and second reading, as it would trigger transportation and natural resources, because the green space would change. Transportation would have to do another review, and natural resources would need to do another review. It would not be able to be made between first and second reading.
Okay.
All right, anybody else? Thank you very much. Anything
Sam, could I ask Sam a question for a second?
Sure.
So that would require this matter to be continued?
Same time as development coordination, yes, that's correct. But council rules and procedures.
So if it's council's pleasure and wants those changes made, then we respectfully, I know you're supposed to ask for a continuance at the beginning. I understand that. However, this issue, I didn't realize was going to be significant enough to warrant a major change going back to city staff. So is it possible to ask for a continuance on that matter?
Councilmember Clendon.
Yeah, before we get there, I just want to state my objection is that there can't be any on-street parking or assumptions. So this thing has to be fully parked, because we both know, I know very well because I live not very far from that. This place, there is no on-street parking. I mean, this parking in this area is so bad, and so there's already major problems in this area. So, I mean, I kind of dig what they're trying to do here. I mean, I think it's an interesting concept, and I think it's probably better than what you originally had for that first PD. But you have to be able to accommodate that parking somewhat. So, however you configure this, or whether you reduce the size of the pool or whatever you do, because I think what they're heading. The owner of this property is heading kind of in a nice direction, and I like. I mean, that first house obviously looks. Hopefully, the second house will look just as nice. And but so I'm agreeable, if the rest of council is, of granting that continuance, but just knowing that you're going to have to fully park this thing.
Councilmember Miranda, Councilmember.
Then I was just gonna say though, but I'd be willing, because a garage apartment oftentimes just needs 1 car, so I'd be fine giving a waiver for 1 space. Because I think that if you park it from the alley, there was some space to do a concrete pad, or you could be retro and do a, retro, but really, instead of a garage, you could do carports. But either way, I agree with you. I don't think it needs to be fully parked, but we need at least one space for the apartment. That's my space.
Mr. Shelby.
With regard to council's rules, the rule states that no request for a continuance by the applicant petitioner shall be granted at a quasi-judicial public hearing after the applicant petitioner has completed its initial presentation, unless upon determination by city council that it is necessary for purposes of procedural due process. The procedural due process would be that it would allow the petitioner to address the adverse impacts that council has indicated and allow him to be able to address that. Also, the question is whether he has in fact completed his initial presentation. He has not done so.
Yeah, it's not done.
So you want to look at dates?
So we do have a few dates available. We have one slot in June, one slot in July, and then all of August full. I think I would maybe suggest a later date just in case.
Yeah, we
you
need
make
time
a
to,
design.
we need time to work
August.
on this.
So we can continue this to the July salon.
Let's do August. September, we could do September too, I mean, but.
Not that full.
Yeah.
I understood that you were saying August was completely full,
Oh,
not
yeah,
completely empty. I misheard.
We can completely do
You want to
August.
do
So-
August, because it's farthest away?
So I motion to continue
Is
to
that what
August
you're
28th.
recommending? The staff is recommending August, which we concur with.
August is empty or full?
He said full, but he meant empty. He meant the whole thing was open. Yeah, that's where I misheard too.
All right, so what was the motion?
Motion to continue this item to August 28th at 5:01 PM, 315 East Kennedy. Is it 28th the right date? Or maybe I grabbed the wrong one.
21st is the day.
Oh, sorry, August 21st.
We have August 21st, 5:01 PM, 315 East
What'd
Kennedy
he say?
Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa 33602, United States. We have a second from Councilmember Hurtak. All in favor? Aye. This is being continued until the August date. We'll see you back here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shelby? No? You're good? Okay. Item number 4. I'll be right back. Item 4.
Item number 4. Please silence your phones, whoever's ringing.
All right, Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 4 is REZ 2478, a request to rezone 1503, 1505 North Florida Avenue, 1601, 1604, 1605, 1607, 1613, 1615 North Marion Street, 1601, 1604, 1606, and 1608 North Morgan Street. From plan development to plan development for storefront residential, all CG uses, residential single-family attached, and commercial parking. We will get started with our aerial map. Here's an aerial map of the subject site. The subject site is within the Tampa Heights overlay, and it's also one block south of the Tampa Heights Historic District. The Historic District starts right up here. You can see the site is bound to the north by East Henderson Avenue, to the east by North Morgan Street, to the south by East Estelle Street, and then to the west by North Florida Avenue. Directly north of the subject site is a planned development that is the Salvation Army. You have some RM24 zoning here and here as well. You have a planned development to the east for multifamily. To the south of the subject site, you have a TECO substation, and then CI zoning. You have some PDs and single-family attached and semi-detached units here. As you move along Florida Avenue, you have commercial uses. And then further north, on the other side of the local historic district line, you have a planned development for storefront residential, single-family attached. And then farther north, you have the planned development for the YMCA redevelopment. And then as you move south, once you cross the 275, then you're within the central business district. This site is currently zoned, as I mentioned earlier, PD. This came before you all a couple years ago. The previous PD approved the subject site for That was REZ 22-116. It previously approved the subject site on the western block here for an 18-story tower with 456 units and 15,000 square feet of ground floor retail on the North Florida Avenue. And then on the western, or on the eastern block, it was approved for a 7-story tower with, let's see here, 105 units with a parking garage. So I just wanted to give you a brief overview of what was previously approved on site, or currently approved on site. So now we'll go into the current site plan. So on the there we go. Alrighty, so on the western block, just as before, there is still an 18-story multifamily tower proposed. It is now proposed to have 435 units with 15,000 square feet of ground floor commercial along Florida Avenue. There are 10% of those units are proposed to be affordable housing. There's also proposed to be a garage integrated into this 18-story building now, whereas before there wasn't. So along Florida Avenue, you have a 12-foot sidewalk proposed, and then that includes a 10-foot transportation easement. And then the sidewalks along Henderson and Estelle and North Marion vary in width, but no less than 6 feet all the way around on those sides. The applicant is proposing walk-up units along Marion Street as well. You have vehicular access to the site proposed from Estelle or Henderson, and then Estelle. Additionally, along Estelle, you have your loading area, and you have your solid waste. The maximum proposed building height for this block is 18 stories or 200 feet. Then on the eastern block, where the 7-story multifamily tower or building was originally proposed, there are now proposed to be 41 townhome units or single-family attached units. You'll have 7 units oriented towards East Henderson Avenue, and then you have 7 units oriented towards East Estelle Street. The remaining units are oriented towards courtyards, but most of the units on the end, with the exception of one, do have a front door, do have a door that connects to either Morgan or Marion Street. As you can see here, this is the one that doesn't. Let's see here. So vehicular access to these units are proposed in 2 locations along North Marion Street, here and here, and then along North Morgan Street, here and here. You can see that some of these only one of these drive aisles goes completely through. That is because the applicant worked with staff to make sure that they would not go through to improve pedestrian connection or pedestrian safety and cut back on the amount of curb cuts on the site. So let's see here, what else do we got? There are 5 units within this townhome development that only have 1-car garage. All the remaining units do have 2-car garages. Let's see, the applicant is also proposing bicycle parking. You have a bicycle rack here, bicycle rack down here as well. There's bicycle parking obviously incorporated into the multifamily building as well. The maximum proposed building height is 55 feet, and then sidewalks on all sides are proposed to be 6 feet tall. Then lastly, the applicant is proposing to preserve a 38-inch live grand oak that is located here. So overall, there are 558 parking spaces that are required, and the applicant is proposing 547. The applicant does propose on-street parking along Marion Street here, Henderson here, and then North Morgan Street here. Since this is in the Tampa Heights overlay, on-street parking can be counted towards your required parking. However, to get that on-street parking approved, they must go through a process outside of this rezoning application. So the applicant is not counting that parking towards the required parking, since there is no guarantee that it would be approved outside of this rezoning. Then lastly, the applicant has worked with HART to include 2 improved transit stops and shelters on either side of Marion Street here. I'll walk you guys through some pictures now, or I'll show you the elevation.
Mr. Thomas, before you go, if you could put that back. Why 2 shelters?
I cannot really answer that question. That was with coordination with the HART.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant. Thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty, So here are some elevations of the proposed townhomes. This is along Marion, along Morgan. The townhomes range, while the proposed maximum building height is 55 feet, they range from 3 to 4 stories. So I'll run through the elevations of the townhomes. This is the 7 units that will be fronting Estelle. This is the 7 units that would be fronting Henderson. And then we'll get into what the interior units will look like. And here is a proposed multi-family or storefront residential building. This would be looking west from Florida Avenue. So you can see the parking garage incorporated, and then the retail on the, or the commercial on the first floor, and then the residential above. This is looking south from Estelle, and then this is looking north from Henderson. And then this would be looking east from North Marion Street. I'll walk you through some pictures of the site. It's quite a large site, so, but I try to cut back on not having too many pictures. Alrighty, so we're gonna start out on Florida Avenue. So this is Florida Avenue here. This is the subject site. You have the intersection of Henderson and Florida Avenue just to the north. And here we are at that intersection now, so the subject site would be back here. This is Henderson going towards the river. This is Henderson going east. This is looking back south towards downtown, so you have the subject site right here. Now we're moving east on Henderson, so the subject site runs all the way down. This is the Salvation Army on the other side of Henderson. This is looking north, so this is a continuation of the Salvation Army property. There's a storefront residential that is currently under construction that was approved a few years ago. We're moving farther east on Henderson. This is still the subject site. Or actually, this is, excuse me, we've moved farther east on Henderson, and now we're looking at the intersection of Henderson and Marion Street. So we're looking south on Marion down towards downtown. So this would be the subject site, and this is the subject site here as well. Now we move farther east on Henderson. We're moving our way towards the intersection of Morgan Street. So you have the subject site here. And this is still Salvation Army property. So this is the intersection of North Morgan and Henderson. So the subject site would be back behind me. You have the Salvation Army property, the multifamily that is approved under the PD to the east of the subject site, and then that other storefront residential under construction. Now we're looking south on Morgan Street. This is the subject site here. This is what used to be a car repair shop that it was owned RM24. It's not in business anymore. And we're looking south towards downtown. So now we're looking interior to the subject site from North Morgan Street. This is the grand tree that is proposed to be preserved. Moving farther south on Morgan, you can see some of those townhome development, some of the single-family attached development that has occurred. This is the subject site. Now we move to the intersection of North Morgan Street and Estelle. You can see the single-family, semi-detached, and attached uses already constructed. Now we're looking west on Estelle towards Florida Avenue and Marion Street. This is the subject site here. Moving further east, this is Marion. So this would be the eastern block where the townhomes are proposed. And now we're looking north on Marion Street. So you have the subject site encompasses either sides of the block. And now we're looking south on Marion. So the subject site would be on here and here. Moving further east on Estelle, closer to Florida, this is the Tico substation. This is the subject site where the 18-story tower is proposed. Looking north, this is the subject site here on Estelle. And then finally, we're looping our way back to Florida Avenue where it meets Estelle. And this is looking towards the river. And now we're almost back to where we started on Florida Avenue. This is the bottom end of the subject site for where the 18-story tower will be. This is looking back south at the intersection of Estelle and Florida. And then finally, we've worked our way back up to where we started, and this is the subject site here. Site plan back up. Development Review and Compliance Staff have found the request to be inconsistent. See the findings from Natural Resources, Transportation, and Development Coordination related to green space, tree retention, lack of type 1 shade trees, and the parking reduction. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, should it be the pleasure of council to approve the waivers as identified in the report and the application, modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the issues of inconsistency. I'm available for any questions, and
Any
if not,
questions?
I'll turn it over.
I see none. Thank you. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff, I was sworn in. This case is within Central Tampa Planning District. Specifically, it's in the Tampa Heights Urban Village. It's in Evacuation Zone D. The site's the subject site is recognized under the CC 35 designation. It's just 2 blocks north of the CBD, so this is an urban area. It has R83 just to the east of the subject site, which allows 83 dwellings per acre. And then a couple blocks to the west, west of North Tampa, we have RMU 100. The applicant is utilizing the CBD periphery bonus, proposing a 4.0 FAR on the subject site. This intensity is consistent with the CC 35 designation and the CBD through the CBD periphery bonus. The Planning Commission staff determined that the request aligns with the surrounding area's mix of uses and will not alter the character of the Tampa Heights urban village. The request addresses policies for mixed-use centers and corridors with a mixed-use building positioned close to the public rights-of-way, creating a street wall along North Florida Avenue, East Henderson Avenue, East Estelle Street, and North Marion Street. A 12-foot sidewalk is proposed along North Florida Avenue, and existing 6-foot sidewalks are provided along all adjacent streets, which will encourage a safe pedestrian environment. The development also provides safe access to transit stops along North Florida Avenue, which is a designated transit emphasis corridor. The request aligns with the comprehensive plan's housing policies by providing housing on vacant and underutilized land, helping meeting the city's current and future population needs. Lastly, the proposal provides infill development on an underutilized site in proximity to downtown, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan, and that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Applicant. Yes, please state your name.
Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. We do have one member of our team that needs to be sworn in that's going to speak.
If anybody is here to speak and has not been sworn in, please stand, raise your right hand, and we'll swear you in. Anybody that wishes to speak?
Do you swear to affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Thank you very much.
All right, good evening, Council. I am here on behalf of the development team with this rezoning tonight. Site development, Michael Mintzberg and Jennifer Latimer are here from site in the room with us tonight, as well as Loci Capital. Kimley Horn is the civil engineer on the project. Ben Plant is here for civil questions, and Grow Architecture did the design here, and Dark Moss, Ricky Pederica is here to talk trees if needed. As Sam mentioned, this site was approved, or these entitlements that we have currently were approved about 3 years ago, December of 2022. We were up here before you guys, you might remember that. The western building was approved for 18 floors of multifamily. The east side, as Sam mentioned, a 7-story multifamily building that wrapped around structured parking. Fast forward 3 years, the market's very different than it was in 2022. So the good things about PDs are that they're tailored, but the bad things about PDs are that they're tailored. So if you need to make changes, you wind up right back here. So that's what we're doing this evening with a new proposal here on the east block for the 41 townhomes that were mentioned earlier. A lot of the presentation I'm going to focus on the east block, just given that's the portion that's different, but I did want to pause and highlight some of the main components of the overall application. I don't think there is such thing as a perfect project. Maybe one day we'll bring one to you, but we haven't so far. But I think that this project does encompass some of these critical components of mixed-use design that this council has been championing on other applications that we've brought before you. So I wanted to note that this is a more compatible transition to the neighborhood. 7-story multifamily is obviously a step down from the arterial, from the 18 floors, but these 3 to 4 story townhomes are clearly more blendable. You're putting less density on those local streets, both Marion and Morgan Street. The 15,000 square feet of ground floor retail along Florida is staying. We have 2 new proposed HART bus stops, as mentioned, and those stops, to further elaborate on those, Route 1, 5, and 6 run through their northbound right now. I believe, we talked about this in DRC, I think they want to add a southbound at some point, and I think that's why we landed on the 2. And then, as mentioned, yes, we are providing a 10% affordable housing set aside because we are requesting bonus density here. The affordable housing will be provided in the West Block, for clarification. Some highlights of the Eastern Block site plan. As Sam mentioned, we did redesign the site a few times to try to get these curb cuts lower on the local streets. So in working with staff, we found that 2 was a decent number there. So we've got 2 access points along Morgan, 2 access points along Marion. We are preserving the grand tree with this application. Before, just given the size of the multifamily building footprint, we weren't able to preserve it. With this programming, we have a little bit more flexibility to shift stuff around. Also, as mentioned, we are providing pedestrian access to all of these units along the frontages except for the 1. However, it was really important to Planning Commission that we include this internal network of sidewalks. So the thought is that, if you're located in a townhome in the middle, you can still access it from all of these different street frontages. And we are providing on-street parking, again, that is, quote, conceptual in nature at this stage. We do have to get a right-of-way permit for that, but we do plan to install that as well. We are requesting 5 waivers with this application, 3 of which I believe were approved with the prior rezoning. Given the fact that we are changing the layout on the East Block, those waivers do not vest. So I just want to make that clear that we are requesting these waivers again new tonight, though we do feel like, given they were approved before in some form, there is a little bit of precedent there. The first is a loading waiver. We're required 5, and that's because the multifamily building on the west is so large, and that is a square footage requirement. We are very confident that 2 is plenty. That will accommodate, multifamily move in, move out, as well as any kind of loading, unloading associated with the commercial on the ground floor. Next waiver is in regards to parking. I know this is a very large number of parking spaces. This is a very large development, but I did want to break it down into the ratios. These are, I will say approximate. They're very, very close to what how we got the total number here. The multifamily is being parked at 1 space per unit. That's utilizing that storefront residential use in the code, given the ground floor. The commercial, non-residential, we get a discount in the Tampa Heights overlay. So we are providing 2 spaces instead of the typical required 4 for ground floor retail. The townhomes are parked 2 spaces per unit with the caveat of those 5 one-car garages. That parking is placed elsewhere. And we are providing the required 25% visitor spaces for the townhome. Those will be accommodated in the multifamily parking garage across the street. So we are requesting a 2% waiver. Again, it's nominal. As Sam mentioned, we chose not to include the on-street parking just in the unforeseen event that for some reason we couldn't get it permitted. But that will, again, it's part of the proposal. We do have to request a waiver for these 5 one-car garage units. As mentioned, there will be plenty of street parking available. There will be plenty of extra spaces as part of that 25% visitor in the garage. But we do have 5 of these units that only have a 1-car garage. And these are for sale units. So, you would know at time of purchase, if you have 2 cars, you would obviously weigh that into your decision. But did want to be clear about that it does have to be a waiver on the plan. In terms of trees, as mentioned, we're preserving the grand tree. We are removing another grand that, again, this waiver was obtained with the prior rezoning, that one being in the middle of the site. It's just really hard to design around that with the protection radius that's needed there. And then our tree retention actually increased from before. The original waiver was 50% to 0%, again, just given that large footprint. With the townhomes, we're able to save a little bit more, so the request for this rezoning is 50% to 28%, which is a bit higher than a lot of the projects that we bring before you in this area. And the last waiver that we're requesting is green space. I'm going to try to explain this as simply as I can. I know we've had multiple green space discussions, but green space, as you know, is measured in essentially two different buckets. There's the VUA green space, which is green space that's required based on your drive aisles, your surface parking, any vehicular use area. And then there's use green space that's required based off your type of programming that you're providing. And those two together combined come up with a total green space required / provided. On the east block specifically, we are requesting a per unit reduction in green space. And there's a couple reasons for that. The first is that, as you can see, I've hatched the VUA areas in gray. We did not have any VUA in the prior rezoning application. Obviously, it was all one large footprint. With the VUA, now our requirements have increased. And then the per space or the per unit square footage of green space obviously increases with this type of programming versus the 30% fringe area of a typical multifamily building. So all of that is to say that the thresholds went up, what we're providing went up, but there's still like a bit of a deficit there. Because we are providing 34% more green space than what is currently approved for the site today. But again, it ended up resulting in a waiver. So I know that's a bit confusing, but like I said, threshold went up. We went up with the threshold, but there was still a little bit left that we couldn't quite make up. Arguably the most important slide of the presentation, we do have the support of the Civic Association. I don't know if you all received those letters. I didn't see them in On-Base, but I have copies if they have not been seen. So I will give those to Mr. Shelby and he can pass them around. And then I am finished with my portion of the presentation, but I am gonna bring up Michael Mintzberg with Site Development. They do a lot of work in Tampa, these types of units. So he's gonna share a little bit about Site and some of the great work that they've done in the Tampa area.
Councilmember Hurtig, did you have a question? Okay, go ahead, sir. Please state your name.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Mintzberg, 1502 North Nebraska Avenue. Principal at Site Development, one of the co-developers on this project. We were brought in to rethink this project with Loci, as Alex said. The market has changed, and having kind of two high-rises, there are a high-rise and a mid-rise, just didn't work today. So we were excited to have the opportunity to work on what we think is really a critical section of the urban core right now, and I think it's at a really dynamic but also a fragile point. There's been a lot of development there in that area, but there's also still a lot of blight and issues in that location. I drive it a lot because my office is on Nebraska, and I go back and forth on between 7th Avenue, really, and Ybor and whatnot, and there's a lot of development going on there right now, and we think this is a good addition to that. We focus on these townhomes that really add some home ownership along with just a rental community, and I think the reason the Civic Association supported this was really for a few reasons. One, they saw the addition of the grand tree, more green space, and then of the phasing down from 7 stories to 3 stories as we move into the neighborhood. And then additionally on top of that, opportunities for home ownership within the neighborhood and not just for rent housing, which is just a key component. So we're just excited to be here, be part of the project, and want to thank you for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hurtig, questions?
Yes, I want to say, Ms. Shaler, you did an excellent job. But I do have some questions. I do like that the affordable housing, the tree, but this is going to be my new hobby horse. So just bike parking. Bikes are expensive. No one wants to park their bike outside in the sun. So I'm expecting to see, especially in the commercial space, protected bike parking that is close to the entrances, safe places that your commercial tenant or your commercial consumers will come and park. But also I'm curious about what kind of bike parking you're providing within. Mr. Thomas mentioned some, but I wasn't able to see it on the site plan. So if you could elaborate a little bit about if you could just elaborate about your bike parking for the people living in the tower.
Sure. Let me see if I can pull up site plan. Yeah, you want to? Okay.
Yeah, I frankly, to have a marketable apartment building these days, like I said, people have nice bikes. There, we have dedicated designed rooms for bike storage, even rooms for people to come work on their bikes and have tools available. So, I mean, that's just part of the internal plan in there. You know, we don't get credit for that on the zoning. So those, and of course, people in the townhomes can put them in their garages or whatnot. So those are really more for transient people coming to visit who want to lock it up or can't put it inside, or, you know, just engaging with the community and pedestrian traffic.
And I appreciate that, but I will still say that the people who are visiting the townhomes are going to want more protected bike, as we do with a lot of e-bikes, between sun and rain. So this, like I said, you're going to hear this from me every single time now, because it is become, especially where you are, everyone's going to be e-biking downtown or regular biking. But for me, I do appreciate, and I would love just to know the square footage if between first and second read. I would just love to know what the square footage looks like for a bike room.
Sure.
But also, again, to have covered, protected bike parking for the commercial spaces.
Sure.
and the visitors to that. Also, if you don't already know, because it's relatively new, Morgan Street is going to be a bikeway. It's going to be protected downtown, and it's going to be just kind of on-street or more of a share-out in that area. So I'm a little concerned with the on-street parking.
Okay.
But again, you know, I would work with the city on that. I just want to let you know.
Sure.
And it's going to connect to 7th. And then from 7th, that's the big connector up through the Heights on Central Ave. So it's going to be a really wonderful connection where you'll be able to go all the way from the river, all the way down to the Green Artery,
Okay.
or rather the Selman Greenway.
Right.
But I just wanted to let you know about that, because I know that you have, that again, that's something that's important to me. So just great job overall. Just want to add a little bit more bike-wise.
Sure, and I think that we're happy to put on the revision sheet, Sam, if you're good with that, that we can delineate and add internal bike storage and make sure it's delineated between readings. And then again, yeah, that was exactly why we did not want to count the parking spaces, because it's too far in advance for us to count that, so.
Well, and I'm not concerned about the reduction in parking. It's very, very minimal. Yeah. And quite frankly, I'd like to see more, but I also see that your need for commercial parking, right, and providing, if you have extra, you have extra. But I'm not concerned about the parking, but thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Miranda Clendell.
Just a couple of minor things. You mentioned affordable housing. Can you tell us at what range? You know, you have different ranges.
Yep, it'll be half at 80% and half at 120%.
Thank you for that. And the second one is, you mentioned green space, 240 feet. That sounds like a lot, but when you look at it, it's from Mr. Shelby this way. That's 240 feet, 10 by 24. Thank you for that. And then you mentioned going from 5 to 2 in the loading spaces, but you never mentioned the size of the loading spaces.
Sure. Let me confirm. I think that those are 12 by 30s, because it would have to be in the waiver if it was not, or 12 by 60s.
Yeah, I remember that, that area
12 by
right
30.
there.
2 12 by 30s, so box truck.
Pardon me?
2 12 by 30s, so box truck sizing.
And the other thing, that used to be the old Holsinger Ford, and then he sold to Bill Curry, and Bill Curry saw the vision of what happening in downtown. He was smart enough for himself, his family, and his business to move to Del Mabry many years ago. But I know the area real well. It was a hub of downtown that was really buzzing at one time.
It's funny that you brought up the green space too, because I was Googling, like, how can you visualize 250 square feet? And I got back that it was the size of a hotel room, which I thought was really interesting. It's like a hotel room of green space for each unit.
Stay at nice hotels.
Maybe, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if that's correct or not, but that was ChatGPT's answer, so.
How bougie.
Clendell.
Yeah, I want to find out where you're staying. My hotel rooms are never that big. Okay. So kind of piggybacking on Councilwoman Hurtak, so the bike spaces you have on the site plan, conceptual.
Yes.
So tell me what that means.
During permitting, sometimes we'll shift them around, like if there's utilities in the way or there's trees in the way, like we just want the flexibility to be able to move them, but that number of racks and those number of spaces are still gonna be accommodated
So you'll
on site.
commit to that many racks and that many spaces?
Yes,
Okay.
and we're required per code now, so.
Okay, very good. Just wanted, I just was intrigued by that. Now, and this is not, I guess it's probably not something that's a nonstop. started for me, but it seems like kind of strange with these townhouses. It's like a football field in length from one end to the other, and the only trash receptacles are like on one far end. Is that commercially viable for you all? They're designing these things, or?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've done a lot of townhomes. Got a couple hundred under construction right now in the city of Tampa. That's pretty standard, you know. I mean, getting a location for a dumpster, and first of all, you know, they're not sightly, and then have a dumpster enclosure, and being able to have access and turnaround for your trash trucks. I mean, if you're gonna have more than one, you're gonna eat up like so much of your site. You know, I mean, what we would love to see is the city, if I could just take a moment, allow for more rollout trash for people to be able, and like we have some projects within Ybor City where they don't want the dumpsters, they allow us to, each unit, to keep it in the garage and then roll it out.
Be careful what you ask for, because that would require bigger garages than what you have on the site.
I could have you flexible to get
Yeah.
with, if I had the space back from the
Right,
the
yeah, I
dumpster,
mean,
so.
I mean, you know, we had another project that had, because with an HOA, they ended up having trash pickup service, so that people could just dump the bag out on them one between a couple of hours one day, and they'd come by and pick it up, so that's another.
I'll have to look into that, because I would.
Yeah, we just recently passed that, and that's one of the things that came to us, they were gonna have trash pickup service, so.
I'll
I mean,
definitely look
that
into
frees
that
up a
in
lot
the
of real
future.
estate.
Yeah, well, it's, I mean, no one wants the unit next to the
Right.
dumpster enclosure, so
Yeah,
it's
just
something
curious, thank you.
we'd be interested
Is
in.
there
Thank
anybody
you.
here for public comment on item number 4? Wait, we have someone coming up. Yes, come on up. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Carol Ann Bennett. I've been to Washington DC many times. My son lived there for 10 years, and I went there many times beforehand. And one of the things, he lived in lots of places, and I've been all over the city, and one of the things that I loved about it, one of the things that made it so wonderful and so walkable, was the green space and the trees. You walk down a sidewalk, and next to you, there'd be just a little bit of green space and a street tree, all up and down the streets. People walked in the shade. And I don't know if you've been to DC in the summer, but it can be, I mean, for me, I'm up there going, holy, this is hot. And the number of 90-degree days that we've been experiencing in Tampa has doubled. I saw that on the news 2 days ago. We're getting twice as many days that are over 90 degrees than we used to. My concern about this is one of the biggest things that makes a community walkable, especially in Florida, is shade. And I saw those pictures and I saw palm trees. They're removing 14 type 1 trees. And the staff report says the issues raised by natural resources are essential to create a hospitable and inviting urban mixed-use environment. And there's a lot of great things about this project. But I think with a lot of smart people and some creativity and some understanding, this could have been built and saved those 14 street trees that are already existing, you know, or created room to put them. And I think we've got to start emphasizing that, because if we want walkability, people riding bikes, I mean, if DC can do it, a big city like that, if they can do it, we can do it. But we have to make it a priority and have a little creativity. I'm very unhappy to see the 14 type 1 street trees being removed and replaced with palm trees. I mean, it's like, we're never going to learn. Thank you.
Anybody else? Is there a rebuttal?
Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue, Dark Moss. I've been sworn. The rendering that was shown does kind of complicate, and compared to the landscape plan that was provided, there are much less palms proposed than what the rendering suggested. However, relative to type 1 trees, there is space to provide them, but there are overhead utilities on 4 sides that restrict that. So we're providing the largest tree that we can accommodate with the building setbacks and hardscape separations that we've been negotiating, or I've been negotiating with Natural Resources project after project, which are type 3 and type 2 trees where they fit. And then in between the buildings, we have type 1 trees. The total number of trees on the site, on the combined sites, has now tripled with this proposal, and all of them are provided the green spacing or the rooting volume and canopy area for them to mature into their size, desirable size. So could I have fit more type 1s? Yes, if there wasn't an overhead constraint.
Councilmember Hurtak.
And I know this is technically a new application, but I vaguely remember the last PD, one of the things you all were going to do was underground utilities. Is that's I'm assuming no longer the case?
That's right. So that was what we were doing to comply with bonus density.
Yes.
And we substituted that for the affordable housing.
Okay, well, no, yeah. I mean, I figured, but I felt like I wanted to ask.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very. Yep. All right. We have a motion closed from Councilmember Vieira. Do you have anything else to add, sir?
Same comments development coordination. I just want to state the 3 revisions that were made on the records in addition to the revision sheet. So the first one would be show the covered and protected bike storage for the commercial aspect of the project. Provide and show the square footage of the bike storage area for the residential portion on the western block. And then another change was brought to my attention. They need to revise waiver 3 to bring the tree retention from that's stated at 28%. It needs to state 27%.
We have a motion to close?
Second.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Okay. We have a motion to close from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. All in favor? Aye. All right, the hearing is closed. Councilmember Vieira.
Yes, sir.
Because we had to continue.
Move an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning proper and general vicinity of 1503 and 1505 North Florida Avenue, 1601, 1604, 1605, 1607, 1613, 1615 North Marion Street, and 1602, 1604, 1606, and 1608 North Morgan Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development, storefront residential, all commercial general uses, commercial parking, and residential single family attached, providing an effective date with the waivers that were mentioned. Revision sheet, I'm sorry, revision sheet.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira with the revision sheet and what else, sir?
Same comments development coordination and the verbal revisions.
And the 3 additional revisions.
Yes. All right, we have a motion from second from Councilmember Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you so much. Please read the.
Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Yep, can you read the vote? Yeah, you have to read it, though.
The motion was carried unanimously.
And I give you a hard time because I know you all can do better.
Underground utility.
And I am so impressed with that because I stated that to one of your partners recently. So I'm so happy that you chose affordable housing over underground utilities. Yeah, we like both, but I like affordable housing.
Thank you.
Because there's a lot of utilities. That's okay. They tried.
Yes, sir. Item number 5.
Great. Good evening, council. For the record, Christopher Dimanche, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 5 is...
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
People were talking. Go ahead, sir.
I can start over. Christopher Dimanche, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 5 is REZ 2489. This is a request to rezone 2705 East 19th Avenue from residential single-family 50 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached uses. We'll start off with an aerial of the subject site. The subject site is outlined in red. It is located at the southeast corner of North 27th Street and East 19th Avenue. The immediate surrounding properties are comprised of single-family detached dwellings to the north, south, east, and west. They're all zoned RS50. Looking at the aerial, looking further east east of North 28th Street, we do have RM16 zoning, predominantly single-family detached uses in this area. Further south of the subject site, south of East 17th Avenue, we also have RM24 zoning, which includes single-family detached, semi-detached, as well as some multifamily dwellings there. Now we have the site plan provided by the applicant. The subject site, it's undeveloped. It's approximately 9,490 square feet. The applicant is proposing the creation of 2 lots for the development of 2 semi-detached dwellings on each lot. Units A and B have frontage along North 27th Street. The front doors are oriented towards the right-of-way. Units C and D are front East 19th Avenue. They also have doors oriented towards East 19th Avenue. Each of the 4 units provide pedestrian connectivity through proposed sidewalks, which will connect to proposed sidewalks, which will abut the right-of-way and run the length of the property. Also looking at the site plan, units A, C, and D provide vehicular access along East 19th Avenue. Unit A provides a 2-car garage, whereas Unit C and D provide a 1-car garage. Unit B provides vehicular access off of North 27th Street with a 1-car garage. Given the size of the site, a maximum of 3 units are allowed by right. The applicant has entered into a bonus agreement to provide affordable units in exchange for 1 additional unit to be provided on site. We have elevations which depict for both units A and B as well as C and D, 2-story dwellings with a maximum height of 26 feet 6 inches. We have the north elevation shown here along with the south. The east elevation shows that 2-car garage afforded to unit A, which will have access on East 19th, and then of course the west elevation. This is specifically for A and B, units A and B. Next, we have elevations for units C and D. We have the east elevation, the west elevation, the south elevation, and the north elevation. The applicant is not requesting any waivers with this application. We do have some photos showing the subject lot and surrounding areas. We have a photo of the subject site viewed from East 19th Avenue. We have a photo of the subject site. This was taken in the northeast corner off of East 19th Avenue. This is a view of the subject site from North 27th Street. This is looking north across East 19th Avenue from the subject site. We have one additional view from the subject site looking north. This is the view from the subject site. This looks northwest across the intersection of North 27th Street and East 19th Avenue. This is south of the subject site. We also have one additional photo south. This is along East 18th Avenue. This is looking west from the subject site across North 27th. This is immediately east of the subject site. This is the view looking east down East 19th Avenue. This is looking west down East 19th Avenue. Looking north on North 27th Street. And looking south on North 27th Street. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application. We find the request consistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed by the applicant between first and second reading of ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Nope. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir. Come on up.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. This case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and it's within the East Tampa Urban Village, and specifically, it's in the North Ybor neighborhood. It's in Evacuation Zone E. The subject site, including parcels to the north, east, and south of the site, are recognized under the Residential 20 designation. Directly to the west of the subject site are parcels recognized under the Residential 10 designation, and then a few blocks south, we have parcels recognized under the Residential 35 category. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with the density anticipated under the R20 designation, as well as policies promoting infill development on vacant underutilized lands. The development will provide additional housing in the North Ybor neighborhood and East Tampa Urban Village, areas where the plan encourages growth. The site is also located near transit, employment, and entertainment options, making it suitable for more housing choices. Finally, the design follows the comprehensive plan's design guidance for single-family attached uses with entrances oriented towards North 27th Street and East 19th Avenue. This design will help promote a more pedestrian-friendly environment. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Nope, thank you very much. Applicant, come on up. Please say your name.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alex Rios with Rios Architecture, presenting REZ 2415. Presenting REZ 2489 to rezone the property located at 2705 East 19th Street from RS50 to PD for two single-family semi-detached townhomes totaling 4 units. The property is unique in its L-shaped configuration, fronting 2 streets within the East Tampa overlay and without access to a rear alley. The design proposes 4 modestly sized townhomes that are in line with the East Tampa overlay setback requirements and design guidelines. We are pleased with staff's unanimous finding of the project consistent with the comprehensive plan and seek your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? I see none. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 5? Item number 5. We have motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. There were no registered speakers. We don't have any registered speakers at all tonight. Councilmember Henderson, would you mind reading item number 5? Thank you very much.
Put my little sponge back on here. I move file number REZ 24-89, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2705 East 19th Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classifications RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date, resolution approving the bonus agreement as well.
Wait. Yeah, that's not until second reading.
Oh, sorry.
But can I add the revision sheet?
With the revision sheet.
All right, we're just moving the ordinance, not the resolution.
Not the resolution,
We have
sorry.
a motion with the revision sheet from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. Item number 6. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Wait. She's got to read the vote. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please do.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's come to my attention that several council members have received ex parte communications in a written form. I'd like council to please make a motion to receive and file all of those that have been made available for public inspection at this time. I see that.
We have a motion from Councilmember Henderson to receive and file those items, and a second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor?
Aye.
And Mr. Chairman, my understanding is those have been placed in the quasi box. One has not, and they are identical to ones that are previously placed. So I believe that would suffice without having to disclose anything, because it's not a verbal ex parte communication, and they have been uploaded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelby. Yes, sir. Go ahead with item number 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 6 is REZ 24-100. This is a request to rezone 3204 East Columbus Drive from residential single-family 50 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached uses. We'll start off with an aerial of the subject site. As you can see, the site is outlined in red and located on the north side of East Columbus Drive. It is located on a block that is located between North 32nd Street and North 33rd Street. The immediate surrounding properties are comprised of single-family detached dwellings zoned RS50 to the north, east, and west. We also have city-owned vacant parcels to the south across East Columbus Drive that are zoned RM16. Further east of the subject site along North 34th Street, we have properties zoned commercial intensive and commercial general. Also looking further west of 30th Street, we have properties zoned RM24 and RM16. We have a site plan provided by the applicant. The subject site is undeveloped. It totals 5,400 square feet in area, with the applicant proposing the construction of two dwelling units totaling 1,954 square feet each. The existing site would be split, creating an individual lot for each dwelling. The proposed units have frontage along East Columbus Drive, with the front doors facing East Columbus Drive. There's also pedestrian connectivity through proposed 3-foot wide sidewalks, which connect to an existing sidewalk located on the north side of East Columbus Drive. Vehicular access to the site would be provided by a platted 10-foot wide alley north of the subject site, and each unit proposes a one-car garage. Next, we have elevation shown. Let's see if we get that. This is a elevation of looking south. We have the north elevation. We also have the east elevation and the west elevation. The elevations depict the residential character of the surrounding neighborhood, as well as closely resemble a larger single-family detached dwellings. The proposed elevations total 31 feet, 8 inches. The applicant is also requesting a waiver to section 27-283.12, which is to reduce the backup distance from the required 24 feet to 15 feet. I do have some photos of the subject site. This is the photo of the subject site as it exists today. So we get a little clearer there. This is north of the subject site. Looking south across East Columbus. Another photo showing south across East Columbus. This is looking east. Another photo of the property to the east. This is the backyard of that home. Immediately west of the subject site is an existing single-family detached structure. Further west across North 32nd Street. And this is looking southwest from the subject site across that intersection between East Columbus and North 32nd Street. This is looking east down East Columbus Drive and looking west down East Columbus Drive. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations due to the requested transportation waiver. Development Coordination did find the proposed rezoning consistent with the land development regulations, as the site does provide compatible infill development on an underutilized lot. The subject site is located along an arterial roadway. The site provides a transition from a busy roadway to an established neighborhood, and the area is planned for additional density. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, if City Council approves the application, the modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second readings. These revisions will not resolve the issues of transportation's inconsistent finding. I am available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? I see none. Mr. Collins.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next case is within the Central Tampa Planning District, the East Tampa Urban Village, and specifically the Jackson Heights neighborhood. It's within Evacuation Zone E. The subject site is designated as R20. R20 is to the north, east, and west of the subject site. We have some CME 35 designated to the south of the subject site. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with the density anticipated under the R20 designation, as well as policies promoting infill development. The development will provide additional housing in the Jackson Heights neighborhood and East Tampa Urban Village. The comprehensive plan directs the greatest share of growth to the city's urban villages. The site is also located near transit, employment, and entertainment options, making it suitable for additional housing choices. The request was also found comparable and compatible with the surrounding area, which contains single-family homes and public, semi-public uses. Finally, the design follows the comprehensive plan's design guidance for single-family attached uses with entrances oriented towards East Columbus Drive and a vehicular access provided from the adjacent alley. The design will help promote a more pedestrian-friendly environment, especially along a transit emphasis corridor. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for the gentleman? Nope. All right, do we have an applicant for this item, item number 6? Yes, we do. Come on up, sir. Yes, please state your name.
Kevin Johnson, Shaker Development, 7320 East Fletcher Ave. I and my partners, affordable housing developers, born and raised in Tampa. This particular development that we're looking to construct is what we felt was, it aligns with the current density there, as well as some of the future growth that is expected by the Planning Commission. We could have went up 3 stories to kind of, basically the reason that we did the waiver for the back out was to avoid going 3 stories and to remain in, accordance with everything else that's on Columbus. We feel like the growth is, going from the west towards the east. It's inevitable. And like I said, we're affordable housing developers, so we're just trying to keep things affordable. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for this gentleman? Nope, I see none. All right, we're going to go to public comment. If there has been anybody that's walked in that has not been sworn in that wishes to speak, please stand. I think all right, everybody. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Gloria Sims, and I'm speaking on this Article 6. 39 years ago, I came before this council. It was different, but at that time, in 1986, our neighborhood requested City Council to change our zoning from RN16 to RS50, which they did, and it was granted by the council because we did not want any duplexes. It's a single residential area. We wanted to keep it that way. And I went through the process. I represented all of our neighbors. We went house to house, everybody in that area. And we have the boundaries and everything that includes. Now, we do not want it changed to PD because PD is whatever the requester wants it to be. And it's a single-family residence, and we want to keep it that way, a sense of neighborhood, low crime, and everything that goes with that. And in case the council, forgot or whatever, back in 1987, we received the approval. We got it done. All of my neighbors came, we spoke, and I represented them by going house to house. Every single family in the neighborhood, they wanted that. They wanted a sense of community. They wanted a sense of, low crime, and everything that a neighborhood does. But we do not want it changed to that PD, because PD is whatever they want it to be. We want to keep our sense of neighborhood, and as I said, we do not want any duplexes, because duplexes are usually owned by somebody who doesn't even live there and they don't care. And, you know, as it is now, it's just like we want it. Like I said, it's been 39 years ago, but, and I have copies, and it's all public record. And I have copies in case you want to pass them out to the...
Sure, if you'd like to put them right here on
Can I
the,
do-
on
yes,
the
yes, yes.
table, and we'll make sure that the clerk gets them, and we'll pass them around. All right. Thank you for being a good helper.
And like I say, it's been 39 years since, but we did check with our neighbors again to make sure that they don't want it. We went through, like I say, all the proper channels. And there's no reason why the whole world should be going up into duplexes and multi this, multi that, okay? There needs to be single-family residence, and we hope it stays that way.
Thank you very much.
What do you call it? Yield the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Good to see the name Joe Chalura Jr. as Vice Chair.
Okay, how you doing? My name is Clarence Towns. I live at 2706 North 33rd Street. Like Gloria was saying, 39 years ago, we went around and got all that rezoned from RM 16 to RS 50. Where they talking about this, what we got rezoned is north side of Columbus, all the way to 21st Avenue, from the railroad track all the way to 33rd, RS 50. Since we had that rezoned, over 20 brand new homes been built in that area, not a single duplex. Now, in that, during 1986, there were 3 duplexes there. They still there. A new home was built by one of those duplexes 2 years ago. It haven't been sold. You know, and so what we want to keep it RS 50. Let me read something to you from May 15th, 03, from the Tampa Tribune. They say duplexes can be a form of affordable housing. They also can destroy a neighborhood. Okay, you have that on one of those. Then also they say the city has no obligation to allow landowners to continue to a practice that have proved harmless to other residents. That duplex will be harmful to us. You understand? So I wish you vote no today. Not no, but hell no. You know, because we don't want it there. And our neighbors don't want it there. You want a duplex somewhere, take it to Palmacia. You know, I'm pretty sure they'll be glad to have it there.
No clapping.
Not no, but
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else wish to speak? I see no one. Is there a rebuttal, sir?
Is there-
What?
Oh, Karen.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak after Carol Ann Bennett? Okay, go ahead, please say your name.
I wasn't prepared. My name is Carol Ann Bennett. The staff found this inconsistent, and the people here have spoken very eloquently about their love for their neighborhood and their desire to protect it. They have been working hard to maintain the character of their neighborhood for decades. The efforts that they outlined that they have made in the past is just very impressive, and I think it should be honored. I noticed your transportation found it inconsistent. They want to reduce the drive aisle from 24 feet to 15 feet. That's going to create all kinds of hardships. I urge you to deny this. We need high-quality designs in our neighborhood that follow the code and respect the character of the neighborhood, and you know, respect the lives and the lifestyles that the people in these neighborhoods have worked so hard to achieve. So I encourage you to deny this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Stephanie Pointer. I can't recall the last time I saw a neighborhood come in here and tell you that they had their area downzoned 20-plus years ago. I can't remember anybody ever saying that before. These folks did the work. Y'all can't undo the work that they did. That's not fair. And if it's inconsistent, that's even more egregious. Thank you.
I believe, almost 40 years ago is when all the zoning came into play, like 1986, 87. So this was when it was all done new. Anybody else wish to speak? Rebuttal, or do you want to speak first?
I have a question for staff.
All right, Councilman Clendenin first has a question for staff, and then we'll go to rebuttal. Yes, sir.
Mr. Thomas, since the PD request, and so I'm concerned about the, it kind of in play, ironically, it's kind of in play what they've just discussed about the character of the neighborhood. Because of course, that's something that's always been a key issue for me, is making sure that people are not inflicted, or I'm sorry, you did that. I forgot you did this one, not Mr. Thomas. You can sit down now. So the adjoining properties, are there any other duplexes within, can you go back and refresh my memory of like, what is the mass of these other properties around here?
The immediate surrounding area is single-family detached.
Okay, and what about the mass and scale of the other houses? Because this is going to be squeezing an awful lot on a small parcel. Would this proposed build-out be in kind of compatible with the current build-out?
We do find it to be compatible infill development. Development coordination found after our review, we had our finding was consistent.
But I mean, so could you show the pictures of the adjoining properties again?
Sure.
It's funny because they came up and said this, because this is what I've been thinking the whole time. I'm going, this just doesn't seem right to me. It didn't smell right.
Get some examples. I can go through a few different photos we have of surrounding properties. We do have a two-story, single-family detached unit. It's southwest of the subject site. This is looking southwest at the intersection of East Columbus.
Well, what about north of Columbus? Because that seems to be more like the neighborhood there, like in the north side.
Well, north of the site, immediately north of it, we do have single-story detached dwellings.
Okay, because that seems to be that area north between 32nd and 33rd, and then bounded by, I don't even know what's over there on the other side, just a lot of single family homes, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, because I'm looking at the plats, I'm looking at the site plan, looking at the plats, it definitely does not seem to be, this would be a very unique, if we approve this, it would be totally different than everything else around it north of Columbus, no?
We also, I do want to note, we do have multifamily one block over on North 33rd Street.
Where, can you show me where that is?
Sure. Yep.
That's that second parcel north of Columbus?
Yes. Right here.
Okay, and so when you're looking at all the rest of that, it's all single family though. Those are pretty large lots and all single family, right?
Correct, yes. Single-family detached with the exception of that one particular parcel that I just pointed out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, the applicant with rebuttal?
Another rebuttal?
No. You're done. All right.
Relax.
Yes, sir. Come on up. Please say your name again.
Kevin Johnson.
There's a wheel at the top, There you go.
Okay.
All right. So, as I stated earlier, this property is along Columbus, a known commercial corridor that spans throughout the extent of the city. So we're essentially just following the trend of the growth that's happening. From between Nebraska and 34th Street, there are 33 multifamily properties on Columbus. And then like I said, and then south of us is I think it's CC for the future land use, and then everything north, including our property, is future land use of R20. So again, from the Planning Commission's perspective, the anticipation is that, you know, there's expected growth. And again, you know, one of the biggest issues nationwide and obviously in Tampa is housing costs. The only way that we can, you know, effectively kind of cure this issue is to create more housing. So I understand that the existing residents feel a way, you know, because they don't want a particular type of style in their homes. But to me, it's kind of a selfish perspective, not in a negative light, but just like not thinking beyond yourself. Like, there's people like myself, I'm 33, the generation coming beyond me, you know, they're wondering if they can even afford to live in Tampa. So again, and to be clear, this is not a duplex, this is a townhomes. So they'll be sold fee simple, and they'll have two owners, not one person, you know, some slumlord or anything like that. So I won't go through all the policy and goals and objectives that we meet, but again, after the Planning Commission's review, we meet up to, I think it's 33 of the goals, objectives, and policies that are in the 2045 plan. So again, we kind of operate from, you know, where is the city heading? You know, I understand, again, you know, some of the residents said that things happened 20, 40 years ago. Tampa's changing. It's one of the most popular cities in America right now. And then lastly, again, just to, over the past 6 months, cities who have been nationally criticized for their exorbitant housing prices have seen significant reductions ranging from 4.2% to 22%. The main influence for this change can be accredited to these cities committing an approach of intentional development and overall supplementation to their respective housing and This concept is not new. It is simply supply and demand and at its essence. Austin, Texas recently reported 22% reductions in rent rates. San Antonio, 12.5, Miami, 8%, Denver, Colorado, 6.7, Memphis, Tennessee, 5.4, Nashville, Tennessee, 4.2. The commonality in all of these articles was that aggressive development in terms of just building more housing, like just building more. So that's kind of what we're, you know, our approach, and we understand that, again, we're affordable housing developers. We have a 10-unit in construction right now. I'm sure people drive past it all the time on Columbus and 22nd, affordable housing. Yeah, we're from here. We love the city just as much as y'all. So that's all.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, Jude would like to ask you a question. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to the neighbors?
Nobody reached out. Nobody.
No, what do you mean no one reached out? Did you reach out?
No, ma'am. I mean, we didn't think it was totally necessary.
You underestimated your community. That's what you're saying. Because you heard them today. Did you underestimate your own community? Because they're here with the document that they presented from 1987.
Mm-hmm.
Was that surprise you at all? Because that's really nice for a black neighborhood to stand up and fight and say, no, we want single family residents. You could have learned they was from South Tampa the way they sounded.
Sure.
So what I'm saying to you is that even though the scope of Columbus Drive is changing, the conversation with the residents to get them to believe that you're not just throwing a trashy duplex into their community is something that you should do with these residents, because they deserve that. I like your project and I can believe in it, but you have to convince them, and you should give them that opportunity.
For sure.
Thank you very much. All right.
Anybody else?
Because I think they're thinking old-fashioned duplex, with trashy renters and mattresses in the front yard. But I don't think that that's what you're trying to do. You said these are townhomes for sale.
Yes, ma'am.
But you know, I like your project. I just think that you missed
Understood.
one point, and that was community buy-in.
Mr. Shelby, Councilmember Hurtado.
We have in the past, I'm just suggesting for you, we have in the past requested a meeting between the developer
Yeah.
and the residents between first and second reading.
Yeah.
And,
And we did that with the same developer before,
Yep.
oh.
over in another neighborhood.
Oh, that's right, that's
Yeah,
right.
so that's the part that's missing, anyway.
And if I can, just for purposes of the record, just so
Yeah.
that there's no question in anybody's mind, your code, as it presently states, does not require meeting with neighborhoods or neighborhood associations. So what I'm saying to you is, if that's something council wants, you can do that and discuss that when the time for the code to be amended. But at this point in time, you cannot base your decision on the absence of a neighborhood meeting.
Okay.
That would be error.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that.
Vieira, Clendon.
Thank you. Yeah, so a couple of things here. This is, as has been said, a very a tough case, I guess, if you will. I'll explain what my inclination is right now and why I'm here. You have a staff report, planning commission report, et cetera, that's very, very adverse, right? It is. But then you have an applicant's representative here who is you can't say, I know you're a good person, but your character, I think, is represented in the kind of project that you're looking at here. So that's why I'm saying. That's why I think that you are relevant here in that regard. This is something that looks to make housing more accessible to people, but the big issue with me is the reports as we see them and how they just don't fit right now, the neighborhood, as described by the standards that we have, right? So what I would support, just myself, is a continuance, not passing it on first reading. I would vote no on that, but a continuance to see if something can be worked out. I'm not optimistic, by the way, but I would do that to see if something could be worked out. I would, but I personally, I wouldn't vote for it on first reading. I don't want to send the wrong message because I hate flipping on part two. That's just me.
Councilmember Clendon.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation because honestly, on first take, coming into this, doing my research ahead of time, it didn't send up any red flags to me. But as I saw the presentation and I saw the initial photographs and I saw what was happening on this PD, to me, it's not about the staff report and what they found to be inconsistent. To me, it's because you're coming in and asking for a PD, and if this was, quite honestly, this would have been a non-starter in just about any other neighborhood in the city of Tampa, and I think we had to be consistent, regardless of what that neighborhood is, of how we evaluate these properties and how we evaluate these decisions. And possibly if this was a block further to the east or further to the south, I may have a different answer on this. But when you look at going to a PD, you've heard this, if you've watched these council meetings, you've heard it many times. We say somebody trying to put 10 pounds of flour in a 1 pound bag or something to that effect, or the different synonyms, that this is exactly what this is. It's too much on too little, especially when you compared to the neighborhood. And I found that was what was very intriguing by when the neighbors came up and said what they had fought for with the rezoning, because it's evident in the build-out pattern of these properties on Columbus between 33rd, 32nd, and I said I can't tell on my site plan. I'm looking what's further to the west there, but that these parcels are all very consistently, with the exception of that one multifamily property that staff pointed out on 33rd, are very consistently built out. And when we approve PDs, we approve them based on the mass and scale, and we've got all these different criteria. That this really, honestly, when I look at the criteria for approving a PD, this doesn't meet 1, 2, 3, at least 4 of those criterias when comparing it to the other parts of the neighborhood. And I think one of the things that I've said from when I ran for council to being on council is we're not just building anything anywhere anymore. We're being much more diligent in protecting neighborhoods, protecting the people that have invested in their homes in these areas, and ensuring that was the right construction in the right place. Everything's it's got to be right. We're trying to build quality, and really enhancing neighborhoods, enhancing, you know, honestly, if you'd come to us and amass larger amounts of parcel on Columbus and really built something more intense that would be promoting transportation, I think you'd maybe have an argument with me. But adding one more unit on this property, squeezing this little bit into that, changing the character of the neighborhood is just not for me. I'm so sorry.
Councilman Cross.
Yeah, there are projects similar to this all over South Tampa, including Hyde Park in a historic district. And so there is a precedent for this in other areas. And the way you're doing it with townhomes instead of duplexes is the way the other folks have done it. And one of my colleagues kind of alluded to this, but we know Kevin and Dante and they're partners because they have partnered with the city. And as you guys said, you grew up here, your heart is here, you're trying to do the right thing. And it would break our hearts probably to vote against you guys, but at the same time, the neighborhood has fiercely defended the consistency of the style of what's happening. You're early into this neighborhood. There's from the maps we showed, and I'll end with a question. From the maps that we were shown, there's only one other similar kind of multifamily nearby, and if there were several, if it was halfway or something, then it would show that there's a consistent pattern of multifamily. But I'll just end with a question. You showed the map of the plan or map of the area with the red dot on it. And then you talked about multifamily. Could you just show us how close is the other could you just show with your finger, how close is the other multifamily to this property?
It might be at the bottom. This one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Family right there.
It's in the same block.
Kevin, is there anything else that's nearby within several blocks?
The closest is on the 27th block, so 4 or 5 streets down. So
Can you point to it?
This property is the red dot. Is that?
we're here, so it's probably so it's probably somewhere around here. So from here, Nebraska, all the way down to about right here there's multifamily.
Can you zoom in? Because it has street number, no, in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's 29th. And 26 is way past the pink, is 2 blocks past the pink. To the left.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Can I get a yes, sir?
So I guess I think Council Clint, how do you say it? I'm sorry.
Clendenin.
Wait, let me turn that over so you don't see
No,
it.
the-
It's over against you.
No, the light is on it, Clendenin, but I think you said something along the lines of it's a little bit too early, but I guess the question is, when is the right time? Because I mean, it's inevitable, like, and just south of us is a lot zoned for multifamily. So if only a street is separating that multifamily development from the neighborhood, like, I guess, yeah, we're the first. I mean,
Can you
ironically.
point to that, please? The one you just mentioned?
Right here.
It's city-owned property.
Oh, it's city-owned?
But it's RM16.
It's zoned, okay.
It's a drainage pond.
Okay. Anything else? Motion to close from Councilman Vieira. Second? Second from Councilman Clinton. All in favor? Aye. The hearing is now closed. What is the pleasure of council for item number 6? Would anybody like to read it? Councilmember Clinton.
Councilmember Vieira mentioned a continuous. Is nobody else has an appetite for that?
I do.
You do?
If I may I define it?
Councilmember Vieira.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to be very clear in what I would say on this. I mean, my inclination today would be to vote no. That is my inclination. But I'm a believer in making sure that we exhaust all potential remedies and all potential solutions, right? And to see if we could continue this a little bit of time to give you guys a chance to talk, to see if some amendments could be made. I'm not pushing anything. I'm not saying anything. Again, my present intent is to vote no, but I would support a small continuance for that. That's
Councilmember Hurtak.
I wouldn't, only because per our rules, he finished his presentation. The other one, the presentation hadn't ended. We were still asking questions in the middle of it. So in this case, I wouldn't, just to follow our rules. I wouldn't support that.
I guess for that to break the rules or whatever, do we need like unanimous? Okay, so probably.
Thank you. Councilmember Clendenin.
Okay, I have, so my question on that would be to what end?
Yeah.
Because, again, my objection is about the mass, the scale, the single, he can't change that. He can't change the neighborhood. So, I mean, it's really, it's the wrong project in the wrong place. In a different area of town or a different lot, it may be the perfect project. But if honestly, I would vote with you to waive the rules to do this. If I thought there was a solution, like if they needed to move a driveway or, make some slight modification, and but this is really just, it's too much on too little. And how many times do we say it? Could you imagine this coming in Palmacia, like I said, or I mean, just, they would just, I mean, people, they'd be burning the place down. So it's just, because you look at this, I mean, this entire area, this is all single-family houses. And you said, and again, I'd be willing to go with this if this was, because of being on Columbus, if this was really a transformational project, but this is just squeezing just too much on too little.
Sure.
Would you like, yes, sir.
If I may respond.
Go ahead, Marion.
Yeah, no, and there are some projects in South Tampa like this that I've actually voted for, and everything, and some people don't like that, and it is what it is, right? But, my rationale in this is I agree, it likely, just to be honest, likely will not change anything structurally or anything, is I guess that I'm a naive optimist, right? And again, I'd like to exhaust all remedies before going there, because again, this project means well. But I think it got, burdened structurally somewhere in translation, I guess, if you will. So I do agree with your sentiments.
Councilman Miranda.
Thank you. As you see, there's 7 of us here. There's 7 different opinions, but all of them mean the same. The due diligence of a developer to make sure at the time he or she purchased a lot to do something with it is before you start spending your money to find out what you can build on it and speak to the people around that lot that you bought. I mean, you knew that, and I'm not here to in any way to chastise you in any way, because I've seen you before here and you've had great projects. But when you see that all green, what does that tell you? Compared to what you've done in other areas, that your development is fine. They're really nice homes, you built them well. But in this case, you should have done more of your due diligence. But I don't believe you admitted yourself that you hadn't talked to the neighborhood at all. Because your past record is impeccable.
Councilmember Clendenin, would you like to make a motion?
Yes. I'll rip the Band-Aid off so you can go on and get a better do what you need to do for your project. I'm going to motion to deny file number REZ 2410. I'm sorry, REZ 24100. And I'm going to make that denial based on the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent, substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown in the site plan is consistent with the Plan Development Code criteria of 27136. It does not promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure with careful consideration of potential adverse impacts on on-site natural elements surrounding impacted neighborhoods and cultural resources. It does not provide a procedure which can relate to the type, design, and layout of residential developments in a particular site. It does not promote or encourage the development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounded impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography. And it does not promote the architectural features and elements which complement the surrounding community nor enhance the overall quality of the development.
Second.
I will Did you want to add something else, Councilman Hurtak?
I just wanted to add the address, 3204 East Columbus Drive.
And may I ask a
Mr.
question?
Shelby.
May I ask a question of the maker of the motion? Did you wish to in any way, now I believe you were citing 27-136. Did you want to make any finding with regard of compliance with 27-139, the waivers?
You know, actually, honestly, I'll allow, if somebody else wants to add that to it, it was not, again, as I said in my discussion, I was actually willing to grant that in a PD, that particular waiver for a project that would fit on that particular parcel. My concern about this is, again, was mass, scale, and the surrounding neighborhood. It wasn't the waiver. So when I look at this for denial, it was about the mass, scale, and incompatibility with the existing neighborhood for the PD. It wasn't about the waiver, so I'm not going to add that to my motion.
We have a motion and we have a second. Let's have a roll call vote.
Vieira.
Yes.
Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson. Hurtak.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We will now go to item number 7. I'll be right back.
Yes, sir. State your name.
Thank you, Council. Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Item number 7 is REZ 24-111. This is a request to rezone 2403 West Fig Street from RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily. We'll start with an aerial of the subject site. The subject site is outlined in red. It is located on the north side of West Fig Street. The site block is located between North Tampania Avenue and North Armenia Avenue. The surrounding areas consist primarily of single-family detached as well as semi-detached homes. Over the past decade, there have been I would say, multiple rezoning approvals that have occurred within the general vicinity. To the west of the subject site, along the same block face, there have been 2 rezonings approved at least within the past 10 years. Beginning at the corner of West Fig and North Tampania Avenue, a parcel was rezoned from RM16 to RM18 in 2017. And then a little closer to the subject site, we have an interior lot along the same block face that was rezoned from RM16 to RM18 in 2024. Also, it should be noted that further east of the subject site, along the east side of North Armenia Avenue, we do have a number of small sites that have been rezoned to planned development, beginning with the site located further south. This particular site was approved in 2005 for professional office uses. Immediately north of the site, along the north side of West Fig Street, this particular site was approved for professional office uses in 2004. And then north of that site, on the south side of West Gray Street, we have a planned development that was approved for single-family attached in 2024. And then a little further north, we do have the Jewish Community Center, which was approved by in 2016. The site is also located in the West Tampa overlay, and development must comply with the requirements set forth in Section 27-241 West Tampa Overlay District Development Design Standards at the time of permitting. Given the size of this lot and the proposed RM18 zoning, the maximum number of dwelling units that can be considered is 2. Next, I have a survey of the subject site. The site is outlined in yellow. It has approximately 54 feet of street frontage along West Fig Street. And given the surrounding uses, the requested use of RM18 is both appropriate in location and provides an appropriate transition with surrounding parcels. We do have some parcels, or some photos next of the subject site and surrounding area. This is a photo of the subject site. North of the subject site along West Gray Street. South of the subject site on the south side of West Fig Street. East of the subject site, this site has not only frontage along Fig Street, but also along Armenia Avenue. A little further east, this is one of those planned development sites. This was the site that was approved in 2004 for professional office. West of the subject site. Oops. And that's all we have for photos at this time. This is a Euclidean rezoning, so there is no site plan, no elevations to show you as part of our presentation. Development coordination compliance staff have reviewed the application. We find the request to be consistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations, and I am available for any questions.
Any questions?
Hearing none, I'll yield to Planning Commission staff.
And here's Mr. Thomas.
Sorry, Mr. Collins.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. This case is in the Central Tampa Planning District in the West Tampa Urban Village and within the Army Gardens neighborhood. It's in Evacuation Zone C. The subject site, including parcels on all sides, are recognized under the Residential 20 designation. There is some CMU 35, a couple blocks north and south along Armenia Avenue. The proposed RM18 zoning district can be considered within the R20 designation per the consistency matrix in the LDC. And it will provide a development that is compatible with the R20 designation. The request supports policies in the plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The comprehensive plan promotes a development pattern consistent with the compact city form strategy, which encourages infill development within proximity to transit and employment services. This request is consistent with that policy direction. Additionally, the comprehensive plan directs the greatest share of growth to urban villages. The proposed rezoning supports these policies while encouraging new housing on underutilized land in proximity to commercial and transit services along North Armenia Avenue and also within an urban village. Finally, the comprehensive plan encourages attached single-family uses to be designed to include the orientation of front doors towards a neighborhood, sidewalk, or street. When designing the site, the front entrances to the proposed units should be oriented towards West Arch Street to adjust this policy. Based on these considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan, and that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Thank you, sir. Applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini representing the petitioner. As the staff has pointed out, this is a Euclidean zoning, so there's no waivers that will be requested or allowed under that designation. And they have to meet all of the building codes as well as the West Tampa overlay. As the staff has pointed out to you, this sits in the middle of a R20 land use designation area. And it, let me show you real quick. So it's not like it's on the perimeter or on the peripheral of the area. It sits right in the middle, surrounded by other RM18s, which are immediately to the west, and professional offices, which are to the east, as well as other multifamily developments that are within the area. We meet the criteria for consideration by both the Planning Commission or land use criteria as well as zoning criteria to be considered for a rezoning to go to RM18. The surrounding properties, again, are already developed or will be developed in those higher density designations. The residential and single family, I'm reading from the report now. The block between North Armenia and North Tampania primarily consists of residential single family detached and single family detached. Over the past decade, multiple rezonings have occurred, and the surrounding development pattern includes single family, semi-family, single family detached homes and commercial properties. So we're not introducing a use that is unique to this area. It is consistent with what's already there. Directly north and south and the west remains characteristic of residential, single-family detached and semi-detached. Further south, the development pattern continues to single-family, semi-detached. The RM zoning, 18 rezoning is consistent with the development pattern in the area and is approved, should it be approved, it must adhere to the Tampa Comprehensive Plan designation of the R20 density, which would allow the development of 2 units. There are a number of land use classification or criteria, development criteria that it meets, and they're all listed in the report. The transition to include single-family attached area, this portion of West Fig between North Tampania, excluding the subject areas, developed an existing density of 11.13 units to the acre, and based on 9 sample sites, approximately 55% of the density anticipated under R20 designation. The R20 designation and the site to be considered for a maximum of 2 dwelling units at a density of 16.6, and it is consistent as proposed. The district will provide for a development that is compatible, and the residential designation within the area. Both the city staff report and the planning commission report support this, and again, it's a Euclidean, so there are no waivers. We have to meet all of the codes. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions?
And then we've met the criteria as established by the City of Tampa Code and the Tampa Comprehensive Plan.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 7? Yes, ma'am, come on up and please state your name.
Good evening, City Council. I thought I'd come up and just tell you that we approve of this. I know. We approve of it because it's not a PD, mainly. The other thing is there is a grand tree in the middle of the alley, so they cannot utilize the alley anyway. So that's 2 of the down from the West Tampa overlay. So I just really wanted to come up and surprise Mr. Michelini by saying that we approve, that the neighborhood approves this project. So I thought he could use a good chuckle.
I want the record to reflect and remember and memorialize this
Thank
moment.
you.
And please state your name, ma'am. Your name.
I'm sorry. Sandra de Diego Sanchez.
Thank you.
I recommend going buy a lottery ticket.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay. Do you need rebuttal, sir?
Just a thank you to Sandy. You know, we work together for things, and sometimes we work at opposite ends of the spectrum. But it's nice to see that the notices to the neighborhood association work, and that if there had been concerns, I'm sure she would have reached out to me. So we appreciate her support. We appreciate the staff support and city council support. We respectfully request your approval.
Thanks. Can I get a motion to close? Motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Clendon. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Hurtak, item number 7.
Yes, file number REZ 24-111, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2403 West Fig Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RM16 residential multifamily to RM18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendon. All in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you, council. The only remaining question is, what are those lotto numbers I should click?
You need to ask Sandy.
Sandy will tell you.
Okay, motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. Item number 8.
Sam Thomas Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8 is REZ 2507, a request to rezone 405 West Amelia Avenue from residential multifamily 16 to planned development for residential single-family attached. As always, we'll start with our aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see it here outlined in red on West Amelia. So the surrounding area is largely zoned RM16. There are some pockets of RM24 and RM18. I know there's an RM18. As you move to the west, you have North Boulevard here. There is the planned development that was just approved recently for storefront residential at the corner of North Boulevard and West Columbus. The general development pattern in this area is single-family detached, semi-detached, and attached units. Been quite a significant amount of change in this area since the Tampa Heights PDA was approved down to the south. Then along Columbus Drive, you have commercial general uses, and then there's an alley back behind the subject separating these commercial uses from the residential. We'll go into the site plan now provided by the applicant. So the applicant is proposing two structures, one here, with four single-family attached units proposed in total. You have two units that are oriented towards West Amelia Avenue, and then you have 3 units on each side that are oriented towards an internal courtyard that is created by providing a wall along the property line. Each unit does have a pedestrian connection to the sidewalk along West Amelia, here and here, and then here as well. Vehicular access is provided from the site from the alley. You have 2 guest parking spots here, and then each unit does have a 2-car garage as well. The maximum building height is proposed to be 35 feet, and 18 parking spaces are required, and 18 parking spaces are provided. So next I'll show you some elevations. So this is the west and east elevation, so that'll be facing the side property line. This is the east and west elevation and facing internal to the drive aisle. And then you have the north elevation, so this would be facing West Amelia, and this would be the elevation facing the alley. So I'll show you some pictures now. So this is looking north from Amelia Avenue. This is looking directly at the subject site. This is looking directly across the street at the RM24 zoning. This is a multifamily, relatively new multifamily development. Now we're looking east on Amelia Avenue, towards Massachusetts. We're looking west on Amelia now, so you can see some of the existing single-family detached. We'll go a little bit farther, and you can see some single-family detached, semi-detached, and then you can see some of the attached closer to North Boulevard over there in the distance. We're moving further east now towards Massachusetts Avenue. The parcel directly next to the subject site is currently under construction for single-family attached units. And then you have some multifamily here as well across the street. There's a better view of that multifamily. And we've rounded the corner and went up Massachusetts Avenue now. So this is where the alley that the subject site, this is where they will be accessing the alley to rear load. See some additional single-family attached. So now we're moving down the alley. The subject site is at the end of that fence there. You have multifamily here, and then you can see the commercial building that abuts the alley across the street from the subject site. So here's the back side of the subject site from the alley, and there's your commercial building that fronts Columbus. There's looking south towards Amelia. This is the subject site here from the alley. And now we're looking back east towards Massachusetts Avenue. Subject site is here, and you have the commercial building. Provide the site plan again. Development Review and Compliance staff have found the request to be consistent. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application, further modifications between first and second reading must be completed, as shown on the revision sheet. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Our next case in the Central Tampa Planning District, the Tampa Heights Urban Village and the Tampa Heights neighborhood. This is the subject site here. It's designated R35. That's designations to the east, west, and south of the site. CMU 35 is directly north along Columbus Drive. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with the density anticipated under the R35 designation, as well as policies that promote infill development. The development will provide additional housing in the Tampa Heights neighborhood and the Tampa Heights urban village. The comprehensive plan directs the greatest share of growth to the city's urban villages. The site is also located near transit, employment, and entertainment options, making it suitable for more housing choices. The request is also found compatible with the surrounding area, which contains both single-family detached and attached homes. Finally, the design addresses the comprehensive plan's design guidance for single-family attached units with entrances to units 1D and 2D oriented towards West Amelia Avenue and an internal pedestrian connection provided to the internal unit entrances. This design will help promote a more pedestrian-friendly environment within the urban villages, which is supported by the plan. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. And that concludes my presentation. I'll look for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Applicant, item 8. Hello, state your name.
Steve Michelini, representing the petitioner. I'm going to depart a little bit from how we normally present these. I want to show you how we've solved the courtyard issue regarding how townhouses should be built. And the council may remember several months ago, you were given a diagram that said, basically, look at this as a template. And let me show you what happens here. This is the front building. This is the courtyard access that I'm really impressed with the way they've done this. I mean, it's really out of the ordinary. Here are the two buildings side by side with the side accesses. The driveway entrance here is off of the alley, not off of the front street. And here's another little detail. So you have personal recreational space that's defined, and it's attractive. It's not, it just happens that, we can work that out with the dimensions of this property. This is the central corridor for the driveway and the garages. I'm going to zoom in on the dimensions of that because I know how concerned you all have been in the past. But if you look at that, let me see.
That's very, very, very.
I got to go out a little bit.
There we go.
Okay.
Too bright. Okay.
There we go.
I see.
Anyway, they're a little more than 20 feet wide, and they're a little more than 24 feet deep. And there's a special area designated there for trash storage and collection. So the other issues that you've been talking about have been addressed in these plans. This is a larger view of just how attractive those courtyards are going to be. Anyway, the Planning Commission staff as well as the city staff have found it to be consistent. We did receive a design exception for the setback on the front to make it in line with the other buildings that are already existing on the street frontage. The Planning Commission and the city staff have both found it to be consistent, and we meet a number of the land use classifications, designations for compatibility. We've spent a lot of time working on this to make it an attractive development, and I don't know what else I can add. The report is pretty specific. It tells you everything you need to know. It's an R35 designation area, and we're requesting that this townhouse project be considered and approved.
Councilmember Hurtak.
I just wanted to say I have toured similar developments in St. Pete and saw that exact, recreational space, I believe you called it, which is personal recreational space. But it really looks lovely, and I do appreciate the way that you go. The cars are accessed through the alley. It's a much nicer, cleaner street.
As frequently, we try to we listen. Obviously, I'm here frequently and listen to your comments, and we try to incorporate them in advance, so that when we're coming before you, it's not an adversarial discussion. It's here we've done it, and we've done it nicely.
And it is, because normally it's just like a sidewalk, and this is more of a place people want to spend time, and I think that really does enhance the rest of the neighborhood.
And we've enhanced it with landscaping. We're not asking for any waivers on landscaping. And those recreation spaces are gonna make it a very attractive development. So, I mean, like I said, the report goes through a lot of detail of, you know, how we're compatible on both the zoning side and on the planning commission side. I know it's kind of late for you all and you've got more to do. I don't really want to have to go through there, but we have met the PD criteria to be considered. In terms of infill, it's being compatible with other properties. It doesn't adversely affect any other property. And respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. Yes.
You probably should go buy that lotto ticket, because for me to actually like an aisle-style development is incredibly rare. So 2 in one night, I don't know.
I would recommend one of the $5, $20 scratch-off tickets at Publix, because every day it's somebody's winning millions of dollars, so. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 8? I see no one. Do you need rebuttal, sir? Any rebuttal, anything else?
No.
No? All
I
right,
can
we have
show
a
you a
motion.
detail of the trash and the garage if you want to see it.
All right, we have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Carlson, you're up for 8, if you'd like to read it.
Sure, I'll move number 8, file number REZ 25-07, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 405 West Amelia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RM 16 residential multifamily to PD, plan development residential single family attached, providing effective date.
I'll second it.
We have a second from Councilmember Clendenin and discussion on that.
Yeah, I just want to explain why I'm going to vote or how I'm going to vote. One, I'm going to support it kind of only because it's in that first city block from Columbus Avenue. If it was a block further south, I wouldn't. But where it is and what you're doing, you know, I concur with, you've definitely addressed many of the issues we've brought forth. A couple of garages are like, that close, you know, but
I have the diagram.
I know, but and you did show where the refuse, which gives you some grace there as far as like where you're going to put things. But again, this is what we talk about close to, you know, this is going to be a critical area for transportation, of expanding the streetcar, expanding that east-west corridor on Columbus Avenue of future transportation. So increasing density along transportation corridors. So this is why it fits for my criteria as we're looking at this, and that's why I'm going to vote yes on this.
Thank you very much. And may I have a roll, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right.
Okay. Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Council.
Have a nice evening. Item number 9.
Same time as development coordination. Agenda item number 9 is REZ 2516, the request to rezone 103 South Hale Avenue from residential single-family 60 to plan development for residential single-family semi-detached. We'll just get started with this aerial map if I can get it to focus. All right, we won't zoom in any more than that. So here's the subject site outlined in red on South Hale Avenue. You can see it's just south of Kennedy Boulevard. Directly across the street from the subject site is RM24 zoning that is developed here with a residential multifamily development. Directly to the west of the subject site is a CN zoning that is used for commercial parking that is related to the strip retail center just to the north of the subject site. As you move south, you move into the RS60 residential single-family zoning with residential single-family detached. This neighborhood is, once you move south into here, aside from the RM24, here is single-family detached with the exception of one block to the south on South Hale here at this corner. You do have a residential multifamily development there. As you move out a little bit, once you move off Kennedy Boulevard, you do have some other larger multifamily developments. And then over here, there's some single-family attached and semi-detached uses. And then obviously along Kennedy, you have all your commercial uses. So with that, we will move into the site plan. Here is a site plan provided by the applicant. So the applicant is proposing two semi-detached units. They're both oriented towards South Hale Avenue, door here and a door here. And then the vehicular access is also proposed from South Hale Avenue. Each unit has a 2-car garage. And then a sidewalk is provided along South Hale, or it's an existing sidewalk along South Hale already. The applicant is proposing a maximum building height of 35 feet. And then additionally, the applicant is proposing to build to RS60 standards when it comes to setbacks to reflect the development pattern in the neighborhood. So we will go ahead and look at some elevations. So this would be looking east from South Hale. This is looking west from the rear. And then we'll see the side property views from the north and the south. Take a look at some pictures now. So we'll start in that commercial neighborhood zoning and the parking lot back behind the subject site. So the subject site is right here. So this is that CN zoned lot that I showed you earlier. This is the back side of the subject site. That backs up to that parking lot and then the commercial uses. Now we're north of the subject site. This is the subject site right here. This is not an alley. This is the drive aisle that is a part of this commercial development here. So now we're moving our way towards South Hale Avenue. And now that's looking back down from where we just came from. This is the subject site right here, and you have the commercial that is located along Kennedy Boulevard. This is looking north from South Hale, Kennedy Boulevard, commercial and commercial. Now we're looking back south. You have the subject site right here, and then it transitions down into the single-family neighborhood. Directly across the street from the subject site, you have residential multifamily development. This is looking west directly at the subject site. You have single family here, and then the commercial. And then this is looking southeast, so you can see where the single or the multifamily transitions into that single family. And then looking from the center median of South Hale down into the neighborhood. And then lastly, that multifamily development that I pointed out earlier, just a block south. Wanted to show a picture of that to show that multifamily can exist in a single family neighborhood and be compatible. The site plan back up. There's a site plan provided by the applicant. So development review and compliance staff have found the request to be consistent, considering the subject site is an oversized lot and oversized and underutilized lot adjacent to commercial multifamily uses. The request will offer needed infill housing and provide a transition from the commercial uses along Kennedy Boulevard to the single-family detached homes. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application, modifications must be completed as shown on the revision sheet between first and second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Any
If not, I'll turn
questions?
it over to Danny.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please state your name.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next case in the South Tampa Planning District, the West Shore Employment Center, specifically the Swan Estates and Neighborhood. Subject site is within the Coles Izard area and Evacuation Zone A. The site is within the R10 future land use designation, which is also to the east, south, and west of the site. There is immediate transition to the UMU 60 to the north, which is one of the more intensive mixed-use plan categories. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with the density anticipated under the R10 designation, as well as policies that promote infill development. Limited single-family attached uses can be considered in the R10 designation and are generally limited to the periphery of established neighborhoods. Due to the site being adjacent to UMU 60 to the north and the site interfacing an existing multifamily development, Planning Commission staff has determined that the site is located along the periphery of a established neighborhood. The PD will provide additional housing in the Swan Estates neighborhood and West Shore Employment Center, an area where the plan directs the greatest share of growth. The site is also located near transit, employment, and amenities along West Kennedy Boulevard, making it suitable for diverse housing choices. The request was also found comparable and compatible with surrounding area, which contains a mix of commercial uses up along Kennedy Boulevard and single-family homes to the south as it transitions southward. Finally, the design addresses the comprehensive plan's design guidance for single-family attached uses with entrances oriented towards South Hale Avenue, and the sign will, this design will promote a more pedestrian-friendly environment. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. That concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Any questions? No. Thank you very much, sir. Applicant? Yes, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Chris Valiente.
And were you sworn in?
Yes. No, I'll do it again.
Okay. I saw a couple of new people come in. If you're going to speak tonight and you were not sworn in, please stand. Raise your right hand. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'll try to make this as short as possible. I know it's late. So council members, my name is Chris. I am the son of the owner of 103 South Hale, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here not just as a builder, but as a neighbor and a resident of the community. My family previously lived at 103 South Hale, and our goal with this rezoning is simple: to create a duplex that allows two separate families to live together in one property. This is not a commercial development or a high-density complex. We're proposing a thoughtfully designed two-family home that respects the scale and character of Swan Estates. It's being built to the highest standards, and we've taken extra care to ensure that it blends in beautifully with the surrounding homes. So this is just some few renderings of the design. Right side. You can see, like, this would be the neighbor to the south. So we plan to put some landscape in there, create a buffer from that transition. Here's another view of that look. Here's another one. So, it's not just a throw up, building. We're putting, stone here, natural wood. We're trying to make it as aesthetically pleasing as possible because I love building, and this is what we want to do. So here's another view. This is one at night, just with some lights. And then the last one here, just a top view showing like the entrance here. Garage, this would be like a gate to enter. There'd be like a little courtyard here with plants, and then the door to enter inside the house. So just a few things inside, just simple interior renderings that we're working on to show that it's nothing, fits in with the neighborhood that people are building. Interior there. Here's just an example of something similar that's real life home that resembles that kind of look. A little bit inside. Here's just this is like in Delray Beach. It's kind of the same style that we're doing. It's a nice community there. They do a lot of nice duplexes or townhomes. Okay, so each unit is 2,485 square feet living. Okay, so that's equivalent to building a 5,000 square foot home, which is very common in size in new builds. So we are not asking for much in terms of size, as many new homes or mini mansions, as they call them, are upwards of 6,000 square feet. So all we're doing is taking pretty much a home that's 5,000 square feet, and then we're splitting it in the middle. So this can be easily like one home, but like if you just imagine Swan not being here, I mean, that can be built without a PD. Because we want to put a wall here to separate two families, it requires us to do this. The maximum building height allowed is 35 feet. Okay, 35 feet is all the way up here, and we are only building to 24 feet 10 inches. So we are actually lower in height in comparison to pretty much every other every other like two-story home in the area. So that we're blending in. We're not sticking out like a sore thumb. The minimum side yard setbacks allowed are 7 feet. We have designed it to have a generous 8 feet 5 inches on either side. That means that the building can be shifted to the north more to allow a greater buffer from the neighbor to the south. So, just real quick, over here we have 8 feet 4 inches. Over here we have 8 feet 5 inches. The requirement is 7, so we're not doing this giant building on a small lot. This can actually be pushed this way if need be. to greater distance from this house right here. Okay. The site data, total impervious of proposed building is 47.3%. So we are under the maximum impervious requirements of 50%, with 52.7% of the lot being pervious or, green space. So, this is our building building setback in the back, and we're all over here. So we're not asking for much because there's a lot of space here that most people just want to push and squeeze. Okay, and the property, as you can see, is surrounded by commercial on three sides, as they well described. East is that parking lot, and directly north there is commercial shopping. To the west is Jansen's Apartments, which you saw. That's a 16-unit apartment complex built in 1971. That's 12,324 square feet building. They take about 55% of the lot. They don't meet their impervious standards, and there are like 19 parking spots there. 2 blocks south on the same, on the same street, which he showed you, is 22 South Hale, and that's a triplex. So, let's see here. Sorry. Okay, well, let me just show you actually some additional pictures of. Okay. These are additional pictures of the apartment across the street. Okay. So that's that. Here's a side building. And I'm showing you this because some of the concerns of the neighbors that this is setting a precedent for the neighborhood, and we're trying to show that the president had already. I mean, this is in the neighborhood. There's no yard. It's all a parking lot, all concrete. So what we're proposing is completely, generous in comparison to what's already there. Okay. Sorry, let me just. Okay, this is the. Now this is the triplex that was shown. This is 3 units. Okay, it's not a it's 3 units in that neighborhood. No garage. I mean, it's 1 garage for 3 units. Okay, we have 2 units with 2-car garage with additional parking for on the driveway. So that's just Hale. Now let's look at Swan Estates as a whole. So let me pull up Swan Estates as a whole. Okay, this is us right here. Okay, this is the apartment complex. These are the 2 units that I just showed. Actually, there's another one here. So this one here is next to the one I just showed you, which is right here. Okay, that's there's 2 units there. So there's two mailboxes. Also, they don't have a garage. Okay. So this is us, and all these red dots are units. Okay. So you can see that this neighborhood is mixed. It's not just single-family homes. There's a common theme here, and all the main streets, Morrison, Del Mabry, Kennedy, they're aligned with multifamily units. These are not just duplexes. These are apartment complexes. Okay, here's a good example. Well, this was recently built, I think, about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. But this is nice. It's a duplex. This is right here. There's about 9 of these. So this is right here on De Leon Street in Swan. So there's like there's a couple here. I believe there's 6 here and 3 here, or something like that. But yeah. So and then besides that, everything this way, which is not Swan Estates, but it's still considered South Tampa. These are all multifamily units. This is a trend all the way to West Shore. I've spoken with the neighbors, and I understand the concerns about the character and drainage, but I want to be clear this project will enhance, not harm our community. The home will include modern, up-to-date stormwater management systems. We are consistent with the City of Tampa stormwater, and we will meet or exceed any and all requirements of stormwater department. The development will be far more effective than what's currently on the property. The City of Tampa will not allow us to build anything new without meeting the requirements for improvement. And again, we'll we are under the total impervious. It's no different than building a large 5,000 square foot home. But I guess neighbors had no concern over the apartments, which I showed you, which have no green space at all. We understand that one of the concerns raised by the neighbors regarding this rezoning is the potential impact on parking in the area. While we respect those concerns, it's important to clarify that this proposed duplex fully complies with the City of Tampa's parking requirements. In fact, the Transportation Division of Tampa has reviewed this proposal and found no inconsistencies or violations related to parking. Each unit will be equipped with a private garage and/or driveway space, meeting the code requirements in both number and configuration. There is no request for parking variances or exceptions. It is also important to view this in a proper context. Again, with the whole thing of like building one large home, say 5,000, 6,000 square foot home, it's going to have the same parking requirements as two 2,400 square foot units that are like 3 bedrooms. So, but I have to do the PD because I have to separate these two families together. Another concern raised is approving this rezoning would request for a duplex would negatively impact surrounding property values, but when we look at the context of the immediate surroundings, that argument doesn't hold up. Directly across the street is the 16 unit apartment complex, and just steps away to the north, which I counted 92 feet, is the commercial center, which includes a chicken spot, ice cream, restaurant, salon, and much more. A busy commercial corridor. These uses already exist. They have been existing within the neighborhood, and they have proven to not have prevented property values from being lowered. They have not prevented the property values from rising, or the area remaining highly desirable, which is it's very desirable. The same way this location actually makes Hale one of the most traffic-friendly streets in the area. For a project like this, the street already accommodates a mixed residential and nearby commercial activity, and the Transportation Department has reviewed the site, as you saw, and found no concerns with inconsistencies. In short, this project wouldn't burden local streets because it's right next to Kennedy. On Kennedy, you can go in and out of Hale on Kennedy, both east and west, so it doesn't require that you have to drive through the neighborhood to access these townhomes. And on the other side of things, that we can all agree that the cost of living continue to go up. I know it's a common talking point, but housing costs are on the rise. This duplex offers a more attainable ownership option for families who want to live and enjoy that area without compromising quality or safety. There are too many older homes out there that are out of date, unsafe, and don't meet hurricane standards. The new homes that do meet these standards are much more expensive on a per square feet basis. So we're not asking for something radical, but just the minimal allowed. We're asking for the opportunity to improve property in a way that benefits the neighborhood, the city, through a thoughtful design, responsible construction, and forward-thinking developing. And I hope that you approve this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 9? Anybody wish to speak on item number 9? Please come up, line up against the wall, and we'll go one by one. Yes, sir, come on up and state your name.
Hi, Council. My name is Asad Sheikh. I support this project. I just wanted to point out that the 16-unit apartment complex across the street is on a 20,000 square foot lot. What he's proposing is 2 units on 11,000 square feet. So across the street, the density is literally 4 times as great. Behind him is a commercial parking lot, and right next to him is a strip plaza. That has a chicken salad chick, which has chicken sandwiches, ice cream shop, a nail shop, and New York Jewelers. So this is a pretty intense area as it is. I read through the neighborhood's letters of opposition. They were very well detailed and well thought out letters. I just would contest that this sets a precedent because I think council would look at every project on its own merit, and if a project was proposed more interior to Swan Estates on blocks that didn't have precedent for multifamily development, then council would look at those projects differently. But this is adjacent to commercial use. I think it is a sensitive development. And what I think is interesting that although it is densifying from 1 unit to 2 units, It's going under the height limit and sticking at 24 feet versus 35 feet.
Excuse me, sir. Can we please keep conversations outside the room and be quiet in the chambers? Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Please
No
continue.
problem. The only other point I wanted to make is I know there is the concern of green space, which is merited because of all the flooding we've had due to the recent hurricanes. But they're sticking with the RS-60 setbacks. They haven't asked for any exception to the RS-60 setbacks. They're not going further to the boundary lines. So the amount of green space that they would be having left over would be similar to what could be done by right. And they're actually building the building shorter than would be permitted by right. So I think it has less adverse effect on the neighborhood. So in conclusion, that's why I support the project and hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Just a
Next.
second.
Yes, sir.
I assume you live in the neighborhood, right?
No, sir. I live at 1322 West Gray Street.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Please say your name.
My name is Daniel. I am a resident at 108, right across the street from this development. So I believe that block massing is a negative impact to this development. The existing character and use does not retain the existing building block stock. The existing structure is salvageable and contributes to the historic character. Prior to the owner buying this property, which they personally didn't live in there because I've been there since 2009, this was what was there. That was a Spanish architectural style home. This is my house across the street. It's an architectural style home, single story. This is what it turned out to be. Since they moved in, the property appears to suffer consistent neglect and poor exterior maintenance. High occupancy patterns observed with multiple unrelated individuals residing in the home. Frequent disturbances caused by loud music and late gatherings. Presence of construction materials and debris stored on site without proper containment. Abandoned or inoperable vehicles remain parked on the near premises. Repeated instances of disruptive shouting and elevated that wake up my kids. Drainage. So this is in the floodplain. We have a lot of issues in there. Since 2009, we've had flooded. This is the subject property. Every time that it rains, it floods, and it's not necessarily because we are close to the water. It's because the stormwater system is actually it's too small. In 2015, we had one case where we had 6 feet of water, and the manhole basically just shut up. We have about a mile worth of stormwater mismanagement that pushes all that and pressurizes and puts all that water from our neighbors into this area. It's a low spot. My house is sinking right now, and I have to continually jack it up. So we have a consistent issue with this. This is just pictures around the neighborhood. That's a subject property. So the site, the previous owner of the site next to him and that other one, they used that green space that currently sits there as a swale. Not because anything other than to prevent the house from flooding like my house does. So this was the swale, and the neighbor actually, this was already covered by grass, and the neighbor already covered their swale. So already, putting more burn onto the stormwater system. So this will be a precedent because that site and the next one, sorry.
Yeah, you have 30 seconds.
It will be impacted. It's RM10, both of them. They're both friends. It's just a matter of time. And just for sake of looking at what the neighbor does, we have our property, which I believe, sorry, I got lost there. So we have the apartment right here. I live right next to it. They're basically saying, okay, we cannot develop this as a single family.
Thank you very much,
Yep.
sir. Next speaker. Yes, sir. Please say your name.
My name's Rob Johnson. I live at 111 South Hale, which is 2 down from the property. I've been there 9 years. I've never seen this guy before, unfortunately so. But my concern is, yes, with the flooding. Flooding has been a major issue the last several years, especially, yes, with the storms that just happened, but just normal rainstorms. So I understand they're trying to take precautions, but there's a lot more going on our street, and I think there's other things that are also affecting it, hence why the flooding, I think, has gotten worse. And yes, also parking, I believe, is an issue. Instead of one family, yes, there'll be 2 there now. And also just to say, yes, there are multifamily buildings in the area, but they've also been there longer than I've been alive. So just because they're there doesn't mean I think we should have more of them. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes?
The remainder of time?
No. Yes, ma'am, come on up.
Okay, guys, I've gotten a little tired sitting there for 3 hours, but I'll do my best.
Please say your name.
So my name is Susan Solomon. I live at 118 South Hale Avenue. So my question is what is the compelling reason that we need a duplex? It's always been a residential home there. It was a beautiful residential home. I've lived there. I've lived in Tampa since '88. I've lived at my house for over 25 years. Beautiful residential home until he purchased it. He purchased it, his sister lived in it, it became dilapidated, says his father. The roof was leaking, they moved out, and his father said, well, we just rented it to anybody we could find to pay the rent. The house is awful. The yard is not mowed. There's washer, dryers, mattresses, toilets sitting outside the property. I mean, you know, this talk is cheap. Okay, so I don't believe anything he says. He could show you all the pictures in the world. That doesn't mean that's what he's going to build. I passed by his house. It was very nice. It didn't look anything like what he owned at my house and disrespected my neighborhood this way. This neighborhood has come a long way. Yes, we are right off of Kennedy Boulevard. Yes, it is commercial, but commercial stops at one point and residential stops at another. That doesn't mean we need to have more coming in. So I'm very upset with what's going on, and I just don't see a reason to have a two-family home there. The home next to him is 5,000 square feet. Any of the duplexes that everybody has talked about, the apartments next door, they've been there for decades. Nothing new as far as a duplex or a twin has been built in the 25 years I've been around. The one on Hale has been there, and it continues to be there. All the ones that have been there continue to be there. There has not been one residential home turned into a duplex. I don't see, also, I do have signed petitions from 12 of my neighbors.
Go ahead and give them to the attorney up here, and he'll pass them out.
My closing argument would be, I've been there a long time. We know what Kennedy Boulevard used to look like. We know what walked there. It's come a long way. There's some nice homes there. There's nice children that play there, and we're just not looking for a duplex because, let's face it, a duplex is basically a starter home for a young couple, meaning so that it's going to have a big turnover, and it's really not what we want in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Amrit, and we ask for support with this development as previous concerns that were brought up in regards to the dilapidated property. We do believe that this development will help in changing that, reversing what's going on with the property, as I do not believe that it's in a state that could be repaired or brought to a condition while maintaining its originality. And with nearby properties also being duplexes as well, multifamily residences, we do believe that this development will mitigate some of the concerns that were brought up by the opposing parties, and we hope to receive your support and vote for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir, come on up. Please state your name.
Hello, City Council. My name is Joseph Seeson, and I'm here to support the rezoning of 103 South Hale Avenue. What stands out to me is that this project offers a more accessible and affordable option for families and young professionals like myself to live in a modern home in South Tampa. Personally, this is the type of development and initiative the city should be supporting, and I look forward to seeing Tampa grow with more developments like this. That's all.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? If not, I'll ask for rebuttal from the applicant. I see no one. Sir, you have 5 minutes rebuttal time.
Yes, thank you.
Please state your name again.
Christopher Valiente.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I understand their concerns. I've actually reached out to Daniel, who lives right next to the apartment complex. I've even had dialogue with him if he had input into the design before I even submitted things. But you know, he has his opinion. I asked him, hey, because I found out he's an architect, so I was like, great. You know, like, I'm your neighbor. Do you have input on this design that we're going to do? So I did communicate with the neighbors. I communicated with the neighbor directly to the south of us, and he is neither against it or for it. He's just kind of like, you know, neutral. So she brought up a point about whether, you know, that it's going to be a, you know, a starter home or something like that. But, you know, we take pride in what we build. I know she has concerns about the you know, the renter that's there currently. He has my information, as well as everybody else, and nobody has ever reached out to us about any concerns about noise or any kind of complaints. They know that it was being rented. You know, the home is outdated and poorly maintained. The home is old. We've been renting it. Even when my family bought it, you know, it had issues, had leaks. My sister lived there for a while. Then she moved into we built a house for my family. They moved in together, and then we were planning a long-term vision for this property. You know, it's hard to get, you know, it's hard to get decent renters there because nobody wants to live in a home that's, you know, doesn't have impact. It doesn't have air conditioning impact windows. It's not up to
I
code.
don't want to interrupt, but, you know, I don't listen to renters. This is about a zoning, and I'm not.
Oh, okay, all right.
I don't take it in. I don't think the council
All right.
members
This is
take
my
that
fir-
in.
yeah, I'm sorry.
This is about a zoning, not for renters. And I appreciate the lady what she spoke, but it's not about
Okay, all
that
right.
situation. It's about something else.
I respect that. This is my first time
And
here,
I'm
so.
just saying to clear the air on both sides.
Yeah. Well, you know,
No, I understand.
I'm a neighbor, so I just want to, like, you know.
I understand your anxiety.
Continue,
Yeah.
sir.
That pretty much wraps it up, you know, so I'm sorry. I don't want to take any more of your
Any questions or
time.
comments? If not, can I get a motion to close? Motion to close. We have a motion to close from Councilmember Henderson. Do we have a second? Second from Councilmember Clendenin. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, you had your.
Yeah, I just want to go over a few little things that I wrote down here as this thing started out. In fact, when you listen to what the gentleman said from the Planning Commission, he said, this is in the periphery of an established neighborhood. That's part of the record that was said on your behalf. I wrote it down. And Kennedy is certainly a commercial area. There's no doubt about that at all. But more importantly, when you look back, you look at what's on that block on Hale, and when you look back at the original picture that we saw when the presentation started, all I saw was asphalt on all through Hale. Periphery of asphalt, and the next thing I see is flooding. So I'm not trying to in any way downgrade your project. The project looks very nice and very beautiful. But the asphalt that's there now and what's coming, you see, when the planners plan something and it's on the record, that's what it is. The only problem is I should say I, have started to change a lot when you start looking at what we've done to ourselves in nature. The bay has been for months now 3 degrees warmer than it was last year. What do you think is going to happen if something comes this way again? It's already flooded here once. What do you think is going to happen? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to myself.
Yeah.
What does self think is going to happen?
Yeah, no,
Can I solve the problem of flooding?
I'm sorry.
Absolutely not. We're trying to do the best we can. We have changed. The city, the administration done what has been done before? No, they've gone and lifted the plants from bottom, they were underground with pumps and put them up high so they don't flood. They checked all the generators, make sure that they're working. Different things have been done that hasn't been done in the past. And I'm just thinking to myself, where do I stop? Where do I say that I've done enough for the community to make sure that these things don't happen again? I have not. Solar is coming whether I like it or not, and I have solar in my house. We can't continue to do what we're doing. We're building the same houses the same houses are going up, that the same ones have been torn down. You cannot continue to build, and I'm not talking about your project, I'm talking to myself here, because I do that a lot. I cannot continue to keep building houses that flood. I cannot continue to build houses that have drywall. I cannot continue houses that have eaves. I cannot continue to build houses that are not built down 6-8 foot down like they do in little islands all over the Bahamas, Cuba, Puerto Rico. In the outlying areas, they go down, certainly, but in the cities, nothing goes down. Because the roof is made out of concrete and steel, all the way down, 8, 9, 10 feet down. All the rafters are done with steel, and nothing goes down. If it floods a little bit in the house, they don't have drywall. Let it dry, it's concrete, and you paint it. That's it. But we're doing to ourselves, you cannot continue to do. And I heard from the Planning Commission, this is in the periphery of an established neighborhood. What does that say? What about the asphalt that I saw all over the houses? I'll show up to you if you want to go back and look at them.
The asphalt,
No. I'm just saying that there. I'm just saying that Kennedy is a main factor. There's no doubt about that. But that's been there for a long time. That's not in the neighborhood. That faces a commercial corridor. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. So the hearing's over, so now we're basically talking to each other. Well, sort of,
I
yeah.
do.
I know, but I was telling him. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that the neighbors brought is stuff we cannot consider. We can't consider a code violations. We're actually not allowed to consider flooding. Like we're not, because that's handled at permitting. We aren't looking at that tonight. We're looking at the design and the plan. And the rezoning, does it fit? But we aren't allowed to look at several of the things that you brought forward. And I just wanted to make sure that you all knew that we can't consider that when making our decision.
What is the pleasure of council? Councilmember Miranda, you were up, I believe, was he the last?
No, I'm
Yeah. Are you gonna pass, or would you like to read? Councilmember Vieira?
Pass.
Would anybody like to make any motion or to read this?
I'll read it if you want me to.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Councilman Clendenin.
I mean, I don't mind. You want to read it?
No, it's
Okay, and before I read this, for the neighbors, I want to reiterate exactly what Councilwoman Hurtak said. When we are sitting here as a body, we're listening for, really, we like to, in other types of hearings, we call it competent substantial evidence, not necessarily like this, but we're comparing the information that's being sent to us based on code and the law and our land use policies, and there's, it's complex. Those things like the code enforcement, the flooding, all those things, it really is not something that we're hearing. I hear what you're saying, but I'm sorry, the hearing's closed. But yeah, I'm sorry, it's closed. But so I understand, but I understand y'all's concern. But from what we've heard this evening, again, when we talk about these types of projects, Kennedy's a transportation corridor. This is when that first block. I guarantee you, in the next 10 or 15 years, that entire area is you're going to see a lot of impact for everybody that's living within a block of Kennedy Boulevard. You're going to see a lot more intensity. You're going to see a lot more density. You're going to see a lot more redevelopment. And as you talk about those aging multifamily projects, they're going to get redeveloped into something much more intense and much more dense, because we're looking at these whole areas. Just be forewarned that, again, the city of Tampa is changing. We're evolving. We're growing. I'm actually just shocked that he didn't go up to 35 feet. I've never seen a project where a developer wants to only go down for what you did, because I can't figure out the economics of that, but hey, that's your business, not mine. So I would like to move file number REZ 2516, an ordinance being presented for first reading and consideration. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 103 South Hale Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications RS60 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion and a second and a roll call vote.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm going to explain my vote as well. I'm going to agree with Councilman Clendenin. I don't know that I would go as far as to say the whole block is, but this is what we're looking at with the new land development code and with the new overlays. We are looking at going from high intensity commercial to graduating down to single family. And so this is what we've seen in a lot of the rest of the city. So this shouldn't be a super surprised. Again, I'm kind of with him. I'm surprised that they didn't maximize the building footprint. That's very unusual. Normally these projects come to us and they're absolutely as high and as wide as they can be. So I will support this project as well.
Yes, sir. Councilman.
Yeah, the neighbors, at least one of the neighbors testified that this is inconsistent with the build out of the neighborhood. I used to live in this nearby here, but I can't present that as testimony. But just based on what they said, this is, you can't think of this as a normal transition, because this is a neighborhood where it's all, as she said, all single-family homes. I'm not going to put evidence into the record, but that's.
Roll call vote?
Hurtak,
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Clinton.
Clinton did it next, yeah.
Easily forgettable.
No,
Yes.
go ahead. Yes. Henderson,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Miranda,
No.
Carlson. I'm sorry? No. Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Miranda and Carlson voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. If we could have roll call, please.
Carlson. Hurtek. Clendenin.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Vieira. Miranda. Maniscalco.
Here.
We have a fiscal quorum.
Thank you very much. Did anybody new come in that has not been sworn in yet? No, you've been sworn. These are all new people?
sworn yet.
All right, please stand if you're going to speak and you haven't been sworn in yet.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Great. We're going to start with item number 10. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 10 is REZ 2518. This is a request to rezone 2315 West Spruce Street from planned development to planned development for residential single-family detached uses. We'll start with an aerial of the subject property. Subject property is outlined in red. It is located along the north side of West Spruce Street. The subject block is located between North Armenia Avenue and North Howard Avenue. The current PD zoning for the subject site is approved for residential single-family detached uses and was part of the West Tampa redevelopment initiative, which was an infill project involving over 70 parcels. You'll see there's a lot of sites zone PD. I would say most, if not all of those PD small sites were part of that redevelopment initiative, that large-scale rezoning. Immediate surrounding properties are comprised of vacant parcels and single-family detached dwellings with property zone planned development and commercial intensive located east of the subject site along North Howard Avenue and comprised of residential, office, and retail uses. Next, we have the site plan provided by the applicant. The subject site is currently developed with a single-family detached dwelling, with the applicant proposing the construction of 2 single-family detached dwellings totaling 2,478 square feet each. The existing site would be split, creating an individual lot for each dwelling. The proposed single-family dwellings have front doors oriented towards West Spruce Street. There's also pedestrian connectivity provided through proposed sidewalks, which would connect to an existing sidewalk located along the north side of West Spruce Street. Vehicular access to each unit would be provided through the 14-foot platted alleyway with a 1-car garage proposed for each unit. Any additional parking would be provided on the driveways behind each of the structures. The proposal for the subject site currently does not meet the lot standards under the current PD zoning for 25 by 95-foot lots, as the applicant is proposing a 15-foot wide dwelling as shown on the site plan. Next, we have proposed elevations depicting how each of the 2-story dwellings would look with a maximum height of 32 feet shown. The applicant is also requesting a waiver to section 27-283.12, which is to reduce the backup distance from the required 24 feet to 19 feet. I have some photos to show of the subject site. We have a photo first of the subject site showing the existing semi-detached dwelling. North of the subject site along West Walnut Street, we have this property. Additional properties to the north along West Walnut Street. South of the subject site, these homes are on the south side of West Spruce Street. This is the property to the immediate east. To the immediate west of the subject site. This is looking east on West Spruce Street. Looking west on West Spruce Street. And this shows one of the buildings that is located on North Howard. Right, the development review and compliance staff has reviewed the petition. We find the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. Notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, if City Council approves the application, the modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. These revisions will not resolve the issue of transportation's inconsistent finding. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. This case is in the Central Tampa Planning District and within the West Tampa Urban Village. Subject site's in Evacuation Zone E. It's recognized under the R35 designation, which is to the north, south, east, and west of the site. One block east and west are North Howard Avenue and North Armenia Avenue, which is transit emphasis corridor. The request supports policies that encourage infill development on vacant and underutilized parcels. This site would be developed at 20 dwelling units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the R35 designation. The PD will contribute to the growth of the housing within the West Tampa urban village. The comprehensive plan directs the greatest share of growth to the city's urban villages. The request further supports policies aimed at increasing housing availability at densities that promote walking and transit use, particularly in areas near employment hubs, residential services and amenities along North Howard Avenue and North Armenia Avenue. Again, that's a transit emphasis corridor. Moreover, the request is found to be consistent and compatible with the surrounding area, which contains a mix of housing types. Staff concludes that the proposal will not negatively impact the character of the neighborhood and is keeping with the anticipated development pattern under the R35 designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? I see none. Applicant? Please say your name, sir.
Good evening, Council. Fred Henry, and I've been sworn. I'm with Domain Homes.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Staff did a great job of helping with this project. I just got to add a little bit to it. And I got a site plan that's not quite as large as what Chris had there, but talk a little bit about what's going on there. Obviously, two houses. We are, as you'll see in the back, proposed pave. Oh, thank you. That's even better. We're going to be paving the alley up to the edge as required. It's kind of overgrown back there, a lot overgrown. So we're improving that up to the edge, and that will make it a little nicer ingress and egress. Something else to kind of point out, which I just think is a neat nuance, the existing driveway curb you saw in the picture, we remove those and restore the granite curb, bring it back up and restore that right away, so it brings the character back in the vernacular of that area. Obviously, I know is a request for a waiver on backing up. That's due to the two parking spots that's needed in the backup distance that a second car would need to navigate that. But basically it's just putting a couple of houses back in there and into the neighborhood.
Any questions for the gentleman? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and consideration.
Yes, sir. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item number 10?
Motion closed.
We have a motion closed from Councilmember Clendenin, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Miranda, would you like to read item number 10? Thank you, sir.
Item number 10, REZ 25-18, North Street, present for first reading consideration. In order to rezone the property in the vicinity of 2315 West Spruce Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification, PD plan development, to PD plan development, residential, single-family detached, providing an effective date along with the divisions, the waivers and so forth and so on.
Second. We have a motion from Councilmember, yes, sir.
No.
And revision sheet.
And revision sheet. All
right, we have a motion from Councilmember Miranda, second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Okay, motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
All right, item number 11. Go ahead.
Thank you again. For the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 11 is REZ 2528. This is a request to rezone 8413 North Orangeview Avenue from RS 60 to RS 50. We'll start with an aerial of the subject site. Subject site is outlined in red. It is located along the east side of North Orangeview Avenue. The subject block face, which includes the subject site, runs between East Yukon Street and East Regness Avenue. The block face does not include the retention pond, which is located at the intersection of North Orangeview Avenue and East Seward Street. The subject site is undeveloped with surrounding development pattern characterized by single-family detached dwellings. The adjacent parcels are zoned RS 60. There was a similar request to rezone a parcel from RS 60 to RS 50 in recent years. That parcel is located south at the southwest corner of the intersection of East Regness Avenue and North Orangeview Avenue. The rezoning was approved in February 2023, creating 2 lots meeting the RS 50 standards. Next, we have a survey of the subject site outlined in yellow. We have over just 100 feet of street frontage along North Orangeview Avenue. The total site area is 10,900 square feet. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there's no site plan or elevations, so I do have some photos to show. Here we have the subject site located on both sides of the electric pole. This is another view showing more of the southern half of the site. Just north of the subject site is a single-family detached dwelling. This is south of the subject site. This is west of the subject site across North Orangeview Avenue. An additional house located west of the subject site. This is east of the subject site. This is on East Covina Circle. And one additional house adjacent to it to the east. Next, I have a conforming map that was used as part of staff's analysis for our findings. I provided an analysis in the staff report on page 3, which I will review with you now. The subject site is part of the Temple Crest subdivision, Block 18, Lots 7 and 8, which was originally platted in 1924. The area of analysis included 390 parcels, 275 parcels, or 71%, have been developed.
Please silence your cell phone. Thank you.
275 parcels, or 71%, have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 115 parcels, or 29%, have been developed with a width of 59.99 feet or less. The subject block face on the east side of North Orangeview Avenue contains 18 parcels, including the subject site, with widths ranging from 50 feet to over 100 feet. Excluding the subject site, 6 or 35% of the parcels on the subject block have a width of 60 feet or greater, and 11 or 65% have a width of 59.99 feet or less. The block face on the west side of North Orangeview Avenue, located between East Seward Street and East Regness Avenue, contains 8 lots with widths ranging from 50 to over 100 feet. A total of 5 or 62% of the parcels have a width of 60 feet or greater, and 3 or 38% of the parcels have a width of 59.99 feet or less. The block located on the east side of North Greenwood Avenue, right here, between East Seward Street and East Regness Avenue, contains 11 parcels with widths ranging from 50 to over 100 feet. A total of 4 or 36% of the parcels have a width of 60 feet or greater, and 7 or 64% of the parcels have a width of 59.99 feet or less. Staff has identified in the overall study area containing 390 parcels that 71% of the parcels have been developed with a width of 60 feet or greater, and 29% have a width of 59.99 feet or less in the study area. While there are a variety of lot sizes within the vicinity of the subject site, staff finds the proposed request to be inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the overall study area. Development coordination and compliance staff have reviewed the application. We find the request to be inconsistent with the land development regulations. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? All right, Mr. Collins.
Danny Collins, with your planning commission staff. I was sworn in. This case is in the University Planning District. It's within the Temple Crest neighborhood. The subject site is not in an evacuation zone. The site is designated as R10, which is surrounds the subject site on all sides. It's at the interior of an R10 neighborhood. The proposed RS 50 zoning district can be considered in the R10 designation. The rezoning will allow consideration of 2 single-family detached zoning lots at a density of 4.59 units per acre on the subject site, an area planned for 10 dwelling units per acre. Given the presence of single-family uses in the surrounding area and the proposed density that would be allowed through this rezoning, Planning Commission staff finds that the request will not alter the character of the neighborhood and the request is compatible with the existing development pattern. The comprehensive plan emphasizes the importance of preserving single-family neighborhoods and encourages compatible redevelopment to support the city's economic health and accommodate its growing population. Approval of this rezoning would enable the development of additional infill housing on an underutilized parcel in the University Planning District. In conclusion, the staff finds the proposal will not negatively impact the surrounding neighbor and is consistent with the development pattern anticipated under the R10 designation. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Applicant? Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Eileen Rosario, AR Permit Consultants. My client is, all he would like to do is rezone the property to an RS50 so we can be able to build and beautify this neighborhood into 2 single-family homes. So each lot will have this 50 by 104.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Nothing further? All
That's
right.
it.
Do
Thank
we have
you.
anybody in the public that wishes to speak on item 11?
Motion to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin and a second from Councilmember Vieira. All in favor? Aye. Councilmember Vieira, would you mind reading 11?
Sure.
I move an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 8413 North Orangeview Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS60 residential single family to RS50 residential single family, providing an effective date.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Vieira, second from Councilmember Miranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on May 1st, 2025 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you very much. And the last item of the night is item number 12.
Last but not least, Sam Thomas, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 12 is REZ 2478, a request to rezone 4202 West Spruce Street from residential single-family 50 and planned development to planned development for residential multifamily. I do have a revised revision sheet to provide for everyone. I also have additional copies of the revised revision sheet if anyone in the public would like one. So we will get started here with our aerial map. So here is the subject site outlined in red on North Lois Avenue and West Spruce Street. To the north of the subject site, you have a planned development for office, a planned development for residential multifamily. Then as you move to the west, you have a single-family detached home here, and then you have a planned development for multifamily. When you move to the south, you have residential single-family detached. Then on the east, you have a planned development for residential multifamily. The corner directly across the street, you all may remember, back I believe in January, was approved for residential multifamily as well. And then within the general vicinity of the area, multiple large-scale multifamily developments. We'll move on to our site plan. Here is the site plan provided by the applicant. Before I get into this, as mentioned earlier, I just want that the site is zoned PD. The current PD is approved for business, trade, vocational school, and colleges, or business professional office. So just wanted to fill you in on that real quick. So here is a site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is proposing 365,000 square foot building containing multifamily units, and that would be 313 multifamily units. The applicant is providing walk-up units along West Spruce Street and North Lois Avenue. And there's pedestrian connections for those walk-up units to the sidewalk that I believe it is a 8-foot sidewalk that is proposed along Spruce Street and Lois Avenue. There are proposed type 1, 2, and 3 trees along Lois Avenue, and then type 3 trees proposed along West Spruce Street. And that is due to overhead wires. They weren't able to accommodate type 1 trees. There's also a small open public space here at the corner of Lois and West Spruce Street. Vehicular access to the site is provided from West Spruce here and then North Lois Avenue here, which leads to the parking garage entrance on the back side. 522 parking spaces are required and 522 parking spaces are provided. The applicant did coordinate with Hart to provide an improved and updated transit stop and shelter adjacent to their property / somewhat on their property. And then lastly, the maximum building height for the subject site on the south side, which would be from about right here across, it is 5 stories or 65 feet. And then the remaining of the building is proposed to be 7 stories or 94 feet in height. So with that, we'll go into the elevations. So here is the north elevation. Here's the east elevation. You can see that. You can see the step down that is provided. And then this is looking at the south elevation, so this would be looking back from where the single family homes are. You can see where the 5-story portion of the building is. And then this is looking from the west elevation. Provide you some pictures from around the site now. This is another large site, so I know it's late, but a few pictures. Alrighty. So this is looking west. This is the end of the property line here. This is looking at the PD that is directly to the west of the subject site on Spruce Street. So you can see the multifamily on either side. Now we're going to be looking east on Spruce. See the multifamily here, then the office business professional that's across the street. This is the subject site here. This is looking internal to the site, looking south. You can kind of see the single family homes to the back, and then you can see the multifamily over here in the corner that's located to the west. Now we're looking north on Spruce at the PD across the street. Moving farther down Spruce, this is looking southeast internal to the subject site. Moving further down Spruce, looking northeast at the office business professional that's approved via the PD. Moving further down closer to Lois Avenue, this is looking southeast into the site as well. Getting closer to the intersection, we're looking east on Spruce. This is Lois Avenue. You can see the multifamily that is approved across the street. And then this corner here is where that other PD was approved a couple months ago. Now we're looking west back down towards where we came from on Spruce. So this is the subject site here. Another view of the intersection of Spruce and Lois. This is looking north at the intersection. So this is looking north along Lois Avenue towards International Plaza. Now we're looking south on Lois Avenue. So you have the multifamily approved here, and this is the subject site. Another view looking east from Lois, across from the subject site. Looking back north, you can see where that existing Hart transit stop is now. That's proposed to be upgraded. Moving farther south, so this is the end of the subject site right here. You can see where the transition to the single family home starts south of the subject site. And now we're looking back north. Subject site's roughly about where that tree is. We're moved well south of it now, but I wanted to loop back down to where the single-family homes were south of that on Union Street to kind of show the development pattern just south of it. You can see way in the distance there, that parking garage that is a part of the PD that is just west of the subject site. So now we're looking back to the east to Lois Avenue at the multifamily development that's already approved across the street and developed. And then now we've moved back west, so the subject site would be roughly about right here. And this is the parking garage for that multifamily that already exists. So now we've worked our way back internal. I wanted to just show a few pictures of internal to the site. So this is back kind of where the subject site meets up to that neighborhood. Kind of see the wall that exists there now. And then this is the stormwater pond that kind of separates the existing development and the single-family homes. So we'll go back to the site plan now. I did realize I forgot to mention that the applicant is proposing a 10-foot masonry wall along the southern property line. I wanted to call that out. So development coordination and compliance staff reviewed the application and find the request to be consistent. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve the application and the waivers associated, modifications to the site plan as shown on the revised revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available if there's any questions.
Yes, sir. You had mentioned at the beginning that it is currently zoned. I see PD and RS50, but it's currently zoned for vocational. Okay. So,
Okay. Go ahead.
so what would that mean? A school? Would it be a manufacturing? Would it be anything, like what's the biggest scale that could go on there?
So when it comes to the school, I mean, it's really just, it exists as a school today. I think it's a medical college of some sorts.
Okay.
When it comes to the business professional office that's approved on there, I believe it's approved for a maximum of 133,000 square feet.
And what was the square footage on this proposal?
On this proposal, the square footage is proposed to be 365,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, sir, come on up, please state your name.
Danny Collins, with your planning commission staff, I was sworn in. Our last case is in the West Shore Planning District, and specifically it's in the Carver City Lincoln Gardens neighborhood. The site's in evacuation zone C. The subject site is within the RMU 100 future land use designation here. You can see the RMU 100 is predominantly found along West Spruce Street, as well as on the east side of North Lois Avenue. There is an immediate transition from the RMU 100 to the residential 10 to the south as you move off Spruce Street. The RMU 100 is the second highest intensity land use category in the city, second to only the CBD, Central Business District zoning district. The request proposes 313 multifamily units with a density of 94 dwelling units per acre and a 2.62 FAR. The proposed density is well below the anticipated density under the RMU 100 designation, which is a 3.5. The proposal has demonstrated compatibility with the R10 neighborhood to the south. To ensure sensitivity to these homes, the multifamily building steps down from 7 stories along West Spruce Streets to 5 stories along the southern facade. The height transitions is compatible with the adjacent 5-story build. The height is comparable to the adjacent 5-story building to the west of the subject site, 4210 West Spruce Street, which was approved under rezoning 12-23. That building was approved up to 64 feet. Additionally, the development includes a 10-foot concrete wall and a 15-foot landscape buffer to separate the multifamily building from the single-family homes to the south. The comprehensive plan supports such height transitions within mixed-use centers and corridors, specifically in areas of high and low-intensity areas. The plan also emphasizes pedestrian safety and encourages development that enhances the character and ambience of the city of Tampa, particularly within the mixed-use centers and corridors. It encourages connecting building entrances to public rights-of-way and incorporating sidewalks in feasible areas to promote a pedestrian-friendly environment. The PD includes sidewalks along West Spruce Street and North Lois Avenue, providing direct access to walk-up units. Pedestrian connections are also provided along the rear of the building, along the drive aisle. Additionally, Heart Bus Pad and Shelter is proposed along North Lois Avenue to encourage transit use, which is supported by the plan. The building is placed close to the public rights-of-way with parking access at the rear of the site, which is also supported by the plan, and that's LU Policy 6.1.5. The Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposal has adequately addressed the mixed-use centers and corridor design policies in the plan, and has also addressed policies related to pedestrian safety. Finally, the request aligns with the city's growth and housing strategies because it will add additional housing in the West Shore Employment Center. The West Shore Employment Center is an area where the plan directs the greatest share of growth. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? No. Mr. Hudson, please state your name.
Consistently draw a short stick to have to go last. Something in the water, I guess. Good evening, council. Good night. My name is Tyler Hudson, and my address is 400 North Ashley Drive. I would ask that we're not asking for more than 20 minutes. If we don't use all of our case in chief time, I would ask to maybe use some of that in the rebuttal, if that's possible.
We would only allow 15 minutes and then the 5-minute rebuttal.
If I don't use all the 15, I'd like to use some of it in the 5, but it's okay if not.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm on the clock, so I'm going to go.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Again, Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm proud to be here this evening on behalf of Paradise Ventures, who's the applicant for this project. Chris Zimmerman and Brad Carnes are here. Chris, my colleague, Alex Shaler, and I will be giving this presentation. Our architect is Sherlyn Brock, who unfortunately could not be here this evening due to a medical emergency. Dark Moss is our project arborist, and Steve Henry with Langston Associates is our traffic consultant. Sam summed it up well as usual. I want to add a couple points of emphasis before turning things over to Alex. So what you see here is the familiar map that you've seen previously. The green stars represent large-scale multifamily development projects that have been approved in this area. This is in the Carver City, Lincoln Gardens neighborhood, specifically Carver City beyond the west side of Spruce there. And most recently, this council approved a project at the northeast corner of Spruce and Lois, but this is in the broader West Shore area. I don't want to diminish, this is in the Carver City, Lincoln Gardens neighborhood, but as you'll note, at this intersection and the periphery around this intersection, this is an area where for 12, 15, going on 20 years, there has been a development of large-scale apartment projects, and that's because the West Shore Business District is the largest employment center, largest business district in the state of Florida. It's near the airport, it's near the bridges. This is an area of regional significance, which is a good segue to remember that this is Regional Mixed Use 100. And Danny alluded to this. This is the most dense area in the entire city of Tampa outside downtown. This is Channel District, the core of West Shore Mall, places like that. And there are some parcels like this, I kind of refer to them as bookends, where you have the most dense category in the city right next to the least dense category in the city. And that creates some compatibility challenges that we have been mindful about in this project since day one. The project that, if I go back to these, the project, you can see us in the yellow outline, the green star to the left, that project had the exact same situation. I believe it's called Novus West Shore, where it's RMU 100 abutting R10. So here's what we've done. What you're looking at is if you're on the west on Lois, if you're on the east side of the site, looking to the west, to the sunset, to the water, this is what the building would look like, obviously with some of the cartoon imagery. The face of the building is set back 40 feet. Code requires 15. So by code, you could put a building 35 feet tall, just 15 feet from that property line. We propose to almost triple that at 40 feet. Within that 40-foot buffer, as Sam alluded to, is a 10-foot masonry wall increased from 6 feet at the request of the neighborhood, along with a 15-foot landscape buffer of type 1 trees, the largest available trees in commercial nurseries. These are about 18 feet tall at planting. That's the property line. Now, it's worth noting in that from the property line to the homes that are on Union, and you're going to hear from some of the folks on Union who have genuine concerns about this development. Their homes are really another 30 feet or so set back from that property line. And I didn't go in their backyards and measure that. This is from Google Earth. But there's a pretty consistent averaging of around 25 to 30 feet of setback in those backyards. So functionally, you're talking about around 70 feet of setback between someone walking out their back porch and even seeing a building. A couple notes that I think really Sam Hale needs, so I'll talk quickly. Really, only two of these matter. You know where the access is. We've talked about walk-up units a lot tonight on different projects. On the southern face of the building, to address concerns about privacy, no balconies. There will not be a single balcony on the entire southern face of the project. And I would also note that in the drive aisle, this drive aisle that's shown here, which is 15 feet in from the property line, that's what the original, the current PD allows. The current drive aisle that's actually there for Concord College is a little bit further north, but I would note that the existing PD, for which one could go pull permits today, shows a 15-foot buffer for that drive aisle. And right now, there's cars that park right 5 feet away from that property line. So with that, I'm gonna ask Alex to talk through the waivers before we have Chris talk about his background in the community outreach. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. I have been sworn. As with most projects we bring before you in the West Shore Overlay District, that is a very design-intensive district, so we do have a small collection of waivers that we're requesting. The first is a loading waiver. This is no net reduction. We're providing two 12x30s in lieu of a single 12x60. As I mentioned earlier, with these multifamily complexes, this loading is being used for move in, move out. People are using box truck. Nobody's pulling like a semi truck in here to move into an apartment. The next set of waivers I want to discuss are trees. I mentioned this when we were here for the site across the intersection. The West Shore Overlay District specifically requires bosque elms, like a certain tree species. In discussion with natural resources staff, this is actually not the most suitable species that we want there. So this is a voluntary waiver in working with natural resources, saying that we can replace these bosque elms with another species that's more suitable. So that is one, like I said, that's one that we've requested on every project. We did across the street, we did on West Shore Mall. The second one is we are requesting to remove one Grand Laurel down here in the bottom corner. I will note that this is a conservative waiver. As you can see, the drive aisle almost curves around it. We've just found that there have been increasing challenges in preserving some of these in mid-rise construction. So again, this is a conservative request because we're not confident that this is going to survive construction here for the building. Tyler alluded to this a second ago. We do have to request a waiver for the VUA proximity to single family. What is required per code is 25 feet. As Tyler mentioned, we are providing 15 feet. What exists on the site today is almost immediately adjacent. I think it's 5 feet off. And then again, with that other PD that was approved back in 1990, held that 15-foot buffer as well. So we are essentially saying, yes, we are requesting a waiver from what is required per the overlay code, but this scenario with the access, the right in, right out off of Lois, the access on Spruce, in holding those existing traffic patterns, in mirroring what's on site today, we would like the circulation in the rear. In terms of the setback, this was also alluded to, and this is a bit confusing, and I've tried to color code this, and we've got different exhibits and everything that can help too. A 15-foot horizontal buffer width is what's required, or a setback width here, 15 feet. However, as we see in other different areas of the code and other zoning districts, this has that wedding cake setback. So as the building gets increased in height, the setback has to increase along with it. In other areas of the code, it's typically a 2-to-1. Like if your building goes up 2 feet, you add a foot of setback. 4-to-1 with Live Local, you can go up 4 feet, go back 1 foot. In the West Shore Overlay District, it is 1-to-1, and that is a very challenging ratio to uphold in the RMU 100 future land use category while maintaining sensitivity. But we have tried to do that. We've come very, very close. As you can see here, we have 40 feet to the south, 40 feet to the west, 50 feet is required there. So we're 10 feet off. We're 10 feet off, but we believe that a 40-foot setback for the 5-story portion of the building is sufficient. Same with the blue arrows 70 and 78. This is a request of a waiver where the building goes up to 7 stories. We are requesting, instead of 79-foot setback, which is what would be required, we are providing 78 and we are providing 70. So we're very, very close to what is required. And as Tyler mentioned, in adding some of this backyard space, some of these distances are functionally 100 feet of a setback from the 7-story portion of the building. Again, Tyler mentioned this as well. We are providing, the trees that we are planting there are the largest commercially available trees in the nursery, as he mentioned, the concrete wall. So not only are we providing a very extensive amount of what I would call a horizontal setback or a horizontal buffer, we are trying to offer as much privacy and protection via these vertical components of the buffer that we can. These are commitments that we have made to the neighborhood. Again, this is beyond what is required, far and beyond what is required per code. But we felt in gathering concerns and listening to them that more privacy was demanded, and we responded. With that, we do have a fully consistent staff report. So every single reviewing department found this application consistent, regardless of the waivers that were requested in each different department. And I think that is a true testament to how hard this design team has worked to delicately thread that needle of a site that demands high density, demands regional scale density at a large intersection, while also abutting single-family residential homes. We've incorporated some of the design suggestions we've gotten from this council in terms of stepbacks and sensitivity, and that's seen in this proposal tonight. So with that, I'm going to bring up Chris Zimmerman with Paradise Ventures, and he is going to speak to some of the outreach he's done with the neighbors.
Wait, Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, Chair, thank you so much. I hate to interrupt your presentation. I did not consider the fact that my mother's home is now in my name and it's only 2 blocks away from this development. So I think out of an abundance of caution, as Councilman Carlson would say, that I'm going to have to recuse myself from this particular item.
I will prepare the form for you to do so.
Yes, and I just thought about it in that capacity, so I do apologize for being here. Yeah, so I apologize.
Thank you.
But it is extremely close, and so I just out of an abundance of caution.
And also, and this is different, but my mother lives in the northeast corner there at one of the apartment complexes. She's a renter, she doesn't own any real estate. It's the Visconti, so it's just out of view from the map.
And neither she nor anyone else has a financial stake in.
No, and I don't think she got notice. I mean,
Oh, no, she wouldn't. As a renter, she normally would not.
Okay,
But let me ask you this, just for the purposes of this proceeding. Can you hear the evidence and be free of bias
Yeah,
or prejudice
yeah.
and base your decision on competent substantial evidence in the record?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
So I'm staying.
Yes.
So do I have to leave?
Yeah.
Yes, but if you stick around for a few more minutes, I'll finish the form, you can sign it, and we'll turn it into the clerk. But you could just, I'll meet you in your office then.
If you thought about this 20, 30 minutes ago, you'd been in bed by now.
And you're getting smarter and
smarter. Councilwoman, thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Okay. Go ahead, sir, please say your name.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chris Zimmerman. I'm with Paradise Ventures. We are the contract purchaser and the developer here. Want to thank you for your time tonight. Certainly also want to thank staff for all their assistance along the way. Very, very proud of achieving full consistency here. It was not easy, particularly as we were addressing a number of concerns from the neighborhood at a few different junctures. So very proud of the design, and I did want to speak a little bit to that outreach. We've had 5 formal presentations with, we've had 5 formal presentations with both the Carver City Lincoln Gardens Civic Association, and then a couple with just Rhonda Campbell, the president of the Civic Association, and one of the neighbors, Mrs. Amelia. Also, would like to just thank the Civic Association. I mean, it really was a pleasure working with them throughout. I mean, it wasn't a process where we saw eye to eye at all times, but they were very forthcoming with concerns that they had, suggestions that they had, and I hope that we were equally proactive in trying to address those concerns. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Nope. All right. Do you have anything further in this presentation, Mr. Hudson? How much time is left in?
4 minutes and 15 seconds.
4:15. I'll just make a note. Thank you very much. At this time, if there are no questions, I will open it up for public comment. There are no registered speakers, so anybody in the room that wishes to speak on this item, please line up against the wall, and we'll start one by one. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. All right, who would like to begin? Come on up, sir. Please state your name.
Sure. Nick LaCrone. I live at 4218 West Union Street. First, want to thank all of you for your time and consideration for myself and my neighbors. While I love cartoons and pretty trees, just like the next guy, I feel as though what was just presented to us kind of pled its own case for why it doesn't work. I found it extremely interesting, all of the stars that showed you all of the other apartment or mixed-use spaces in the neighborhood. But if you gave $1 to a homeless man on the street, does that mean you have to give $1 to every other person you walk by? No, because then you're going to be broke, and that's what's going on here. It's really breaking like the culture and community of our neighborhood. Additionally to that, if you look at the map that they showed, Spruce is a 2-lane street, one going each way. So it was mentioned that in January there was already a apartment building approved on the other side, like catty corner to where this one is being presented, and there's another one currently being built right next to Del Frisco's on Lois and Columbus. So when you take those three, or Boy Scout, yeah. So when you take those three together, you're probably looking at approximately 2,000 cars coming into this very small, compact area. Spruce can't take that. The intersection of Cypress and Lois already backs up to Spruce a lot of times, and that's without an additional 2,000 cars. Additional point is that our neighborhood, relative to like where they're showing to build this establishment, there's a high school, a middle school, an elementary school just 2-3 blocks away from this area. In addition to that, the Loretta Ingram Community Center is right there. So children, elementary school children, are walking from school to the community center for after-school care, for tutoring, for swim lessons. When you have this amount of cars and influx in an infrastructure that can't handle it, it's not going to work. It's just going to cause so many more issues. Imagine you're driving your car and you come up to a stoplight. It's backed up. You know you're not going to make it. Actually, let's use Spruce and Del Mabry, for example, because you're never going to, if you catch that light, you're never going to make it through. You're going to be sitting there 2 or 3 rounds. What do? You try to take it left or right. You try to go around it to cut your time down. That's where you're coming into a community center. That's where you're coming into an elementary school. That's where you're putting the safety and lives of our community in danger so we can have this establishment. Again, I love cartoons. I love trees. It's all cute and fun and friendly. Our area is not set up for this kind of impact. Thank you for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please state your name.
Okay. Veronica Sutton. My family and I are 22-year residents of Carver City. I strongly oppose the new apartment complex construction. Our neighborhood has been surrounded by tremendous growth. However, the impact of this proposed structure has several negative implications, as it would be directly behind the Carver City neighborhood homes. The first negative impact, which holds my deepest fear, is the infrastructure. My home is currently a remediated sinkhole property. In 2009, we had 36 helical piers placed under our home to stabilize it, $43,295. In 2010, we had an additional 12 helical piers added, another $14,000. There are 3 homes directly behind the proposed complex and 2 homes on the other side of Union that have experienced foundation concerns and sinkhole remediations. The builder has not provided any documents related to the comprehensive engineering study regarding the sinkholes or what the structural damages this massive building will have on our homes, especially the houses directly behind them. The second negative impact is the major concern with the volume of 313 apartments providing 522 parking spaces, which will severely strain our already overly congested local roads. A safety concern for the residents who already have to wait for the light on Lois Avenue and Spruce to change just to get out of the neighborhood. With this additional complex exiting onto Lois Avenue will extremely limit the ability for the residents to safely exit the neighborhood onto Lois Avenue. Paradise Ventures has already been approved for an 8-story, 400-unit complex on the adjacent corner of Lois and Spruce, the old 5 Labs building. Too much development for such a dense area. The third negative impact is the sheer height of the 7-story building and the privacy infringements on houses directly behind the proposed complex. A service road that should be a minimum of 25 feet away from our homes is requesting to be reduced. The builder is asking for setback reductions in the back and the front of the building, thus increasing the noise and decreasing the air quality for our homes. Nothing to control the speed of the drivers using the service road, along with the additional noise from a ground-level pool and clubhouse directly behind our homes. We have enough apartments already. Please allow us to keep our heritage neighborhood of Carver City and Lincoln Gardens safe. Please vote no for this apartment complex. I have a petition that was signed by the neighbors on Spruce Street and other concerned citizens.
Yes, ma'am. Please bring it up to the attorney, and he'll take it and pass it around. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Come on up. Please say your name.
Hi, my name is Kenya Sutton. I'm a resident of 4202 West Union Street. Dear Council, I'm a third-generation resident of Lincoln Gardens, Carver City area. I was born and raised in Carver City, and I've lived there for over 50 years. I'm currently living in a home that was purchased by my grandparents. As a Gen Xer, I welcome the growth and change that the Bay Area has had. But I also appreciate and respect the lands that we once had. Have you ever heard of too much of a good thing? Well, that's what we're running into right now. I'm concerned about the proposed construction of the apartment commercial space buildings in the 4200 block of West Spruce Street. As stated previously, I've watched the Carver City area grow, so much so that the volume of traffic in the areas has increased so much that I'm barely able to get out of my home safely in the morning trying to return to work on Lois Avenue. Residents that live in the apartment that you have saw across the street have invaded our neighborhood by parking their cars in front of our homes and having their delivery drivers deliver their goods to them in front of our homes. My 12-year-old daughter is no longer able to ride her bicycle or hoverboard safely down the sidewalk in this area or our porch without interruptions. In addition, I have never seen the area of Lois flooded before in front of my home until recently this year, due to the apartment buildings being built across the street from my home. The drainage ditch was covered, so apparently a proper drainage system was not put into place, resulting in flooding in front of my home. This is a family-friendly neighborhood, and we are one of the few historically black neighborhoods remaining in the Tampa Bay area. I would like to preserve this area for my child and leave the legacy of where her ancestors were rooted. I understand that we have planned parking spots, but the residents do not stick to that plan. It's time that we become more proactive and reactive and address the problem before they occur. And we continue to not build too much of a good thing. We ask that you vote no on this proposal, and I thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, sir. Please say your name.
Hello, my name is Jerome Sutton. I live at 4203 West Union Street. My house butts directly up to this property. The entrance that they will use to turn into the parking garage is right behind my backyard. I don't know about you, but I enjoy my backyard. That's why we live here in Florida, for the outside, so I can go outside and have a green space in my yard that's nice. I think it's gonna be negatively impacted by a 10-foot wall that I'm gonna have to sit on my lanai and look out at, followed by a 5-story building, then followed by that by another 7-story building. I won't be able to see no more than, I can't see anywhere. You get my point that I'm trying to make? So I'm asking that you say no to this project, because with the thoroughfare coming through behind that way, there's also going to be an increase of noise and traffic on that flow as people flow and turn into the parking garage. Right now we have the school there. At least they have hours, and they're there from in the morning to about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. Then it's quiet, it's done, it's nothing. On the weekends, there's no school. However, we build this house here, this apartment here, they're gonna be here for eternity. There's gonna be constant flow in and out, going back and forth, disturbing my peace. That's all I have to say.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am. Please state your name.
My name is Gloria D. McNair, and I have a visual problem right now, so I've asked my friend to read mine.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay.
Please state your name, ma'am.
Veronica Sutton.
Yes.
As someone that grew up watching the community develop, I am asking that you please do not grant this request. I understand progress, and I feel that our community has done its share to move progress forward. I recall the problem that my family had when the school was built there. The impact of the building caused flooding on the back of my niece and nephew's home. I can only imagine the damage that allowing this building can be and what it would cause. Additionally, we have been surrounded by high-rise buildings that house dwellers that do not share our values. They walk their dogs and allow them to poop all in our yards, causing us to open our doors to smell poop, or when our guests come into our front yards, they step in poop. Nothing against animals, but we were raised to care for our pets differently. Undesirable businesses have been allowed to impact our community only because it was an opportunity for someone's wallet to be fattened. Our local streets are so impacted and crowded that we have difficulty getting in when we need to go, and because of previously granted zone changes, there appears that no easy acceptable solution is available. Allowing more multifamily housing and businesses to develop on that property would only complicate the situation more. And in addition to this, here we are again being asked to make another concession to allow a multifamily dwelling and business to be in place of our single-family dwelling area. Again, I ask that you do not allow this. Multifamily dwellers do not share the same values that we do and will negatively impact our lives. Think about this. Would you like for one of your neighbors to sell adjacent property to your home, and just because there is acreage enough for condos and businesses to be built there, would you like it to be allowed? Our ancestors were granted permission to build on this site because of the time it was an undesirable plot land for habitation. They accepted it because they had no recourse. They moved on the land, with some of them dwelling in shelters, and many of them were constructed of cardboard boxes. They fought off the wild animals and cleared the palmetto bushes and trees, all because they wanted the American dream for their families, just as others did. Many of them are gone now, but they have left some of us who remember what they did to make the community what it is, and who have brought into that dream and locating our families in the area. Many of us are old, and we do not have resources nor the desire or energy to take up residence anywhere else. Please do not allow this to happen to us. Gloria D. McNair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Angela Peugeot, and I live right across from where this structure is going to be. They say that the privacy is not half in a balcony. A balcony is not windows. The people from those apartments can still see into our homes, into our yards. They are taking away our privacy. And just as it was said earlier, Concord is only there for a certain amount of time during the day. They're not there at night. They're not there on the weekends. The people that are coming in, we have already 6 large apartments surrounding us. And the traffic that has, you can't even walk on the sidewalk. They are literally racing. And it's from the people in these apartments, because I walk my pet every night on Lois and Spruce. And it's the people in these apartments that they are racing in and racing out, and their company that's doing the same. They're using our neighborhood like a drag race strip. 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, you hear them racing down the street. Then these apartments, like it was mentioned earlier, they have trucks, and I don't mean little delivery trucks, I mean semis, delivering cars to them because they don't want to park it over there where they're at Varela. My parents built that home that I'm living in now over 50 years ago. over 50 years ago. They were friends with the Suttons and McNair family. That block is a family. It's not just a block. It is a family. We all look out for each other. We all look out for our neighborhood. That neighborhood looks out for each other. And for you to allow this to happen, shame on you if you do. Because this is just one more structure that is destroying a family, that is destroying a community, and I mean a real community. So that's what I pretty much have to say. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please say your name.
Hi, good evening, Council. Jennifer McElroy. I am a resident and homeowner at 4221 West Spruce Street, which is Villa Sonoma Condominiums, which is directly across the street of West Spruce Street from what would be the new complex. And actually, one of their entrances would be directly across from my condominium's only entrance and exit off of that property. I am here today in opposition of this rezone proposal. Within the 33606 zip code, which is where this subject is located, is nearly 25,000 residents based on a 2023 census data report. Many of the residents live in a single-family homes and multi-apartment complexes and condominium building. Just within a quarter-mile radius of this rezoning address are 3 major apartment complexes, my condominium, and several of those single-family homes. We all use Spruce Street to commute to our jobs, to go about our daily lives, and to get home. Around the corner from Spruce Street on Manhattan Avenue is Fire Station number 8. Annually, the Tampa Fire and Rescue Stations respond to nearly 89,000 emergencies. So this specific fire station responds to at least hundreds, if not thousands of calls each year, and they use Spruce Street to respond to these calls. Under a mile away from Spruce Street are 2 major public school facilities, which are Jefferson High School and Roland Park K-8 Magnet School. According to the 2023-2024 school year data, nearly 1,400 students attended the high school and over 800 students attended the K-8 magnet school. That is at least a total of 2,200 students attending these 2 educational facilities, along with teachers and staff that support these educational facilities, and they're all using Lois Avenue and Spruce Street to get to these places. Considering this data, Spruce Street and the surrounding roads, such as Lois Avenue, support thousands of residents, students, emergency responders, and travelers each day. Based on the initial design of this new property at 4202 West Spruce Street, the entrance and exit of this complex would be both on Spruce Street and Lois Avenue, which cannot support any additional commuters at this time. As you already know from other speakers, Spruce Street is only a 2-lane road with no turn lane in the middle. You have to go over the yellow line in order to turn. And at the light at Lois and Spruce, there is no left turn. You have to yield to the green light to be able to turn. Many of times, you're not going to make that light the first time around anyways. Also, with my time living on the street for under 2 years, I have seen Spruce Street flood to the point where cars were stalled and had to be professionally towed due to rainwater. And having a situation like that makes it a dangerous environment for both commuters and residents of this area. I propose that the land at 4202 West Spruce Street not be rezoned to residential and it stays as it currently is, as the roads and infrastructure of this area can barely support the current businesses, schools, and residences in the area at this time. And another residential multifamily complex is not favorable for this community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Come on up. Please say your name.
Hi, good evening. My name is James Palavita. I live at 4209 West Union Street, and that's a property directly abutting the proposed development. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to this project and against any waivers requested by the developer, not just as a neighbor, but as someone who deeply cares about the future of this community. As many others have said, the traffic is a problem. Traffic is already bad. And if you've driven down Lois lately, you already know how treacherous the potholes can be, not to mention the aforementioned left turns and lights. We don't need to add this much more volume to what is already an overburdened road. Privacy and quality of life. Would any member of this council be comfortable looking out their dining room window and seeing some strangers staring back at them from their 6th floor apartment? That's exactly what this project will impose on my family and neighbors. A person's backyard should be a place of relaxation, not a viewing gallery for an upper-level residence. It's a violation of privacy. Safety concerns. The developer has proposed a road just 15 feet from our backyards. The noise, the constant flow of traffic, the exhaust fumes, and yes, the terrifying possibility of a vehicle careening into a yard where my children play is deeply unsettling. It's not just an inconvenience, it's a safety risk. Aesthetic impact. The proposed 7-story structure is out of place. It does not blend with the single-family homes around it. While it may look attractive from the developer's renderings, it will cast a literal shadow over the neighborhood. Other nearby developments are better placed along major roads like Boy Scout and surrounded by commercial or mixed-use parcels, not tightly packed residential communities. Just on principle, we have building codes for a reason. They exist to ensure the livability and fairness. Granting waiver after waiver to shoehorn an outsized project onto a relatively small parcel goes against that principle. At some point, the city must ask, are we prioritizing revenue or the well-being of our communities? I'm not opposed to all development. I am opposed to thoughtless development that compromises the safety, privacy, and integrity of our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and your service. I respectfully urge you to reject the requested waivers in the proposed project.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker, please state your name.
Ms. Sanchez has 1, 2, 3 names. Michael Fanning, please acknowledge you're here. Thank you. Betty Davis, did I say that correctly? Is there a Davis, Ms. Davis? There you are. Thank you. And Cheryl E. Davis, thank you. That's 6 minutes total, please.
Please don't start my time till you distribute those.
All right, go ahead, ma'am, please state
Thank
your
you.
name.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sandra de Diego Sanchez. I am here because I believe this diverse missing middle neighborhood, Carver City, Lincoln Gardens, is being smothered by overzealous developers. This neighborhood is built on a landfill. One of the speakers after me will show you a map showing the sinkholes within this area. Earth movement in this development is very normal. There is fear that they'll have further damage done to the foundations of their homes. Ask that you take on the responsibility of keeping this neighborhood safe. This neighborhood not only threatens their quality of life, but has the potential to destroy their homes. The traffic report provided does not mention all the other high-density developments that you have recently approved for this community. I realize that you address each as a separate entity, but please look at the overview that I have provided that will give you a better understanding. The new project at 4202 West Spruce will add another 313 units. That'll make almost 3,900 units, which represents a minimum of 3,900 cars to this community. All these units are between Boy Scout Road and Cypress and have direct access to Lois Avenue. Lois Avenue has become a shortcut for people from South Tampa and also from people getting off the interstate to go to the International Mall, the airport, and Clearwater. It just adds to the congestions. One of the differences in this plan as compared to the others that you have approved at this single-family community directly abuts the proposed project. Building this monstrosity is irresponsible. especially asking for the additional waivers which exacerbate the community's fragility. We're back to the proverbial putting a 10-pound bag of potatoes into a 5-pound sack. The only other project abutting single-family homes is directly to the west of the site, which is Novus, which has 262 units. It was completed about 10 years ago. 2 of the homes on the 4300 block of Main, directly behind Novus, have shown damage since the completion of this project. The damage was caused by earth movement. Even though the damage has not been investigated, it leaves the neighborhood anxious. The geotechnical report that is included was dated in January 2024. This developer has known about the issues all this time and has made no attempt to reach out to the community regarding this report. In fact, the geotechnical report was not shared with the community until last week, and only after the community asked for it. It has caused the neighborhood to distrust this developer. Not only did they not share this with the neighborhood, but they didn't share it with staff. What is really questionable is with this geological report is why would this developer move forward? Their proposed structure is on the same landfill. What jeopardizes the community jeopardizes this developer. The description in the geotechnical report is for a 4 or 5-story wooden building. That is not what's on the site plans. One line of the report states, care should be used when operating the compactor near the existing structures to avoid transmission of vibration that could cause settlement damage or disturb occupants. This report even goes further detail about how sensitive the project should be so as not to harm the surrounding neighborhood. The developer has told the neighborhood that they would not begin building till 2028, so there does seem to be not a rush. Maybe they should rethink this project. The staff report finds it consistent. A lot of talk about pedestrian walkways, multimodal options, but nowhere does it address the possibility of permanent damage to the community, both physical and emotional. The consistency that they have found only benefits the developer and does not address the human responsibility of keeping this neighborhood safe. I understand that there is a revision sheet which the neighborhood has not seen, but no matter what is on the revision sheet, the changes that need to be made are too major to be completed between first and second reading. I have attached some land use guidelines to show that the project is in direct conflict with the current comprehensive plan. Please don't let this community be sacrificed in the name of progress when changes can be made to accommodate this community. I ask you to deny this petition.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please come on up and state your name. Is there anybody else that's going to come up to speak? Stephanie Pointer will be the last speaker. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, please state your name.
Hi, good evening. My name is Marion. I live on 175-37 Bella Vista Loop. And I'm here to ask you, and I have been sworn in, I'm here to ask you to deny this developer's request as it will jeopardize the quality of life in the Carver City neighborhood and damage their homes. Carver City is a diverse residential community, and we have watched the changes. The infrastructure of this area is already stretched to the limit with water pressure fluctuations and a maxed out power grid, which causes temporary power outages. How far can you stretch the existing utilities and traffic? I'm here to ask you to protect this area. Please note the page.
Yeah, we see it. Yeah.
Thank you. Please note the page on the screen, which is directly from the current comprehensive plan regarding property right. And I specifically want to point out the goals and objectives. So PR Goal 1, acknowledge private property rights to ensure their consideration in the local decision-making process of the City of Tampa. PR Objective 1.1, respect private property rights in the City of Tampa. PR Policy 1.1.1, the following rights shall be considered in local decision-making process. The first one is the right of a property owner to physically possess and control his or her interests in the property, including easements, leases, or mineral rights. The second right is the right of a property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for personal use or for use of any other person, subject to state law and local ordinances. 3, the right of property owner to privacy or to exclude others from the property to protect the owner's possessions and property. And number 4, the right of a property owner to dispose of his or her property through sale or gift. I ask you to please deny this request and protect the property rights of this area. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next speaker, come on up. Yes, we have it up here.
Yes.
Yes, it's on the front page stapled.
Thank you. If you can acknowledge your name, Joseph T. Cambridge. Thank you. Deirdre Cambridge Nathan. Thank you. Marion Palaveda. Thank you. And James M. Palaveda. Thank you. 4 names for a total of 7 minutes.
1 second.
Anybody else have speaker waiver forms? No? Okay. Yes, please state your name. Go ahead.
My name is Anna Lyalina. I live at 4209 West Union Street, which is a property adjacent to the proposed site. I have submitted several emails to the council, and as you can tell from those emails, I am opposed to the project, having several major concerns for my well-being, for my property, and those of my community. One of the points the petitioner delivers in support of their project is existence of multiple commercial and multifamily sites in that area. And to this I say, exactly. And when is enough is enough. And where is the boundary? Being this site adjacent to single families, at which point it is enough, and we, the people of the city, the people of existing neighborhood, and our well-being matter more. What I find very interesting today is that in the audience and spoken before me was a person from one of those multi-family, multi-density properties, right, from condominium, who we always refer, well, they're already there, it's good to put it there, but she's actually against the project. I find it very interesting. Also, I find that the developer referring to other 5-story properties being in the area, well, that's kind of like a little bit different story, because this particular project is adjacent to single families. There's only literally one, Novus Apartments, that's adjacent to single family, few houses. No other ones are adjacent to residential. They're only along Boy Scout and commercial. One of my major concerns is for the privacy and safety of my family, my neighbors, and the children. Looking at the height of the proposed massive building on such a small parcel, where is the compliance with the comprehensive planned use policy, specifically 616? You have a copy, and the highlights are, I'm paraphrasing, introduction of high-density development alone, particular residential use, must ensure and required building setbacks from a single-family building height step back from sensitive uses to protect privacy and solar access. The requested height and waiver to bring this building so much closer to us, the residents, disregard any respect for this policy. The project does not comply with this policy, and which makes it inconsistent. As a resident and a mother, I am deeply concerned for invasion of my privacy as a result of the height of the proposed building. We have addressed with the developer multiple times asking to adhere to the code policies and scale it down. Please deny the setback waivers. Another vital concern of myself and neighbors is for the structural stability of our homes and fundamental right to feel safe in our homes. The area of Carver City is prone to subsidence, being a site of landfill in the past. This map over here shows the official recorded sinkholes, and these are the areas, these are the people and houses. I've been in direct contact with these people talking about their concerns for stability and structural damages from this development. You've seen these homeowners here, there are several from Union Street. I've brought this up, the concerns for the geotech study, and I have brought up to the developer that we, the resident of Union Street, feel that required would also be an extended warranties for our homes should any project be approved, and I have not heard back. I have been in direct contact with probably a third of Carver City residents, and I am in witness testimonies of major struggles with traffic in the area and maintenance of public infrastructure. Looking at the entire picture of construction and rezoning approvals in the area, this is entirely too many apartment complexes for what Lewis and Spruce can handle. Striking our attention is also placement of a roadway along the south side. Yes, I do see some speed bumps that we've discussed with the developer, but I would like to bring up to your attention that we've never said that we're okay with the project. We've always said that we did not want it. We continuously stated to the developer our concerns for noise, pollution, traffic issue, accidents, and general feeling of peace of mind. The code provisions are there to safeguard our well-being. The allocation of 25 feet of setback for the road. Please deny the waiver to place it at 15. It is becoming more difficult to live in this neighborhood that once was quiet with enjoyable airspace and privacy. Moving is not an option for a lot of residents, myself, and you know what? We shouldn't have to. We should enjoy our neighborhood. Many residents of Carver City historically are veterans. The new residents have been, and them and us have been supporting our city by paying taxes for years, and we feel we should be protected from damages of overdevelopment and development when adjacent to single families. If the developer is granted the waivers, what are we, the existing residents, granted? What are we getting from this, and what will maintain our well-being? The developer showed some pictures earlier here, and them counting as part of my property, backyard, as part of the setback. Oh, it's really looking at the 70 feet setback. I find it appalling, to be honest with you. And I literally just edited this statement tonight, after hearing their speech. I plead for the members of the council to please deny this project as proposed. Please. Do I have more time?
You got
How
time.
much?
I don't know. When the light.
1 minute? Okay. I just wanted to reiterate how I really did speak to so many residents face to face, and so many show fear and concerns for it being overcrowded, overpopulated. We understand the development, we do. This is the tendency. But our streets, specifically in this neighborhood, they're just not there to sustain that. I have been in contact with Chris a lot, and I would like to say that we've always said that we have concerns for what it is. This is way too big of a project on such a small parcel adjacent to residents. There's only literally one that somehow got approved, for the Novus, but it is actually much smaller. It's only 250 something units. This one is 313. Thank you.
Ma'am. Caroline Bennett, and the last speaker will be Stephanie Pointer. We'll go to rebuttal after that. Okay, go ahead. State your name.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett. You should not approve 5 waivers because this project does not need 5 waivers. This is RMU 100. They can put all of this massing on Lois and on Spruce. That's where it belongs, instead of looming over families' backyards. If they do that, they don't need to reduce multiple setbacks. If they do that, the construction is farther from homes and less likely to damage foundations. Last year, staff told them to reduce the height next to families and move it to Spruce. But not only did they not do that, they want you to give them a waiver to move those massive buildings closer to families. And they want another waiver to move the road closer to those family homes. Residents are terrified that this major construction will damage their foundation. Yet this builder wants a waiver to move that massive construction closer to their foundations. If you deny that waiver, you will also save a 29-inch live oak that is rated B5. A B5 almost grand live oak is practically a unicorn that gives valuable shade to the sidewalk on Lois, making it more walkable. There are 3 big, beautiful live oaks on Spruce Street that staff practically begged the builder to save because that shade makes Spruce more walkable. The builder must replace them with shorter type 3 trees because they will plant them closer than the existing oaks are to the power lines. The existing oaks are pruned a little, but they are thriving. Ask the city's forester. So they need another waiver to plant short trees. Deny that waiver. Otherwise, we'll all be dead before that sidewalk is shaded again. Make a cutout and create an amazing green space with beautiful shade and benches. This is RMU 100. They can change those buildings and create a peaceful oasis that benefits all of us. They can move dangerous construction away from the family's foundations. They can save the priceless oak on Lois. They have the flexibility to do all of that. This neighborhood deserves a quality, thoughtful development that respects them and their property and their peace of mind. Why doesn't the builder obey the code? If the reason for not respecting this neighborhood is profit, remember, profit is not competent and substantial evidence, and council is prohibited from considering it. If they can't build on RMU 100 without waivers, then they aren't trying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker is Stephanie Pointer. Please state your name.
Oh, is it gonna be all crazy looking? Sorry about that. Stephanie Pointer. You know I love to hang out in this parking lot.
I know.
This is a picture taken from 40 feet away from the building, which is where the mayor's parking lot starts. This, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I forgot. I don't have touchscreen anymore. This is a picture taken from 79 feet away from the building, which is where the setback should be. So you have to go 9 feet closer, which will put you at the first electric car charging station. So just think, and this building's 146 feet high, but you know, when you get up to, this is 1, 2, 3 floors, 4, 5, 6, 7, you see who's looking over these people's houses. And you know what? Their setback is none of their business, because these people deserve to be able to go in their backyard and have a barbecue or lay out in their backyard and get a suntan. They deserve to have that kind of privacy. I'd like to point out to you that this is the maximum. This is the maximum. So they are asking for the maximum they can get. Yet there's not one affordable unit. 313 units, not one affordable. I think that shows greed. I'd also like to point out that there's not one single solitary inch of mixed use. Sorry, not sorry. It's embarrassing. And in the Planning Commission's report, it points out, and this is on a corridor where it should be mixed use, but not not 1 square foot of mixed use. They are maxing them out this. I'd like for you to also ask Mr. Thomas to bring back the picture of the house on this corner right here. Because it shows you, it's across the street, so it has to be at least 40 feet wide, right? It's actually probably further than that. But it shows you how gargantuan these units are that are across the street, across Lois, and I think they're only 5 stories. They're not even 7 stories. But it dwarfs, he had some excellent pictures of how the units that are there now are dwarfing those, and they're much further away. The setbacks, you know, they don't start at your bathroom window. You get to have a backyard. Mr. Thomas showed those. Please ask him for those. And you know what? That one in 2012, I guarantee you if it came around here again today, it would have to have better setbacks. There was a lot of things that went on in this city for a long, long time that they ignored the neighborhood. I came to this school every single day for 4 years and picked up my kids. This is a line every single day after school. There's at least 150 cars. There's probably more now because Roland Park's gotten a little bit bigger.
Thank you very
I've counted
much.
them personally.
Thank you so much. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Please deny this project.
Thank you very much.
It's pure greed.
Okie dokie. All right, now we have rebuttal.
Evening, Council. Tyler Hudson for the record.
Are there any questions before we go to rebuttal?
I'm happy to answer questions first because that's probably going to be more efficient, but whatever you guys want to do.
Well, let me ask you a question. I'm looking at this map here, which is an overhead map. And there's a variety of apartment complexes that have been built in the last, I don't know, decade. Some say no abutting single-family homes. I'm looking at where Visconti is at, and I know there's a park behind there. I don't know if there's single-family homes there. Varela, there I see a handful on Spruce and maybe a couple on Lois. Novus, I think there are a few on Main Street. No, I'm sorry, Millennium West Shore. Novus, I see that there are single-family homes abutting. So and then Society and Met West. So the 2 properties that I see that have single-family homes abutting are Novus West Shore, which has the houses on Main Street, and then this project site, which has the houses on Union.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, this, I don't think we have any quarrel with this map. I don't have any reason to doubt it's accurate. This is what developing in accordance with the comprehensive plan that you all inherited looks like. This is RMU 100, the most dense category, and I think there's a lot of discomfort about how these kind of abrasions can occur when you have RMU 100 next to something lower density. You are about to go through a comprehensive rewrite of your comprehensive plan. But this is not an accident, and I want to really be clear about one thing. We're not arguing that because you've approved 7 apartments in the area, you must develop this 8th, as if there's some magic with like momentum that occurs. That's not at all what we're saying. We're just saying that this land is RMU 100. It's been known for a very, very long time that this is the highest density land use category in this area. That's why the buildings are there. So I just want to make that clear. I don't think that was perceived, but I feel like our message might have gotten a little bit miscommunicated. We aren't arguing momentum, we are arguing the law. That this is the comprehensive plan, again, that your predecessors provided you. I hope that answers your question.
And how long has it been zoned, or how, the RMU 100, how long is it? Mr. Thomas,
I would
do you
ask
know the
Mr.
answer to
Collins that probably.
Or Mr. Collins?
Danny Collins with the Planning Commission staff. This was likely the original. It was originally designated RMU 100 back in the 80s.
Okay, so when the original zoning classifications were put in place.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Hudson. Oh, never mind. Councilman Clendenin.
Yeah, I'm sorry, more questions. I don't know who's the best to answer these questions are, but actually, that was one of my questions, was about the future land use in RMU 100. So currently, this is zoned PD.
Yes, sir.
What is right now, it's only PD for what's existing. Was it PD for what's on there today?
No, it is PD for a development that didn't exactly occur. I can put that on screen.
That'd be great.
Yeah, so this is when PDs were a little bit more simple. And so this building proposed about 130,000 square foot building, 7 stories tall, 7-story parking garage. You'll note here the driveway 15 feet in from the property line. That's the same thing that we're requesting here. In terms of the uses, nothing I would point to as horrific. I mean, the dry cleaning station, I mean, I don't think that's probably very likely. It was retail, office, probably what you would kind of consider commercial general uses back before we had 163 different uses in our zoning code. But residential is not currently allowed, so that I don't want to give any sense of that.
So, but
this was never really constructed, just to be clear.
I understand. So not constructed, but approved.
Approved, correct. Yeah.
So there's a PD approved for this for a 7-story building.
That's right. Yep.
And the setback distances are, I can't.
These are 70. These are 70 from the property line to the face of the building. This is before there was any type of wedding cake. The vertical setback where after X feet you go back at a Y slope. So yeah, these are just two pretty good sized buildings. The parking garage is 8 levels, but that probably would only look like 7 stories. But this is.
Gotcha.
That's what's allowed. The dumpsters are there. I mean, there's some things about this site that, even though it wasn't built like this, do resemble the existing conditions. I mean, you do have the drive aisle to the south. That's already there. That's already allowed, I guess I'd say. The exposed dumpster. I mean, right now you've got 2 dumpsters, like pretty close to the property line. There's an open stormwater swale that's literally on the property line. For the folks currently, it's right here. I think that might correspond to what was there. This is a little bit closer to what's there today, but not exactly, because there is a second building there.
But again, what's approved right now, if y'all miraculously found a market for a commercial property, they could build this by right.
That's right. Yeah, you could build a 130,000 square foot building by right. Probably in rebuttal, I will ask Steve to come up and talk about the traffic consequences of that. I mean, this 130,000 square foot building, if you did fill it with restaurants, office, which there's a market still for office in West Shore, it would generate more traffic impacts. I'd like for Steve to say that with his mouth and words, because he's an expert and I'm not in this, but this is a by right.
All right. And then one more question, and this is probably for staff. There was a lot of folks from the community concerned about the geological condition of these properties. Is that something that we can consider in this?
Same problem as development coordination. That is outside the scope of a rezoning, and anything that should be within your consideration. That wouldn't even be taken into consideration during the building permit phase. That would be between a developer and the resident, should anything occur.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure that I was.
Don't go anywhere.
Let me make sure. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurtak.
Thank you. That way you don't have to up and down, up and down. So I'm using this map, if you have it. Every single one of these that has been pointed out is in RMU 100, correct?
I would refer to Danny.
Okay, well then I'll ask him first, and then I have another question.
What am I looking at?
I believe they're all these in RMU 100. I believe they are.
You need a copy of it?
No, they have a copy. Yeah, but he's looking for his overlay.
I think that's the thing. Looks like they all are. There's that one. This one's Rock River. I think it's safe to assume they all are.
Yeah, it appears all these are designated as RMU 100.
Okay. And then my next question, I mean, from your pictures, Mr. Thomas, that you showed us, the highest I saw a apartment complex surrounding was 5 stories on the other side of Lois.
On the other side of Lois is 5 stories.
At the southeast east corner of Spruce and Lois?
Yes, I can show you pictures of that.
Varela, sorry, yes, now I have the names. So Varela, yes.
Yeah, Varela.
So that's 5 stories.
That one's 5 stories. What I can't remember off the top of my head is
What about
how tall.
Novus?
Yeah, that's what I want to look real quick and see how tall Novus is. Yeah.
64 feet.
64? Okay.
2012.
64 feet for Novus, it appears to be. The parking garage is 6 stories. I have a picture of the parking garage somewhere that I can show you. If I can find the picture again. There's that parking garage. 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Looks like the parking garage is actually 7 stories.
But going back to Mr. Collins, or I guess we'll see which one of you can answer this. RMU 100, how many of these developments have been built out to the full RMU 100 allowability?
I don't have that analysis in front of us. That wasn't something we provided in our report.
Not a problem. Just curious.
Okay, we will
Thank
now
you.
kick it off.
I don't even think.
Can I clarify that though as well? I did note in our report that, you know,
Let's see.
the RMU 100 allows up to a 3.5 FAR. This request is only for a 2.62 FAR. So it is well below the maximum that can be achieved on the site through the RMU 100.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So rebuttal will begin because you just answered our question. So go ahead, sir. We'll start the clock.
Thank you, Council. Again, Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I'm going to first ask Steve Henry to come up. Steve's a traffic engineer who can talk a little bit about Spruce and Lois and some of the concerns you heard about the ability of these streets to accommodate the additional density. Thanks, Steve.
Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And we did conduct a traffic analysis for the project in accordance with your regulations. It was reviewed by your staff, and it was obviously recommended for approval. But I want to talk about the traffic. And as indicated, the property is currently zoned for office. Actually, it's office retail, but this trip generation comparison is what we're proposing, which is in green, to what could be built as office. Now, if it were actually office and retail, it would even be higher, but we just picked a very conservative number to say it was 130,000 square feet of office. So in the morning, our would generate about 126. The existing approved PD would be about 210. And in the PM peak hour, we'd about 122, whereas the existing would be about 206. So from a traffic standpoint, we're at a reduction in the amount of traffic that could be developed over what is currently zoned for the property.
Whoa.
I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Please, as they were all quiet for everybody else, please let them speak without interruption. Yes, sir, come on up.
I really just wanted to touch on one of the comments that related to the outsized, an effort to jam an outsized building onto this parcel, and kind of circling back to the FAR that's allowable by right and what we're pursuing here. We are the second smallest apartment complex in the West Shore area, and as we talked about, Novus was developed over 10 years ago. So 313 units, 2.62 FAR. Is as small as we were able to design this thing, and that was really a product of a collaborative effort with the neighborhood. We've reduced that unit count 3 times, as well as some of the privacy measures and such. So it was a challenge, but I'm very proud of where we landed, and that that's a byproduct of the work of a lot of the residents that are not here tonight, and there were a lot of them. So, available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hudson, anything else to add?
Yes, thank you. And then is this the time with a couple minutes extra, or is this all I have?
How much time is left
2.
on this 5 minutes? There's 4 minutes and 15 seconds that weren't used in the initial presentation.
Okay, I'm not going to try to use all that. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I'll be the last speaker. This is a tough one. There are not a lot of parcels that have. Okay, I promise I'm not going to use that. That have this adjacency between RMU 100 and R10, and you all have, I think, what's the most interesting front row seat in the city, because you're seeing the city change so rapidly, and you're seeing a pattern. You certainly see it here tonight, where neighbors are leery of more neighbors. You're not going to find a neighborhood, I think, in the city of Tampa that's just going to roll the red carpet out to welcome new people, because that's change, and change is scary. It's always been like that. And this is a city going through hyper growth. You talk to you have a therapy group with your colleagues in Austin and Raleigh and places like that are experiencing this. But we know that scarce things are expensive, right? Whether it's books or watches or wine, scarce things are expensive. And housing is expensive in Tampa because it is scarce. It is scarce because we subject its production to a fairly prolonged and political, very public process like this. There's a lot of time for input, but it is a challenging thing to do to produce housing. We've seen it here with some of the items that you had. You all inherited a plan that is probably, that's older than I am, that called for the most dense development in the city of Tampa to be here. That has been the plan all along, and that's how it's developed. That's why you have large projects like the International Mall. You have large-scale, predominantly single-use office buildings, single-use residential buildings. That's exactly what a parcel like this should be. The interior of Carver City and Lincoln Gardens, those have remained largely intact because of the strength of community you've got here behind me. These people obviously love their neighborhood. Other people want to live here too. Housing's expensive because it's scarce. And if you deny the production of housing, you only make the remaining housing that's there more expensive. People want to live in neighborhoods like this. And again, that interior hasn't been harmed. We're not raising homes. That was on a very, very long time ago. We are not going into the middle of a neighborhood. We wouldn't dare propose that. But we are proposing at an intersection around the radius of which has seen multiple 6, 7 apartment complexes, yes, to do one more, to do one that has been significantly scaled down to what was originally proposed and then modified again. Talked a lot about setbacks, things like that, but we forget here, I see this a lot, that we talk so much about setbacks and things like that, you forget who's gonna be inside these things. This is housing. This is not the most exciting product, it's a necessary commodity. There is no mixed use here. This is an apartment complex. This is where someone starting their career might live, someone gets married, needs an extra bedroom, they get divorced, maybe someone's working in St. Pete and the other part of the couple's in Lakeland. This is just housing, that's what this is. And we have tripled the distance between the start of a building and the property line. It not tripled, went from 15 feet to 40 feet, so almost tripled. We have pushed that building back. It could be closer. There could be a 3-story parking garage 15 feet away from these people's rear fences. We chose to not do that because it would be a horrible design, number one. And number two, it would break every promise that I think Chris made in talking to the neighborhood so often, that we would do the best we could to make a product that honored the density that is baked into this land. This is not a new thing, with the concerns that the neighbors have. But a lot of the concerns that you heard tonight, they're not illegitimate, and they clearly come from the heart. I think they're going to be applicable to any type of development on this site. That no neighborhood is exempt from the pressures of change. Not any of the neighborhoods y'all live in, or mine, or any other neighborhood. Some more traffic, things like that on the road, those are going to happen. There's going to be some hiccups with things like construction. That's happening all over the city right now. But the question you have is, you have the highest density category for housing. You have a fully consistent staff report, which candidly is nothing short of a miracle. And you have a situation where you're proposing something larger, an apartment next to single-family housing, and the second and first floors aren't full. And I'm not claiming that that's enough of a victory, but I'm saying that it shouldn't surprise us that there's trepidation about the growth, but that doesn't mean it's inappropriate here. It's been appropriate here for 35 years since RMU was put on this land. And I think it's Joe Biden, President Biden said, don't judge me to the almighty, judge me to the alternative. The alternatives here aren't great. The alternative is some by right development here. The alternative is some other developer, not going to be Chris, who just sues their way into getting something approved. I mean, it's not going to look good. Maybe you wait till the law changes and the Live Local Act is PD eligible, you do something like that there. This is the minimum viable development on this site. We believe it is sensitive as possible to the neighbors, and it threads a tiny, tiny, tiny eye of a needle. And that's what these guys have been working on for a very long time to get here. So if there's any assertion that we're out in the lobby cooking this up and came on in, that's wrong. There have been a million trade-offs that went into the development of what's before you here this evening. And you have a fully consistent staff report. The Planning Commission staff has found it consistent. I don't believe that any of the neighborhood testimony that you heard is a legal, defensible basis to deny this application. And I appreciate your patience and steadfastness through this evening. And I'd ask for you all to support this project.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make a motion to close the hearing? We have a motion to close from Councilmember Clendenin. Second from Councilmember Hurtak. Go ahead, Councilmember.
No, I'm not, if I, just let me say something. You see, zoning is fine, and I'm just speaking to everybody. Zoning is fine until something happens. You have a plan, you draw a plan, what was the last time you changed the planning in the development code? When was the last time all these revisions were revived? 40 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago? I'm sorry?
The last update was 2016.
So you have these plans and they work for a while. All of a sudden, they're built out. This ain't the end of this problem. This is only the beginning. What's down the street that the city just moved out of? Between this development and Home Depot. There's a lot of acreage that's owned by the city. We're moving out of there. This has nothing to do with your development. So now, what do you think, that's going to stay vacant for 100 years? That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor to close? Aye. We had the motion in the second. What is the pleasure of council? I see Councilmember Hurtak's microphone on.
Just wanted to talk about it for a little bit.
Okay.
I just found this, I'm very concerned with the setback, especially because in two recent developments that the applicant has brought forward, in fact, one of them tonight talked about the slow decrease in height connecting to surrounding neighborhoods. And to have the staff report that says, and this was my instinct immediately, was why isn't the height next to homes 3 or max 4 stories? 5 is just so much. There's a development that we approved at Florida and Columbus that actually had to go back down to 3 because of its proximity to the neighbors. 5 doesn't seem right. And while we have allowed RMU, while RMU 100 is the rule, we aren't seeing this kind of development next to single family homes. The things we've approved, other than the one in 2012, which was a long time ago, are all around non-single family uses, and that's the thing that gets me. Between that and the waivers, I'm having a hard time with this one.
And then what I see here, I'll go to Clendenin, is policy 1.1.2, continue to protect and enhance single-family neighborhoods by providing sensitive transitions between these neighborhoods and adjoining areas. And that's why I asked, of the other developments there, how many have the single-family homes next to them? There might be a couple houses here and there, but here you have a whole row, you have a whole street. Property next to it, you have another whole street, as I'm seeing from the aerial, where it's single-family homes right there.
Mass and scale.
Exactly. Councilman Clendenin.
Well, I'm kind of going in a different direction, which is kind of unusual, and I know I have a lot of friends that came out tonight that would take the opposite position on this, but, if not this, then what? Again, I think that was really an appropriate question to say, is this, we now know that this was RMU 100 since the 1980s. And this had already been granted by a previous body as a PD, allowing for a 7-story tower on this property already by right. And it would be a commercial mixed-use property. I think what we're getting hung up on is the single-family units that are south of this, but we already have the complex just to the adjoining this that abuts single-family. But that being said, we have a strange situation that we've inherited that a previous council has adopted and a previous planning commission adopted, that we have this very intense line. I mean, they did not, we are encouraging, as we're gonna look at this future land use, the step-down densities, transportation, all these things we talk about, but this is what we've inherited. And I keep thinking about previous cases this evening when, in fact, I believe it was Councilman Miranda asked an applicant, did you know what you're getting when you bought this property? Well, I'd ask the same thing. Whoever bought this property, did they know what they're getting? Well, they had a commercial property that was PD developed for a 7-story tower. It was RMU 100. So they kind of know that's what they got when they bought the property. So I think as far as doing due diligence, I would assume that if I was a developer and I was going to purchase this property, I'd probably be able to develop at this scale and density. I mean, I don't mind.
Except that if you look all around it, they're 4 and 5 stories. So even if you have that intensity,
right next door,
what is showing is that it's just, that's one small example. The rest of them are just not that high yet. So I don't think that we're at that. That's what we're talking about, mass and scale. We're not there yet.
But if you look at this, because if you look at this area in a larger scope of what is this area, what has it become? Since when there was an old motel where International Mall was and Boy Scout Road was a 2-lane road, this area has completely evolved and developed into something completely different. And I think if you expand and really look at this as a whole, and you see the development, you'll see a lot of projects in this area that are much taller than that.
But they're not next to single-family homes.
Sorry. But you have to draw a line somewhere. And when they did that future land use, a council before us drew a line there, and they actually did a future land use of this RMU 100 next to the least dense single-family land use that you could have. They didn't build in a transition for us.
But do we have to? They allowed it, but that doesn't mean we have to do it.
But this is how this whole area
somebody else made a mistake. I would offer that the Novus was a mistake by that last count. It was poor judgment.
But when you look,
so I don't have to make another poor judgment just because a council 13 years ago did.
I don't know if it's poor judgment when you look at across the street and you see the Varela and it penetrates much further down on Lois. You've got
no single family surrounding it.
Even the Millennium Project. Well, I mean, was there one before that? I don't know. Maybe they got torn down to build these projects. I don't know what was there beforehand. I mean, maybe somewhere in the line somebody's going to offer these people on Union a fortune for their houses, and that's going to be.
I guess we can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
Councilmember Moran.
Regarding the Varela, I remember that because I was here. I don't remember all of it because it's years ago.
See, it was Charlie made that mistake.
But there was nothing there. It was plain vacant land.
Varela,
Vacant land, number one. In fact, I nicknamed it, joking around with the Ron Rotella because the West Shore Airlines was working and they wanted something there for people to live and where they work in the neighborhood. I can almost guarantee you that was brought down from the original size, if my mind is correct with me. It was much bigger than this the first time and it came back smaller. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm going back 25 years ago, whatever it was.
Well, I think the biggest, when you look at the staff report and you see, consistent, site plan for the development coordination consistent, natural resources consistent, transportation consistent, which is really a key indicator in this particular corridor.
But that is the black and white. We are the gray.
But we rely on staff as subject matter experts. All the way through.
We do, but if we only relied on them, we wouldn't need to be here.
And then,
Sorry.
and then again, and it's funny because I think one of the persons from the neighborhood was talking about property rights, and it was when they were reading
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But I thought what was interesting though, is the owner of this property has property rights as well.
Sure.
And the same things that they were reading to me, I kept thinking, this
Yeah.
applies to the owner of this property.
It does.
You know, they have a right for ownership and development of this property.
There's no doubt. That's in theory. So if he had built the building first, then the houses would have come back to one of the houses. You knew what was there.
But that's
It's one chasing another.
But wasn't this question asked and answered when they zoned this RMU 100?
No.
This was asked and answered in 1980s. It was asked and answered.
but it wasn't, because there's no reason they couldn't have transferred and done, 8 or 9 stories next to Lois and Spruce and went down to 3. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
I guess I would have
And
to know
'cause
what
we
is the height.
just
because
saw
of the
that
airport,
at
what's
Florida.
The height, what's the height limitation here? I don't know.
I don't either, but I mean, the ability to move around.
Would y'all indulge me and
No,
reopen so I
because
can ask that question?
we don't need to. No, we don't need to because we know that the one that we approved across diagonally across the street was 7 stories, or might have been 9. 7. But I mean,
But we don't know that because they've gone higher than that.
yeah. But what I'm saying is, they could have adjusted it and done a little bit better design around.
And this is closer to the.
Well, and
east
also,
runway.
but that's so. I mean, if that was an issue too, I don't know why you don't put the pool on top of the parking deck and build more there. I mean, to me, it's so weird to see a pool on the ground floor now. I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen a pool on the ground floor in ages. So that's extra land that you could be building. So I'm just saying, I think if you just moved the density a little bit, I wouldn't say no to this project. I would say it just needs some more configuring to have it off of the neighbors and more onto the street. I mean, you are right. It has the density, but how the density is placed on the site is our purview, and that's what I am struggling with. Or not struggling, that's what I have a problem with.
Yeah, I'd still like to know what the height. Would y'all indulge us to open it just to ask that question?
As a courtesy,
Yeah.
So
I'd
you
go
have a
motion to reopen.
Reopen from Councilman Clendon, second from Councilman Vieira, all in favor? The hearing is reopened. So what's the height limit?
Same Thomas Development Coordination. I hate to disappoint, but I do not know what the Aviation Authority's height limit is here. I will say that looking from an aerial, there are no runway paths that directly go across this in any direction. The one goes east or north to south is much farther this way, and the east to west one does not cross it at all. So I would imagine.
Does the applicant know by any chance?
Sure.
Come on up. Say your name and so we can get it on the recording.
Sorry about that. My name is Chris Zimmerman with Paradise Ventures. I am the applicant. The FAA's height limitation there is 153 feet.
So since you're here, why didn't you go that high?
There is a type 1 versus type 2 construction standard that 8 stories kicks a project into block construction.
Right. Okay.
Motion to close?
Motion.
We have a motion closed from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendon, all in favor? Aye. The hearing is closed again. Would anybody like to make a motion? Councilmember Hurtak.
Okay, I'll try. And I know things don't pencil, but we can't consider cost and we can't consider expense in this, so I'm not going to do that. I move to deny REZ 24-78 for the property located at 4202 West Spruce Street due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. The waivers based on section 27-139 subsection 4 that the waivers are not in harmony and serve the general intent and purpose of Chapter 27, other applicable land development regulations in the adopted comprehensive plan. And the waivers do not or rather the waivers do interfere with or injure the rights of others whose property would be affected by the waiver. Additionally, Plan Development Code criteria, section 27-136, subsection 1, promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure with careful consideration of potential adverse impacts to on-site natural elements surrounding impacted neighborhoods and cultural resources. And subsection 6, promote and encourage development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding impacted neighborhoods, built environment, and existing geography.
Is there a second?
I'll second so we can take a vote.
All right, we have a second from Councilman Miranda. Let's do a roll call.
Vieira. No. Miranda.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Hurtek.
Yes.
Clendenin.
No.
Maniscalco.
Yes.
Motion carried with Clendenin voting no and Henderson abstaining. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me say that again. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Take it again.
Let me do that again. Sorry. Motion carried with Vieira voting no and Clendenin voting no and Henderson abstaining.
Thank you very much. All right, we're gonna go to new business.
We're still working, y'all.
We're still in the meeting. Thank you very much. For new business, I have a couple of items.
Chairman Maniscalco.
I would like to make a motion to discuss first under new business on Thursday, April 17th. The memo received from Abby Feely today to schedule an evening of public hearings on comp plan land use and alcoholic beverages for Thursday evening, July 31st. We have a regular council meeting that day. The reason for this is because we have summer vacation, so we're not meeting for a few weeks, and we'll discuss it next Thursday. This is because the scheduling of council summer recess for the first 2 weeks of July. Be prepared to discuss adding this date to the calendar at next week's meeting.
I have one question. Isn't that when the mayor's gonna?
No, the mayor presents the budget on the 17th. This is the 31st.
Okay.
We have a motion from Chairman Maniscalco. Is there a second? A second from Councilman Vieira. Any discussion?
I would only approve that if we cap staff reports at 4.
That's fine.
If I can.
We can discuss it on Thursday,
Okay.
but I'll make a note of that.
This, actually, you don't need a motion, I don't think on this. If this is, unless you want to put it on for new business. But otherwise, I believe the chair is just bringing it to your attention. By your vote, if you take a vote, it's not to set the meeting, so.
It's just to discuss it on Thursday, April 17th.
Yes.
And then.
First on the new business.
First under new business,
That's
which would be at this
So
time.
that would be a motion.
No, it doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't need to be a
motion for
Okay.
this? All right. So be prepared to discuss this first under
No,
new
no, I
business.
mean, unless you want to make a motion. If you want to make
It
it as a
doesn't
motion
matter.
as being
We're
first on
fine.
the agenda, the clerk can do that, so it's on the agenda.
Yeah, why don't we do that? So we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Vieira. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
And the reason I
Unanimous?
suggest that, I just wanted to be clear that by your vote now, it doesn't set it.
No, it's just to have the discussion.
Understand.
Yes, but I want the public to stand to know.
You had a second item?
I'd like to wish a happy belated birthday to Councilmember Clendenin.
You know, I hear he's the most handsome person on
I heard.
Just take the motion.
And a happy birthday to my dad, which is on
But he has no
Sunday.
mirrors in his house.
Happy birthday, Mr.
Councilmember
Maniscalco.
Miranda.
Hi, this morning I made a suggestion about, in these city parks that we have, individuals, male and female, who have made it to the majors. Majors meaning the top of whatever that sport is, whether it's skating, whether it's tennis, whether it's volleyball, basketball, baseball, football, that there be some plaque of recognition for those individuals who have attained that small individuals that really 1/2 or 1/100th or 1% make it all the way to the top. And it'd be a recognition that they have made it all the way to the major leagues or the NFL. And I'm not talking about the CFL, I'm not talking about AAA baseball, I'm talking all the way up.
So what are you asking for?
To have a plaque in their recognition that that park had that individual when he was a kid or she was a girl.
Yes, I understand, but like, what are you asking
Why?
for? No, I'm asking when are you asking for a staff report or are you
Yeah,
asking
staff
for?
report if that's possible to do.
When do
When?
you want to do it?
Well, in a month or so. I don't want to rush the stuff. I mean, this hasn't been done in a lifetime, so why rush it now?
I would suggest this one kick to the summer.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while for them to.
Let's look at the end of August.
How about August?
So you mean like Fred McGriff coming out of Carver City?
Right.
Like,
Wherever he played his.
that may take some time to gather for all the parts.
We have, I can tell you that one individual I know has got all the major leaguers from Tampa.
But it's
baseball.
actually feel good.
Understood.
Hold on, how about October 9th, after the
fine.
budget?
That's fine.
Okay.
All right, we got a motion from Councilmember Miranda for a written staff report, is that what you wish?
Well, it's an idea. We can find the information later.
All right, we'll tweak it, so a staff report, and then we'll get further details for October 9th.
But in the meantime, maybe staff could either have the research
least
done
explore.
or talk to us
Yeah.
to find out like people we
That's
would
fine.
want to be on it. That way they could come up with some names and where and.
That's fine.
I got a trophy for beer pong one time. Can I-
Please stop, please stop.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yes, we have a motion and a second, this will be October 9th, under staff reports, and then we'll get further details. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And I forgot to mention, friendly reminder for the April 17th meeting, we have the Equal Business Opportunity Advisory Council interviews under ceremonial. So please review the email that Suling sent back on March 19th and carefully review the applications and be prepared for next week. Just a friendly reminder.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councilman Miranda? How about you, Councilman Vieira?
Just two quick ones, if I may. I made an error. When I made the motion on the Harrison Boone Stoppel All Abilities Park renaming, sorry, I'm really slow here tonight. Staff requested to work, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, that the sign for the park, I had indicated that it should be placed on New Tampa Boulevard. It appears that the sign should be on Commerce Park Boulevard, so therefore I amend my motion for Commerce Park as opposed to New Tampa Boulevard.
Second.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda, all in favor? Aye, any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And then I request that a representative from Mobility Department speak with the Hunters Green Association Traffic Safety Committee regarding ideas to cut down on speeding within Hunters Green. It came to me requesting this. And I just want a staff report noting that they did it. And I can have it the first week of August.
Did you say written or?
Written, nothing. Yeah, that's it. So that's all, Council.
We have a
if I
motion
may.
and a second, yes. Wait, is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from Councilman Clendenin. Yes, Councilmember Hurtak.
Councilmember Vieira, I'll have Kelly forward it. TPO, we had a conversation on Tuesday about, I guess the Tampa Bay Times did a big story about pedestrian safety. And so I think it would be great in addition to that, and I can work on this unless you want to come up with a motion to talk to mobility, maybe come up with a motion to have a workshop about pedestrian safety, because the article's right. I mean, there's a lot we could be doing that we just simply aren't.
Yeah.
And so I do believe, so in addition, I mean, if you want to take that on, if not, I will. I mean,
How about, if I may, how about this?
I mean, separate
since-
motion. but-
Yeah, since you brought it up, I'll obviously support it. I don't want to, but great idea. I read that article and, it's, I think it was John Hill and somebody else, I forgot who wrote it. Yeah, but great idea and appreciate it 100%. And I will disclose, by the way, I live in Hunters Green, but that's not an issue, correct?
Oh, that's a very nice neighborhood.
So we have a motion and a second.
Could I just add, speeding is I get complaints about speeding every day in every neighborhood. And I think we've had forums on it before, but somehow we have to come up with solutions for speeding. It's just.
Stop signs.
I think since COVID, especially, people are in a hurry to get places.
But I'd like to make a suggestion regarding pedestrian safety and speeding. Something that helped me, and I don't know if all insurance companies offer this, I have State Farm. It's like a Drive Safe program.
I have a Safe Pilot on my
So there's like a
USAA, yeah.
transponder that goes on your windshield and it connects to your cell phone. And it'll check, you get discounts for driving safely. But
Yeah.
it monitors your speed, it monitors if you've touched your phone while you're driving, and it's made me a better driver.
Yep,
And I save
30%.
money.
I do not
It
use my
also
phone.
follows and knows where you've been.
Yep.
I know.
And who you're
but-
talking
I
to,
know
all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's scary. 30% off.
Barefoot Mary.
But 30% off is a good.
But it makes me a better driver and more aware and less likely to touch my phone and speed and brake hard and all sorts of stuff. So We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, anything else?
You said two.
I know. So
I'm just
I've been talking about this, and I think council's supportive. Just really fast, I request to put a staff report on July 31st of 2025. I've spoken about, and I know council members have been supportive in rhetoric, I guess, if you will, having an office of returning citizens. And I want to have a staff report on that issue, returning citizens, obviously people who are leaving the prison system, and having an office here that can do, among other things, coordinate services with other stakeholders for returning citizens, and just work with the community on core issues. I do that for a number of issues. Number one, because it's obviously a crisis for a lot of our families. But number two, just to put that issue on the forefront. A lot of cities are doing this. Boston has a very robust one. Obviously, ours would look different. My vision would be to just get this started under this administration, and then whoever the next mayor is to hopefully, take it to that next level, and to have it come back and see what the administration's position on that is.
Is this, I'm sorry.
Written or in person?
In person.
In person. Yes, sir.
Martin
Yeah,
Shelby,
paper.
City Council Attorney. You have room right now, one staff report, written and is unlimited, but there's one staff report already. This would be the second one.
Can you do
I'll
August
wait-
7th?
Absolutely.
Because of that
Yeah.
potential night meeting.
Because of the potential night meeting, there's been a discussion that came up very quickly today to limit the number of staff reports. Another way to limit the time in the morning is to not have any ceremonial on the 31st. That's
All right,
another
that's something to
alternative.
consider as well. So
Yeah,
we have
I'm
a,
fine with
we have a motion and a second from Councilman Vieira. This is for August 7th.
Yes, sir. And-
All in favor? Clendenin seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you, Council.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. One announcement and a comment and one motion. I don't know who does stuff like this, but someone had the slats removed from the benches across the street from the Hart bus line so that I guess the homeless folks can't sit down, and taking away their dignity. And I'm just going to suggest, if it was someone within the city of Tampa, you should put those back immediately. It's a street I drive all the time, and I think you should put those back. And don't make decisions like that so quickly and take away someone's humanity because they're homeless. They should be able to sit on a bench and not be a problem. So I'll just leave it like that rather than make a motion. Okay, the motion is this. I would like to make a motion to remove the discussion about the noise ordinance pertaining to Channelside Residential District, because we have solved that problem and it's on the workshop for April 24th. But I would like to replace it with staff coming before us for a full presentation with full transparency regarding the JBL River Center catering contract, because I have received 5 phone calls already about problems.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Councilmember Carlson, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
What?
You like asking questions after my motions. Go ahead.
Well, this is a motion that I think you'd like to ask tonight.
Okay, go ahead.
That council accept that the form that you filed for your abstention
Oh, thank you.
today-
I've never had to do that abundance of caution
So
thing.
motion to receive and file from Councilmember.
That Bill Carlson abundance of caution.
And second from
Thank you, Herteg. Yes, let me be formal. Sorry, my mentor's watching. Please accept the form that I had to file to recuse myself out of an abundance of caution.
We have motion and a second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. Councilmember Clendenin.
I have one motion, please. I request by the Planning Commission setting a transmittal hearing for TA CPA 25-03 on May 22nd, 2025 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of notice for advertising the public hearing.
We have motion and we have second from Councilmember Hurtak, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Anything else?
That's it.
Councilmember Hurtak.
I just have one quick thing. We set the CRA discussion for the Ashley Drive Unite for June. And so I need to move the city council conversation for the Ashley Drive Unite that's currently on June 5th. I need to move that to June 26th after we have the CRA discussion.
Yes, we have motion from Councilmember Hurtak, second from Councilmember Clendenin. Mr. Shelby?
What was the date again? Please forgive me. I didn't
Well, it
follow
was
that.
June 5th, and now it's going to be June 26th.
And on June 26th, what is, you're set for a regular session?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not, when you said after the CRA, you didn't mean to
Yes.
say CRA the same day?
No.
Okay, good.
After the CRA, which is June 12th.
I understand. My understanding.
It's
late.
okay.
Thank you.
We have motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Anything else? Councilmember Carlson.
Three hopefully quick things. Councilmember Henderson, the last administration took the chairs out of Likes Gaslight Park, and we tried 2 or 3 times to get them put in, and I don't think there was resistance. The last administration took them out, this administration was against putting them back. So that was very, very controversial about 8-10 years ago.
Yeah, well, the frames are still there, so they, are storing their things there, they're creating seating within, it's embarrassing, I mean, of course, anyway, I just,
The thing
can't.
about downtown also is that if you're trying to keep homeless people from sitting there, you're also keeping business people from sitting.
Correct.
Because it's a nice place that.
And remember, there's no seating for the people who catch the, Greyhound Trailways, whatever. There's no seating for them in that area as well, where the bus picks them up with their luggage in the street. And we're a major metropolitan city.
So I'd like to make a motion to receive and file my Form AB from item number 24 last week.
We have a motion for Councilmember Carlson, second Councilmember Viera. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Yes.
Last thing is, a couple times over the last 2 or 3 years, I brought up the issue of making Channel District consistent with downtown, either expanding the CBD or allowing maximum height, and staff was resistant to it. But a couple months ago, we discussed it in CRA, and the big players in Channel District now have been talking to staff, and they believe that they've come to some agreement on it. So they gave me a motion to make, motion to ask staff to return on, I picked September 4th, just to go far out, but motion to ask staff to return on September 4th to consider adopting the land development entitlement approval process as presently practiced in the Central Business District and have that process apply to Channel District, and to consider adopting the height and density limits presently applicable to the Central Business District to the Channel
I have a
District.
question.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is the they that gave you the motion?
There are a couple big developers that help
Oh.
set this.
Okay, but they've been talking to staff, is what
Yeah.
you said. Okay. I
Yeah,
was just
the
curious.
thing, I mentioned this before, Andy Scaglione and Linda Salsena, private sector and government, worked together to step up
Yeah.
Channel District. But with all the exceptions that were made, they're tall buildings and then they're 4-story buildings, and it doesn't make sense. And SPP is about to build to maximum height right across the meridian, and it should be balanced there.
Okay.
Instead of having, and in the CBD, staff approves projects. In Channel District, they have to come before us. So it's a complicated, expensive process right across the
So
street.
they work in advance with each other, dealing with staff, and then it'll come to us for approval. That's what.
Well, yeah, and
Or
we can
not
talk to,
approval.
and we can talk to staff as well.
Okay, I see. Thank you.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Can I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Councilmember Henderson with the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there a second? Second from
Viera,
Viera. All in favor? We are adjourned.
If I'd have done that, you would have just.
I guess.